Hello, everybody. Welcome to Umineko episode 4. I am joined, of course, by Kategasira.
Hi, I'm here. My food is really spicy. I put like 4 times as much cayenne in it that I meant to.
That's fair.
It it's still like within range for me, but it's also just sort of like way closer to ramyun and not as close to burrito that I meant. So
Very fair. For me, I'm having just some, microwave orange chicken.
mm, I grabbed some of the rice that I've been like keeping in the fridge and just like threw a bunch of eggs in it and then spiced the fuck out of it.
Mmm.
It's quick, it's easy, and I don't have to think about it.
Yep.
Well, it's sort of quick. It takes like 20 minutes. That's not my fault. That's just like physics.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to since last Monday? Because we didn't stream last Thursday, did we?
Nope. We did not stream last Thursday because my brain decided to keep me up.
Yeah. I know that feeling.
Yep. You experience that way more than I do.
It's fucking awful. Yay.
Let's see. So, as you know, but as the audience would not know, I've been doing a lot of, making a conlang.
Yep.
Which it's been
slowly building up to like full language. Slowly.
Though, I'm actually pretty far. One of the only things is I need to figure out a good word for and.
Mm.
Which won't take long.
In the various Elven languages, in Well of Souls, I use stuff like na or up.
Yeah.
Like AP or NA, stuff like that. Because like and is always supposed to be like it's a very common word, so people are gonna like use a very small word for it, like a single syllable probably.
Yeah, absolutely. Like single syllable, maybe 2 at most.
Yeah, I actually don't know of any languages that use a 2-syllable and.
I don't either, but I have to assume that somebody's a fucking spider steorg about it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Let's see.
Made
a lot of made a lot of progress in Hades 2. Beat both of the final bosses so far because it is in early access.
Mm-hmm. I have seen some spicy scenes from that, and I don't know if they're like real or if it's fan art because people for some reason like to get really really close to the official style, like as close as possible sometimes.
That is fair. If it's close up on their faces while they're in a hot spring, then it is likely real.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that I was thinking of. Fuck. I think it was Nemesis and Melanoe.
Yeah. Melanoe. So yeah, Nemesis. I know you can get Odysseus, Hecate, Moros, pretty much everybody that you can chat up in the hub area.
It's honestly not that much in the first game, honestly.
No, not really. Because you would usually just either chat them up where they were standing, or take them over to, like, the tavern or something, whatever it was called. But basically, you could unlock the eatery there.
It's weird to me that like Hades doesn't have like a banquet hall for him and his family in the first game.
That is also fair, but also, even if he had one, Zagreus probably wouldn't fucking use it.
It's true. That is very true. It's just that, like, his banquet hall features in multiple myths, so I'm just sort of like, where is it? Where'd it go?
Yeah. Like, we do get the impression it is a much bigger area than we get to explore, but
Oh yeah, because like obviously you don't even get to see your like Hades' bedroom, right? Like he's got to sleep somewhere.
yeah, you don't go to his bedroom. I don't think you go to his bedroom in the first game, though I could be wrong. I know you do see a glimpse of it in Hades 2.
He's like Hades is always sitting at his desk processing new arrivals whenever you see him outside of the fight, right?
Yeah, outside of the
In the first
fight
game,
and outside of later on when you've made more progress in the story, he'll sometimes be standing somewhere else. So what have you been up to?
Fucking not a goddamn lot. So like my mental clarity has been fine. Like I've been able to remember things just fine, but I cannot focus for shit.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I know you've been doing some more Elden Ring on your off time.
Yeah, I've been trying to get Lady Keith and Godslayer Fauna up to the point where they're ready for the DLC, just in case like I decide I want to play them.
Mm-hmm.
Like Lady Keith is not going to be ready to play with Nate tomorrow, unless like I spend like the rest of my day after we're done here doing it. Like, she is not going to be ready. There's no way. Because I skipped a bunch of content for on Lady Keith just to like get the build ready, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm realizing that I got to go back and like do this stuff because I'm missing bits that other characters have.
Yeah, fair.
Like on Lady Keith, I don't even have the "You're beautiful" fucking prattling Pate thing.
Mm.
Like I'm already at the mountaintops of giants on fucking Lady Keith. It's just like, oh shit, I need to go get that like now before fucking Bach dies.
Yeah, oh. Gotta save the good boy.
I say it every time I'm on stream, or not on stream, but like every time I'm on stream with Nate on Elden Ring. But like, I need there to be more Blood Flame in that fucking game.
Yeah.
There's like 2 Blood Flame spells. There are 3 actually: Blood Flame Blade, the Exploding Claw, and the like throw a bunch of blood at someone.
Fingers crossed for the DLC.
Yeah, fuck. Like I hope all the flames get like more, right?
Yeah, because honestly, they could use more. I think the only one that's kind of like, yeah, you're kind of powerful enough is probably.
Standard Flame.
Yeah, Standard Flame.
Because like Black Flame has like 3 or 4 spells. Blood Flame has like 3 or 4 spells. There are no spells for Ghost Flame.
True. And then Chaos has.
There's a couple of weapon arts you can get from
Yeah.
fucking Deathrite Bird weapons, but that's it.
Yeah, and then Chaos is mostly looks like electricity, honestly, but I'll count those.
Yeah, I mean it's still Frenzy Flame. Frenzy Flame could use a couple more too, but only for the sake of variety, not for power.
Yeah, definitely more sake of
Because it's got
variety.
like it's got the Hellish Riri. It's got the laser eye thing that I don't remember what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's got the flamethrower that hits the ground in front of you, and I think that's it.
Yeah, that's probably about it. Just fucking penitent stare.
Oh yeah. There's the one where you grab them, look into their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I love those spells, but like the fact that they only work on other humanoids makes me upset.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I would like a little adjustment.
Not even on all humanoids. I doubt that thing would work on a Crucible Knight, right?
Yeah, probably not. It's probably player-sized, basically other tarnished.
I'm pretty sure it'll work on a soldier, like knights or soldiers.
I could see that, yeah.
Just not the big bitch boys. I'd have to test it out. I've never made a Frenzy Flame build, so early.
Yeah, and like, the damage works on the other ones, but it doesn't give the frenzied status.
I mean, the frenzied status like mostly just like stuns you for a second and takes away like FB. So
It takes a decent chunk of health from you too.
oh yeah, it's just like a bleed is what I mean. Like it
Oh yeah.
doesn't actually do anything. It's not like a frostbite or poison or anything.
Oh yeah. No. But it definitely is like if you're doing PvP, it is definitely like the bulk of the damage.
Look, I forgot to take my goddamn allergy meds yesterday.
Whoops.
I woke up feeling bad.
Mmm.
But one of the things that I've been trying to focus on and failing, obviously, has been like finishing up fucking Demon Heart, and it's just not working. Like I sat there staring at the damn word a blank page for the word processor for like 6 hours yesterday.
Yeah, though you did figure out that he's just a fucking lich.
Yeah, like Horus is just a fucking lich. Like, the only difference between a lich and what like Horus is that like Horus didn't do it on purpose, right? Like
Yeah.
that's it. It's the only difference. Which is admittedly a very important difference, but still. I think I stalled out on it because like I'm bad at making new interesting monsters and I don't want to just use oh, it's a dire wolf. Oh, it's a dire spider, because that's really fucking boring.
That's true. But sometimes you do just have a fucking dire wolf because it's good.
Oh yeah, like I'm not opposed to using like dire animals, especially in like places that are supposed to be like primeval, untouched wasteland, not wasteland, wilderness, like wildlands. Like that's great right there. But this is like in the middle of a fucking like province that is actually like settled.
Yeah, fair.
Like the forest is taken care of and patrolled. There's like a village down the way. It's not even that far away. It's like an hour's walk.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey there,
There's
Quinn.
not gonna be any fucking like not gonna be any fucking like dire bears and shit in there. Like no one would want to settle there if there was.
Very true.
Shut up, cat. No.
Yes. So that's about it for what you've been up to?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I did play a lot of Grim Dawn earlier week.
Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing you play that.
Hi, buddy. Fucking monster. And I made a lich in yeah. Because I remember talking about this on stream last time. But I kept playing, obviously. I still haven't died on that fucking lich, that hardcore lich.
Very nice.
You know, like levels fucking 59 or 60, like near the way, all the way to the end of the damn game, and I still haven't died. And it's just like, fuck yeah, I'm a god.
つまりお父様はすでに亡くなっている
Yeah,
And
so
get your tail out of my fucking mouth.
Yep, in short, if you keep preventing us from meeting with Father, we will have to accept the following theory. Simply put, Father is already dead. I don't think that is what they're doing, but I could see how they could do it. Assuming Nanjo's in on it, obviously.
Is this what you wanted? Did you want to get brushed? Is that what's going on?
Because honestly, you could probably just have recorded, like, a month worth of his abuses and him and his rantings about Beatrice and just put it on fucking loop.
Yeah.
Like, it is definitely not impossible for them to have done this. I don't think they've done this, but it's possible.
Although 1986 are speakers high enough quality to trick people like that then?
Well, you assume any, like, distortion is just a muffle through the door.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like I don't know, because the only fucking speakers from 1986 that I've listened to was like 15 years later or more, you know?
Plus, like...
It's like maybe the low quality is from their age and rather than like the time that they were made. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know, but if anybody's getting, like, the newest shit from Sony, it's this family.
Yeah, that's true. Why are you like this today, buddy?
しかし、遺産を分配したくないクラウス兄さんがそれを隠してる。
But you're hiding that because you don't want the inheritance to be distributed.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous. Is it though? Is it?
そうです。バカバカしいにも程があります。これほどの侮辱は初めてです。
Sorry, lingering effects from not taking my allergy meds yesterday. Shut up, cat. That is correct. This is worse than ridiculous. I've never heard such an insult.
Now, admittedly, she is correct. This is insulting.
Yeah, this time. Like, for once, she is right. This is actually, like, extremely insulting.
Absolutely. Granted, also, you know, not seeing your dad for, like, what is it, like 2 years or something, however long he's been locked up in there?
Yeah. Not that I'd ever really want to see
私たちは 警
kids in
官
the
立
first
ち会い
place.
のも
But,
と
you
で
know.
強制的にその生死を確かめることさえ可能よ。
It'd even be possible for us to check by force whether he's alive or dead with the police there to witness it.
ねえ、エヴァ姉さん。
Isn't that right, Ava?
ええ、そうよ兄さん。話は何とでもでっち上げられるわ。
Yes, that's right. There are all sorts of ways we could set you up.
兄さんが第三者の立ち会いのもとにお父様を面会させなければならない状況になんて簡単にお膳立てができるわ。
We could easily arrange for a situation where you'd have to hold a meeting with father under the supervision of a third party.
でも、それは後ろ宮家にとってとても不名誉なことだと思うの。だから私はこの提案をしている。
Still, I think that would bring a lot of shame to the Ushiromiya family. That's why I'm making this proposal.
世話人の義務と責任。
Here, we have the responsibilities and duties of the caretaker,
万一の際のペナルテ
and a penalty in the worst case scenario.
ィ。これを承諾してくれれば、私たちはお父様を無理やり引きずり出すなんて真似は控えることができ
Stay away
る。
from the brush.
If you consent to
That
those
brush is not for you.
if you
That's
consent to
completely
those
different.
terms, we'll be able to refrain from doing something like dragging father outside.
ああ、そうだぜ、兄貴。さっき言ったじゃねえか。
Leave the brush alone, you little bastard. That's for cleaning the radiator on the AC. Not for you to chew on.
Yeah, that's right, bro. Didn't you just say it yourself?
兄貴は世話人として当然の義務を果たしてるってね。
You're carrying out your natural duties as dad's caretaker.
比例の条件は大したことじゃねえはずだぜ。
Kiri's conditions shouldn't be anything to worry about, right?
なぜ過剰反応する？
By this overreaction.
親父が自然死以外の理由で死んだ場合、次期当主から引きずり下ろ
Why
さ
are
れる
you
ってのが
assaulting the AC
そん
now?
なにも気になるのかよ。
What is up with you today?
Cats. Cats is what's up.
Like, I wake up, you vomit twice immediately as soon as I get up, and then I have to clean that, and now you're just, like, assaulting everything? The fuck is going on, man?
Are you really that worried about having the position of successor dragged out from under you if dad dies to something other than a natural death?
それとも何？お父様が自然死以外の理由で亡くなるような心当たりでもあるのかしら？
Or
I don't
else...
think this conversation happened in the other loops, but I'm wondering if it did. We just weren't shown.
Yeah, it definitely did not happen on screen. Or else what? Do you have some reason to think father might die from something other than a natural death?
そんな心当たりなどあるわけも。なるほど。私にも親父殿の気持ちが分かってきたよ。
How could I see now. Now I too understand how father feels.
死に方一つ自由にさせてもらえないとは、実に気の毒な晩年だよ。
How pitiful his later years have been for him, unable even to die as he pleases.
ええ、本当に気の毒な晩年ね。その晩年が実はもう過去のことじゃないのかと私たちは疑っているの。
Yes, his later years truly have been pitiful, and the thought that these later years are already something of the past is exactly what we're suspecting.
この疑惑は私たちをお父様に面会させてもらえるだけであっさりと解けるわ。
You could completely clear this suspicion away just by letting us meet with
こ
Father.
こまで私たちに侮辱されてもそれでも面会は許されないんですかクラウス兄さん。
So even after being humiliated by us this much, you still won't allow us to meet with him, Kraus?
お父様は多分おそらく遺体は極秘のうちにどこかに処分したでしょう。
Father is probably already dead. The corpse may have been disposed of in absolute secrecy.
そしてお父様の代理ということで財産を独占した後、
And after taking all of the wealth for yourself as Father's agent,
失踪したことにして7年かけてお父様を死体なき死者にする。
you will make it seem that he disappeared until 7 years pass, making Father a corpseless member of the deceased.
ごめんなさいね。気を悪くしないで。
I'm sorry, but please don't take it badly, okay?
これはあくまでも私の推理ごっこだから。
I'm just playing detective here. That shouldn't be the way you phrase it.
Yeah.
無礼極まりない。あなたにこの屋敷にとどまる資格はありません。即刻退場なさい。
A bit of the spices that you got stuck in my teeth. How rude can one be? You have no right to stay in this mansion. Leave immediately.
二度と当家の敷居をまたぐことを許しません。
I won't permit you to leave to cross the threshold of this house again.
去年通用した手が今年もまた通用すると思ったのが運の尽きね。
It worked last year, but you've used up your luck if you thought it'd work this year too.
お父様はご機嫌斜めだから面会できない？
Yeah, so it's been 2 years. Father is in a bad mood, so he can't meet with us.
去年の時点で十分不審だったのに今年もだなんて。
That was plenty suspicious last year, and yet you're doing it again.
お父様の代理を語り財産を乗っ取るならもっとスピーディーにやって。
If you really wanted to fake being Father's agent and grab up all his assets, you should have done it a little more speedily.
今日の親族会議を待たずに失踪させるべきだったわね。
Making him disappear without waiting for today's family
さ
conference.
すがに甘いわよ。クラウスお兄様。
You really are naive, Kraus.
君が何のことを言っているのか私にはさ。
I have no idea what you are.
お父様がご機嫌斜めなのは事実で、クラウス兄さんが世話人としての責務として私たちの面会を拒んでるのだとしたら、それはとても立派なことよね。
However, if it's a fact that Father's in a bad mood and you're preventing us from meeting him as part of your responsibilities as his caretaker, then it's a very wonderful thing you're
な
doing.
ら、私の出した条件を飲んでくれれば、この場は収まるわ。
Hold on just a second.
No worries. Fucking cat's finally calmed down.
Good. Yeah, just a spam call. I just had to wait for the ringer to be done. In that case, if you just accept our conditions, everything will be settled here and now.
何しろ、お父様のことをこんなにも大切にするクラウス兄さんですもの。
After all, you care so greatly for Father,
お父様
Kraus.
に検視されて困るような死に方があるわけがない。
There's no way Father will die in a manner that leads to trouble during the autopsy.
いずれにせよ、お父様は病院嫌いなんだから、書斎で亡くなるでしょうね。
After all, Father hates hospitals, so he'll pass away in his study, right?
いずれにせよ、必ず検視は行われるわ。
An autopsy will certainly be carried out no matter what
検
happens.
視を逃れて殺すには、失踪しかない。
The only way to kill him without an autopsy would be for him to disappear.
キリエさん、 兄さんをいじめるのはそれくらいにしてくださらないかしら。
Enough, Kiri. I think you've bullied Kraus enough. That's rich coming from you.
You know she's just using that statement as a way to drive it deeper, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I'm just saying, that is rich coming from you.
There it is.
Ava rebuked Kiri in a sickeningly kind voice. Considering the situation, that was impossible, which is why it was sickening.
兄さんにもいろいろと都合やプライドもあるはず。
Sure, Kraus has his own I'm sure Kraus has his own difficulties to worry about as well as his pride.
兄さんにとって当然の義務であっても、
True, Kraus might consider that one of his natural
それを
duties,
文書化して、その上ペナルティまで課せられたんじゃ。
but if you force him to put it on paper and assign
そ
penalties,
りゃ不愉快なはずよ。
hardly blame him for getting upset.
ねえ、ローザ。
Don't you agree, Rosa?
ええ、そうね。クラウス
Hey,
兄
she
さん
didn't
の
stutter
長
for
男
once.
としてのプライドを軽んじすぎたかもしれないわ。
Yeah, that's true. She's probably a little more confident by how things have progressed.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting it this time.
Yes, that's right. She might have made light of Kraus's pride as the eldest son a little too
キリエ
much.
さんの言うような世話人の責務についての覚書にサインというのはさすがに気の毒かもしれない。
I'd feel bad for him if we were to force him to sign a statement regarding the duties of the caretaker, as Kiri has laid them out.
そうだね。兄貴はよくやってくれてる。そこを汲み取り、おかしな書類にサインとか、万一の時はペナルティとか。
That's right, you're doing a good job, Kraus. Taking that into account, we might
Amber.
consider avoiding all that about signing strange papers and worst-case
そういう
penalties,
話を抜きにして、
and leave everything to you.
全部一人。
お前ら
You
Shut up, you little
people.
fucker. No. Stop it.
Not just Ava, but Rudolph and Rosa as well, with unnerving smiles on their faces as though they'd planned this beforehand, began closing in on Kraus. They now understood perfectly how Kiri had cornered Kraus, and exactly where she was prepared to compromise.
世話人の責
You
務につ
slap
い
your
て
brother
の
for getting
覚
pets,
書。
fucker.
We were
It's
talking.
mean.
We were talking about a signed statement regarding the responsibilities of the caretaker.
これにサインすることなく、私たちがお父様への面会を生涯求めないことにもできるわ。
But even without signing such a thing, you can make it so that we'll never demand a meeting with Father
覚
again.
書などなくても、クラウス兄さんが世話人にふさわしいという保証をしてくれれば。
If you can prove your fitness as Father's caretaker with a form of guarantee other than a signed statement, that is.
私にその保証金を支払えというのかね。
Are you telling me to
Amber,
pay
quiet.
security money? Yes, that's exactly what they're doing, Kraus.
これはおかしい。
Hilarious.
If you're gonna be up here, buddy, you gotta lay down. There you go.
保証金は、エヴァさん、ルドルフさん、そしてローザさんの3人に、1人30億円ずつ。
The security money will be paid to Ava, Rudolph, and Rosa. 3 billion yen each.
手付金として、その1割の3億円ずつを、今年度中に振り込んでもらうわ。
As a deposit, you will transfer 10% of that, 300 million yen, before the year is out.
90億だと。
9 billion?
そんな金はない。
I don't have that kind of money.
お父様がお亡くなりになった後なら捻出できるはずよ。
After Father passes away, you should be able to work it out.
私たちも、その程度には下調べは済んでる。
We've managed to investigate at least that
手
par.
付金の9億円だって、クラウスさんの財産状況ならなんとかなるはず。
You should be able to handle the deposit of 900 million yen in your current financial situation.
それこそ、お父様に借りることだって可能でしょ？
And it should even be possible for you to borrow it from Father, right?
白々しい演技は不要よ。
There's no need for
Stop it.
obvious charades anymore.
You fucker.
不愉快だ。実に不愉快な話だ。
He nipped at my finger and now he's like cleaning my hand like as an apology.
How unpleasant. Truly unpleasant.
まったくです。お父様の遺産の話だけでも十分不敬だというのに。
No, it
Nazi,
wasn't.
please. No, Nazi! Damn it! Fuck!
Natsuhi.
Natsuhi is close enough, I guess. I don't know. It isn't that. Even just the discussion of father's inheritance was far too disrespectful.
お父様はもう死んでいる？
Oh, shit, they father's already dead?
主人がそれを隠していて財産を独占している。
My husband is hiding that and keeping all the money for himself?
もううんざりです。あなたたち全員
Had
に
enough of this.
もはや後ろ宮を名乗る資格などありません。
None of you are qualified to bear the name Ushiromiya any longer.
You don't get to decide that. You really don't, considering how fucked up the hierarchy is in this place.
Yeah. My buddy.
落ち着いてや、夏井さん。みんなも話はこれまでや。どうや、この場の話は一旦ここまでにせんか。
Calm down, Natsuhi. We've all said all we need to. Why don't we leave it at that for now?
規模がでかい上に唐突な話や。
This is happening all of a sudden and on a massive
わしら
scale.
も興奮してるところがあるかもしれん。
We might even be getting agitated ourselves.
ここは一旦休憩を挟んで頭を冷やさんか。
Why don't we take a break for a while and cool our
クラ
heads?
ウス兄さんにもちょいと時間が必要やろ。
Kraus probably needs a little time himself.
な、クラウスさん。
Right, Kraus?
時間そんなものがなぜ私に必要
I think I
なのか
finally figured out why I don't like the translations of shut up and like cool your head and all that stuff that everyone is constantly using here.
Mm-hmm.
It's that this doesn't take into account any differences in speech patterns and how people speak. Because
Mm-hmm.
even when you're being very formal, everyone will speak at least slightly differently, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't matter like what language you're speaking. You'll use different like word choices,
Yeah, or
and everyone uses these phrases.
yeah, that's really where it
Yes.
what it boils down to. Is you have Jessica using the same slang as her parents, as Ange, and so on.
Yeah, like everyone is speaking the same way, which I don't know enough Japanese to say if this is like a writing thing or a translator thing, but it's one of the two, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I think it's probably a translator thing, because one of the things that really more denotes speech is which accent you fall into in Japanese. It's one of the things anyway. Like, there's obviously different word choices, and probably they're translating, like, this idioms and things, like, directly. But, like, Hideyoshi has more of a working man's accent than Natsuhi. I'm just gonna have to accept it's gonna say Nazi sometimes.
Yeah. It
But-
is frustrating. I'm saying let's see though.
Yeah. Time, and why would I need something like that?
まあ。わしらかて。本音じゃボスなこと
Don't worry, don't worry. We aren't thinking of anything shady.
どうしてもお父さんに合わせてもらえんから。
We're just so eager to see father that we've started grumbling a bit.
それにクラウスさんが売り言葉に買い言葉で頭に血が上ってしまったのもよーわかっと。
And Kraus, I know real well how you're dying to get back at us for things we've said.
クラウス兄さんかって本当はそこまで言うんなら合わせてやってもいいと思っとるんや。
If you're willing to go so far, then you just need to let us meet with him. Right?
そうやろ。
Isn't that right?
ただ
ついつい意地になってもうたんで、今さら会ってもいいなんて言えなくなってしまっただけや。
You just got a bit stubborn, and it felt awkward to say you'd let us see him after saying we couldn't all those
せや
times.
ろ
Isn't that it?
な。
Right? Right?
確かに主人も皆さん同様少々冷静を欠いてしまったところもあるでしょう。私たちはお父様の皆さんに会いたくないという意思を尊重して堅くなに断っていたに過ぎません。
It certainly does seem that my husband has lost his composure slightly, just like the rest of you have. We were only refusing stubbornly out of respect for father's desire not to meet with everyone.
そうだな。つい昔のような兄弟喧嘩になってしまい、私も意地になってしまった。
Always.
Indeed, that's right. It was turning into another sibling fight like the old days, and I started feeling stubborn as well.
頭を冷やそう。
Let us cool our heads.
お前たちが親父殿にどうしても会いたいという強い気持ちはよくある。
I understand how much you all want to meet with father.
私もそれを伝える。
We'll pass that on to him.
なんとか面会してもらえるよう、親父を説得しよ
I'll find some way to convince father to meet with you.
う。それでどうかね。
Will that do?
そうね。クラウス兄さんに説得の時間を与えてもいいと思うわ。
Yeah, I think it'd be okay to give Kraus some time to persuade father.
そうだな。頼むぜ兄貴。俺たちに会ってくれるようよく説得してくれ。
Bad at my hand for not fucking petting you anymore, you dick.
Cats.
You went full claws on that one, too. I got little scratches on my knuckle now. Yeah, you Phoenix.
Fucking
Not
cats.
Not after that. Like, it didn't actually, like, hurt me or anything. Just, like, small marks on my fucking
Yeah. We're counting on you, Kraus. Please persuade him to meet with us.
何しろ親父の世話人なんだから。
After all, you're dad's caretaker.
その説得だけど、今夜中って制限を設けさせてもらうわよ。
And as for persuading him, let's set a limit on it to sometime tonight, okay?
明日になったら、私たちは書斎の扉を打ち破ってでもお父様の安否を確認するわ。
When tomorrow comes, we'll confirm father's well-being, even if we have to break down the door to his study.
それでいいわ
I
よ。
don't think you guys are gonna survive that long.
You have no problem with that, I take it?
兄さん。
好きにするがいい。なるほど。説得すらも大して時間はかけられないようだ。
Do as you like. I see it seems even the time I've been given to persuade him is short.
夏日、行こう。
I don't
What?
think you can blame them for that one because they're supposed to leave tomorrow morning anyway.
Yeah, because the hurricane hasn't come in yet. Or not hurricane, but
That's what we call it, which is fine.
let us go, Natsuhi.
せめて晩餐に
Actually,
は
while I'm
ご
thinking
一緒
about
していただくよう
I've looked this up before, but not since we started doing this Umineko thing. But like, typhoon etymology.
Basically, I think it's a typhoon until it hits land.
The word typhoon comes from an old Greek word, but the reason why Japan uses typhoon is because of the Chinese variant, typhoon.
Mmm. Let us go, Natsuhi. We shall ask him to join us for dinner at least.
はい。
Kraus left the parlor with Natsuhi. Once their footsteps disappeared, Hideyoshi took a deep breath, smirking and flopping onto the sofa.
Okay, according to the American Red Cross, the only difference is where it is in the world. That's it. That's all it is. If it's above the North Atlantic, Central Pacific, or Eastern North Pacific Oceans, as in Florida, the Caribbean islands, Texas, Hawaii, etc., we call it a hurricane. If it hovers over the Northwest Pacific Ocean, usually East Asia, we call it a typhoon. Yeah, it's literally just like where it is in the world. Just use the local word for it, more or less.
Yeah, which makes sense. Because, if somebody from those regions are looking for it, they'll more likely pick up the word they recognize.
Yeah, whether it's hurricane or typhoon, whatever.
Yeah. Kiri, you are a frightening person.
勝手な口出しをしてごめんなさい。謝るわ。
Sorry for speaking out of turn, I apologize.
いやいや、当初の計画にはなかった追い詰め方だが。
No. You didn't corner him like we'd originally planned, but in the end, this was even better. Yeah, because he is severely on the back foot at this point.
Yeah, he's got like 3 options, and all of them are good for you guys.
Yep.
相変わらず、お前ってやつには頭が下がるぜ。
Just like always, I've gotta bow my head to you. And we know who the S and the M is in that relationship.
でも9億円も用意できるのかしら。クラウス兄さんの財政状況ギリギリで 7.5 億が限界と私たちは計算したはず。
Can he really prepare 900 million? I believe we estimated that 750 million would be the most Kraus could afford with his current financial situation.
9億はさすがにふっかけすぎじゃない？
Isn't 900 million gouging him too much?
無理なら無理でいいのよ。クラウス兄さんの顔を立てて 7.5 億に減額とかやれば譲歩したっぽく見えて収まりやすいでしょ？
If he can't...
Classic negotiation tactic.
Yeah, exactly. If he can't do it, that's fine too. We do something like lowering it to 750 million, so Kraus can save face, it'll look like we're compromising and it'll be easier to settle, right?
本当に9億出てきたなら大成功だし。
And if he really does come out with 900 million, that's even better.
兄さん、今頃夏日さんと作戦会議中でしょうね。あのプライドの高い兄さんがどんな言い訳をしながらへりくつをこねてくるか。本当に見ものだわ。
Kraus is probably having a strategy meeting with Natsuhi about now. It really will be interesting to see what kind of twisted logic our proud brother comes up with as an excuse.
お父さんを説得できるわけがない。
Convince father? There's no way he can. There's no way to convince someone who isn't even there.
Smash cut to dinner and fucking Kinzo's at the table.
I heard those fucking imp laughs.
Mm.
兄弟たちも年に一度の親族会議にそれぞれの都合を合わせてやってきています。
The siblings have all come despite their various circumstances for this annual family conference. Kraus and Natsuhi could be seen in Kinzo's dimly lit study. Every once in a while, thunder could be heard, and the dimly lit room flickered with light. It seemed that the island would be closed off by the storm very soon.
お父様、どうか今一度不敬な彼らに当主様の威厳をお示しください。
Oh my gods.
That's one way to fucking put it.
Ugh. Father, please just this once show those disrespectful people the majesty of the head.
ダメだな。
It's useless. The large shadow of a person standing by the window, his majestic back facing them, answered quietly and forcefully. He hung his head and shook. Eventually, they could hear a mumbling laugh over his shoulder.
ダメだな。全然ダメだ。
Fuck, you have it too?
Mm.
It's useless. It's all useless. 3 months left to live? An almost finished geezer? Whom exactly are you referring? You fools! And goldsmiths, you fools!
Weird that that's a fucking achievement, but hey, whatever.
Did you wander over here because your siblings threatened you? Know your shame. I will point out, his eyes are a lot wider open than they usually are.
Oh yeah, I noticed that, believe me. Man's looking unhinged right now.
As Kenzo turned and brushed his cape, it flashed forcefully through the room's stale air. That air pressure truly signified Ushiromiya Kenzo's majesty and willpower itself. After being blown back by that wind, it wasn't strange that Kraus landed on his butt.
Huh?
As though showing consideration for Kraus, who looked as though his legs had been swept out from under him, Natsuki also crouched down. Then, with a thunk, Kenzo's footsteps approached with a heft that signified his dignity. Father.
カノンに聞いておるわ。貴様が弟たちにどれほど情けなく手玉に取られたかをな。
You fool. I heard from Canon. Just how far did you pathetically let your siblings lead you around by the nose?
お父様、夫はお父様の名誉を守るために懸命に。
Father, my husband is doing his best to protect your honor. Well, his best isn't very good.
Mm-hmm. Without lending an ear to Natsuki's words, Kenzo extended his palm to Kraus's collar, as the latter sat on the floor. Now he curled his fingers, leaving only his pointer finger out, then took that finger and pressed it up against Kraus's collar, twisted it, and slowly, with just one finger, picked Kraus up into the air. Holy shit!
Yeah, this is not... I knew something weird was going on with his behavior and how he looked, but, like, this is not... Mm-mm.
He is not on his fucking deathbed, I can say that much.
Yeah. I don't know if this is even actually Kenzo.
It could be we've never seen Kenzo until now. On the opposite end.
True.
No,
that's the sound of magic.
Yeah, that's also true. So
that was the sound of fucking golden magic.
Hmm. Really are a pathetic fool. You let your wife speak in your defense? If you have an excuse, give it yourself. Sounds of choking. Kraus clawed at the air, and so his brawny finger was choking him. Couldn't even open his mouth, much less talk. However, even if he had been able to open his mouth, as he was now, there was no way he'd be able to think up an excuse that Kenzo would accept. Still, how could this power be described? No one would call Kenzo an old man after seeing this superhuman strength.
I mean, you can be superhuman and also old.
Yeah, but, decrepit.
Father, my husband is fighting in his own way. Please forgive him.
Natsuki, fighting is a process you go through before winning. The process you go through before losing isn't called fighting. What? Nani the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this guy's on.
That's called being pathetic. Wizard cocaine.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, something is definitely fucking off, and now I understand why it's a achievement. Because we got to this fucking bizarre scene. Not that there aren't bizarre scenes preceding this, but this is very much a deviation from the Kinzo we've seen up until now.
Kraus is like depicted, or at least like implied by the size of the sprites, to be a very large man as well.
Yeah, at least as big as Rudolph. If not a little bit taller.
At the very least, he's broader than Rudolph is.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the fact Kinzo's just one fingering this.
Like, I would have difficulty lifting like a toddler with one finger, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
a toddler's gonna be like fucking 15 pounds, 15, 20 pounds or some shit. Like, there's no way that this is in any way natural.
That's true. Now, the question is he possessed? Or is it basically wizard cocaine?
I don't know. 6 dozen of one, half dozen of another? Or, 6 of one, half dozen of another? There we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Fucking tongue.
You call this my successor. Though if Kinzo has become this manic, then maybe that's why they refuse to let anybody see him.
Could be, yeah.
As Thunderboard,
Not wrong.
Kinzo laughed heartily as though nothing could be more pleasant. And when he finished laughing, he threw his son away like he was a scrap paper, slamming him against the wall. Dear, oh, that's you. Sorry.
Yeah. Are you okay?
Kraus slid down the wall, rubbing his throat as though in pain. Natsuki ran up to him and looked after him. But without showing any interest in the two of them, Kinzo returned to the space near the window as though he had been there the whole time, and looked up at the thunderclouds of misfortune.
ベアトリーチェにさえ会えれば我が人生には何の悔いもないと思っていたがどうやらそういうわけにもいかぬらしい
I thought I would have no regrets in my life if only I could meet Beatrice. But it seems it won't go so smoothly.
魔女より得たものは何も残せぬのが初めからの約束
It was promised from the beginning that nothing received from the witch would remain.
しかし後宮の名は魔女のものではない
However, the Ushiromiya name is not the property of the witch,
その名を継ぐのが誰にふさわしいか
who is fit to succeed that
ど
name.
うやらそれだけはわしが自らの手で解決せねばならぬようだ
It seems that this alone must be resolved by my own hand. Okay, finally, you're fucking caring.
喜べクラウス気が変わったぞ
Rejoice, Kraus. I have changed my mind.
お父さんでは
Father, so...
貴様らふぬけどもと食事をする気など起きぬだがその後の親族会議には出席する
I have no desire to have dinner with you cowards. However, I will attend the family conference afterwards.
お父様ありがとうございます
Father, thank you very much.
私はその席上で当主継承についての重大な発表をするであろう
There, I shall make a great announcement regarding the succession of the
お
head.
前たちのくだらない争いは私自らが解決してやる
I will resolve your foolish quarrel myself. Yeah, if he's actually this manic and they've been kind of downplaying it to everybody else, Forcefully opening the door with a clunk, Rosa flew in with Maria.
源氏さんか誰かいない？誰でもいいの。バスタオルを持ってきて。
Is Genji or anyone there? It doesn't matter who, bring us a bath towel. There was already a full-blown typhoon outside.
Swampy boy. Get out of here.
And it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she'd had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all the wind and rain the whole time. She had grown ice cold. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She had done as she was told and had continued to wait in that spot even though rain was pouring down. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. The cousins
No, fuck off.
Yeah, no, fuck off from that, but...
Like, you don't even need to be, like, a neurodivergent child to, like, sit in the rain and, like, confused as to what to do because it's raining, but your mother told you to stay here.
Yeah. The cousins, who had seen that exchange, were relieved to see that mother and child were close to each other again. Rosa scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant.
大丈夫？寒気とかしない？やっぱり一度戻って着替えさせた方がいいかしら。
You won't notice a cold that quickly. Oh my gods, I wish people would understood what the fucking incubation period is.
Yeah. Are you okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you? Maybe you really should go back for now and get a change of clothes.
全然平気。それよりお腹空いたから着替えよりご飯がいい。
I'm just fine. More importantly, I'm hungry, so food's better than changing clothes.
大丈夫そうだぜ。
Get your claws out of this chair, boy.
こんだけ元気ならきっと大丈夫だよ。
She looks okay, Aunt Rosa. She's gotta be if she's this spirited.
傘があって本当に良かったよ。ひょっとしたらずぶ濡れかもしれないと思ってたからね。
It's a really good thing she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone.
傘を持ってたのは不幸中の幸いだったよ。
The fact that she had an umbrella certainly is a silver lining.
でもよマリア、いくら傘があってもこんな大雨になったらちゃんと雨宿りしなきゃダメだぜ。
But Maria, even if you have an umbrella, you've got to get to shelter when it starts raining so hard, okay?
女の子は体を冷やしちゃ絶対にいけない。
Little girls definitely shouldn't let their bodies get cold.
Keep your claws out of this chair. Not letting you ruin this one like you ruined the
い
last
いの
one.
よジェシカちゃん。
Fucker.
ママがそこにずっといなさいと言ったのが悪いの。
It's okay, Jessica. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there.
本当にごめんね。本当に
Goddamn right, it's your fault.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
マリアいい子。ママの言う通りにしてたからいい子。
I'm a good girl? I'm a good girl for doing what Mama said?
寒くてもずっといた。ママが来るまでずっといた。
Stayed there even though it was cold. Stayed there until Mama came. You really should tell her not to listen to you when you make fucked up choices like that.
マリアは本当にいい子よ。
Yes, you really are a good girl, Maria.
ママの言いつけをちゃんと守ったわね。
You did exactly what Mama
本
said.
当に偉いわ。
Very well done.
でも次からはママの言いつけであっても、あんな大雨になったらちゃんと雨宿りをするのよ。
The next time, even if Mama tells you to do something, find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Okay?
ママと約束よ。
Promise, Mama.
ママと約束。
Promise, Mama.
Blue star.
As Rosa gently held Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Battler and the others realized that by touching her mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body.
カノン君、タオルをありがとう。
One second. Cannon, thanks for the towel.
助かったわ。
That really helped.
それでは失礼いたします。
There we Shut up, cat! Alright, then, if you would excuse me.
As Cannon bowed with a blank expression as though he'd done nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor.
さあ、もうお夕飯よ。みんなも行きましょう。偉いマリアには、後でママの分のデザートも分けてあげるわ。
Okay, it's already dinner time. Let's all go together. I'll even give Maria my dessert for being so good.
本当ママ。デザートもらえる。
Extra dessert.
Yeah. Really, Mama? Extra dessert?
ママ大好き。
I love Mama. I love Mama.
こらマリア、はしゃがないの。ママもマリアが大好きよ。
Hey, Maria, don't jump around. Mama loves you too,
マリ
Maria.
ア大好き。マリア大好き。
Alright then.
Love Maria. I love Maria.
マリアもママ大好き。ママ大好き。
Okay, just like an endless repeating cycle.
Yeah.
うーうーうーうー。
Okay,
Uh-huh.
that's actually pretty nice to do the ooh ooh. That's actually sweet.
Yeah, it's also like deeply out of character.
Yeah, but she's trying to cater to her in this circumstance.
Yeah, I'm just...
It is definitely out of character. Yeah, she.
People are acting weird this loop.
They
is what
are.
what I'm getting at. Like, not just Kinzo, but like everyone.
Yeah, she's definitely in damage control mode, that's for sure. 'Cause that's what she does, is she caters to Maria the minute she realizes, oh fuck, I've made bad choices in my life.
Yeah, I think the only person that's like really been in character so far this loop has been Nazi. She hasn't like diverged from like how she's been depicted so far yet.
Yeah, she hasn't diverged, really. I'd say everybody's been doing fairly well out of the kids. Like, out of the children of Kinzo. Kraus has acted like Kraus. He's responded...
Yeah, that's true.
You know, he's responded to Kiri. It's more that this loop's Kiri has decided on this course of action that has thrown things extremely off. So everybody out of the spouses and the children of Kinzo had to respond to that. And we haven't really seen enough of George and Bowler and all that, but they seem fine so far.
Yeah, the cousins. Yeah, we haven't seen anything about the cousins really. And we've had like 2 lines from each. It's fine.
Yeah, we're mostly
I can
skipping.
make no determinations on them.
Yeah, we've mostly skipped over them because they've repeated the same actions of going to the beach.
Which we haven't actually seen since Loop 1.
Yep.
Now that I think about it.
Because same conversation, don't need to fucking see it.
Yeah.
Rosa and Maria look really close. Even the cousins who watched started to feel a long-forgotten warmth fill up their chests.
このくらいの年頃が親と一番仲がいいのかもしれねえな。
You know, that might be the age when you're on your best terms with your parents.
Hey, Battler, you think maybe you just have awful parents?
母さんとかいっつも勉強とうるさかったな。
It wasn't like that for me. Mom was always yelling at me to study, study, study.
子供を愛していればこそだよ。親の愛は優しさや甘やかしだけじゃないんだよ。僕の母さんも厳しかったけど、僕を大事に思ってくれたからこそだって今ならわかるよ。
That's because they love their children. Parents' love isn't always gentle and indulgent. My mother was strict with me too, but now I realize it was because she treasured me so.
I mean, that's literally true, but also some of the shit that your parents do is not out of like parental love.
Yeah. Yeah, like some of it is absolutely plans for your future that they're making for you. Which they probably think is love, but isn't necessarily. Yeah, George is
a man who sometimes, unfortunately, has a take. Yes.
Exactly, Quinn. Yeah, unfortunately, George has some takes. Mostly he's an enabler for a lot of people. Like, he always wants to see the good in them to the point of being an enabler. Which is definitely interesting and probably something Ryukishi saw, as part of family dynamics. People who made excuses for family members who were not necessarily doing the best thing. Granted, that's just me, armchairing it here, but I've seen people like that.
I honestly don't know if I have. I mean, I know they exist. I just don't know if I have seen that.
Oh, one of the more interesting observations I've heard on this, although it was about Battler, is ignoring someone's flaws and only seeing their good points is another form of seeing without love. Because, and to expand on the take Quinn is sharing, I would say that the reason that is you're just ignoring their bad points and pretending like they don't exist rather than accepting them as who they are. And, maybe not capitulating to their bad habits, but trying to come up with an action plan.
Just endless, feedback loop of this.
So shall we get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands. Be friends and hold hands. Mama and me, friends. Yes, that's right. Mama and Maria are friends. We'll always be like this. I love you, Maria. Okay, thank you, Battler.
Yeah.
What's going on all of a sudden? What's up? The sun sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I got careless. Sorry for dropping.
The cup on the floor had smashed to pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height? Even someone as thick-headed as Battler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something. He couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown so displeased.
I don't understand how Battler hasn't, figured this one out yet.
Yeah, it really feels like he should, at the very least, go, okay, time is wibbly-wobbly. Are you from the fucking future?
Or, you've got the same hair color as me and my mother. I wonder if we are related.
Yeah, absolutely. Because their hair color is reasonable for someone of Japanese descent. So we can assume this isn't just, we're trying to make them stand out in an anime-type fashion.
Even then, when you do try to make someone stand out in an anime-type fashion, if you have them have this exact same hair color as someone else, usually they're fucking related, right?
Yeah. When she made the bend over and pick
Japanese, Japanese redheads do exist, and they're rare enough that, if you're not related to someone, and you've got red hair and they've got red hair in Japan, it's sort of like a, oh shit moment.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. When she made the bend...
she's wearing the fucking Ushiromiya crest.
Yeah, absolutely.
So obviously she's related to the fucking family somehow.
Yeah, though he could be thinking, oh, but what if she is actually a plant by Beatrice, and she's just wearing it in the same way Renobe is wearing it.
I mean, could be, yeah, but like, you'd think that we'd have like his internal dialogue at some point, or his internal thoughts going, like, oh, I wonder, like, if this isn't like fucking fake, then maybe.
Yeah, like he tried to insinuate it, but then she shut it down and he just kind of accepted it.
Instead of like being curious about it, which is exactly what's wrong with him.
Yeah. When she made the bend over and pick up the fragments of the cup, Renobe appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. You will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Oh, yeah.
That's a demon!
Yep, that's a demon. That's a demon right fucking there. I apologize.
You will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Shall I bring you another cup of black tea?
いらないわ。どうも悪魔の紅茶は口に合わないみたい。
I don't need it. I guess a demon's black tea just doesn't match my taste.
ほう、ロノウェの紅茶でも口に合わぬものがおったとは。そなたの肥えた舌には敬意を表するぞ。
To think there's someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by Renoe's tea. I must respect your discerning palate.
退屈してきたんで、ちょっと席を外すわ。
I'm getting bored, so I'll go out for a second. Don't you fucking dare start another goddamn flashback. Please.
Bored? Wait a sec, this is where things start to get interesting.
この時点でマリアはまた傘と手紙をベアトリーチから受け取ってるって言い出すんだぜ。
Maria's probably gonna say that she got an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice again, right?
ここからが重要だってのに。
This is the essential part.
失礼するわ。ごめんなさいね。後片付けをお願い。
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm counting on you to clean this up. Leave it to me.
Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. Yeah, she's a fucking witch, just not that kind of witch. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. Neither Battler nor Renobe, and of course not Beto either, could understand why her mood had so suddenly worsened. Something's gonna happen to that fucking lion.
Yeah.
Or she's going to remember something out of Maria's book. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she'd spilled.
Get your claws out of my chair. You fucking bitch.
Alright, go ahead.
Sorry. I don't like it. No, to be more blunt, it disgusts me. I wasn't even looking at the screen. I was yelling at the cat.
なんでエンジェはイラついてるの？
Why are you so irritated, Ange?
なんでって、決まってるでしょ？
Why, you say? Isn't it obvious?
おお、マリアにはわからないよ。
I don't understand. Even Maria, with that blank expression on her face... Oh, sorry, irritated me, but I've read people's thoughts before, but...
Yeah, doesn't matter. As I held my hands palms up in the empty air, from out of nowhere, a single book landed. It was Maria's diary. You don't need to say it was Maria's diary. It's like, what other fucking book is she gonna pop out with? After like the 6 hours of backstory to do with that fucking book? Even though I didn't turn the pages were flipped through, despite there being no wind, when the door to Maria's world opened.
どうしてエンジェはマリアが幸せじゃないと思うの？
Why do you think I'm not happy, Ange?
客観的に判断してよ。
Think about it objectively.
客観的にエンジェの主観でだね。
By objectively, you mean from your viewpoint, right?
真実は私にとってのものとマリアお姉ちゃんにとってのものとでは異なると言いたいの？
perspective is different, sure, yeah. Are you trying to say that the truth is different from me and you, Maria?
Yeah, if it has to do with the emotions that Maria herself is feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
真実は観測者によって形を変えるよ。
Truth can change its form depending on the
そ
observer.
して未来の観測者が常にその
I know I
形
did
状を
I know I
上
did
書
the
き
rant
する
last time, but I'm contractually obligated to mention that that's not how the observer effect works. But yes, let's go.
And
It's fine.
observers
We can
from the
just ignore the
future
rest of it.
always overwrite that
エン
form.
ジェはマリアの幸せをどうしたいの？
Angie, what are you trying to do to my happiness? Pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white.
Take a shot every time something an anime or anime inspired thing fucking misunderstands the observer effect or anything to do with quantum physics.
Mm-hmm. Especially Schrodinger's cat.
Another fucking flashback!
Hopefully it'll be shorter. Let's be okay with it for now.
No.
Sorry, Maria. Mama has to take care of some urgent business that's piled up, so I need to stay holed up at the company for a while.
Just fucking hit me with a brick, dude. I'm done.
I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night the day after tomorrow.
おーじゃあ日曜日の一緒に映画を見に行く約束は？
Then what about your promise to go to the movies with me on Sunday? The movies? Judging by Rosa's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise. Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question.
マリア、お留守番ちゃんとお行儀よく待ってる。
I'll stay home. I'll definitely wait patiently.
毎日お風呂に入って新しい肌着にするよ。
I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear.
お金の場所もわかってる。
And I know where the money is.
毎日違うお店に行くようにする。
I'll go to a different store every
あ
day.
んまり遅い時間に出かけないようにする。
I'll try not to go out too
おまわ
late.
りさんに聞かれたら、ママのお使いですって言うよ
If
う
the
にする。
policeman asks, I'll say I'm running errands for
ちゃ
Mama.
んとママに言われた通りに言うようにする。
I'll do what Mama says like Mama says.
そうね。ちゃんといい子にしてるのよ。
That's right. You really are being a good
そ
girl.
したらお土産を買ってきてあげるわ。
If you do that, I'll buy you a present. Okay?
夜は9時までに寝るのよ。
Go to bed by
ママ
9.
が帰ってこないなんて、
Oh,
先
fuck.
生にも大人にも言っちゃダメよ。
You mustn't.
Touch her dead again.
Yeah. You mustn't tell the teacher or any adults that Mama isn't coming home. Okay?
うん。だからママ、お仕事頑張ってね。
Yes. So, Mama, do your best at
頑
work.
張ってお仕事を終わらせて、少しでも早く帰ってきてね。
Do your best, finish your work, and come back as soon as you
マ
can.
リア、もう夜中に泣いて、近所の人に迷惑なんかかけたりしないから。
I won't cry all night and annoy the neighbors
だ
anymore.
から、早く帰ってきてね。
So come back
I feel like
quickly.
if my kid said that to me, phone would clock out and go home.
Yeah,
No
seriously.
matter what was going on at the company, I'd just be like, no, I'm good. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Yeah, seriously. Like, she's got to have employees. Like, the whole point of being a business owner is that you can delegate.
Why are you here? He's not even looking at me. He's staring at my tea canisters and boxes.
いい子にして待ってるの
He's
よ。
just sitting on my lap and just staring at my tea.
Well, then, I'm busy, so I'll hang up. Be a good girl and wait.
余計なことはしちゃダメよ。
Don't do anything you shouldn't.
じゃあね。
Goodbye. Click. The tone of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria politely set down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal Sakutaro, with whom she'd been watching TV until a second ago. Sakutaro was holding the remote control to the TV. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. It looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly.
Sakutaro, テレビ見たい?
Sakutaro, wanna watch TV?
おりゃ? マリアはもう見たくないの?
You don't wanna watch anymore, Maria?
芸人チーム全問正解したら逆転かもしれない.
If the actors team gets all the questions right, they can still make a huge comeback.
もうテレビいいや.
No, that's enough TV. Again, Mama was busy with work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime and she doesn't come home until late. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol, even though she's not good at drinking. And with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed.
Okay.
Oh boy, so she's not actually working overtime. Like, maybe some of the cases she is, but other cases she's literally just going out to have relationships with people.
Amber, leave me alone.
Don't get me wrong, I understand. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol is why I think that, Mirinda.
Fucking... First off, my cat, like, keeps shoving his tail in my nose every time I try to...
But also, welcome in.
Secondly, cat, my damn kettle is hissing, so I'm gonna mute myself for a minute.
Alright, one moment. She says that she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Recently, she started saying that something about how she's got a big job she's working on, so this sort of thing happens a lot. So I'm not saying it happens every time, but it's certainly contributing to her not. Considering it's being referred to as dates, I don't think she's drinking with customers or with suppliers.
And saying dismiss is very strong language for this.
Yeah, plus, also, it is very strong language to say dismiss. I'm not saying that it isn't a possibility. I'm just saying the stronger possibility for me is that she's... One of the things contributing to her not coming home is her going out and drinking with somebody who she wants to have some sort of relationship with. Especially because she does, in her worst moments, blame Maria for why her father left. So, yeah, definitely not saying that she couldn't be doing the Japanese thing of drinking with, you know, store owners or whatever, people she wants to run her clothing line. I just think referring to it as dates kind of implies that at least some of these are just she's lonely and she doesn't know how to balance that with having a daughter. Especially a special needs daughter like Maria. But any kid would...
She even cares to try to balance it.
Yeah, and yeah, she's basically not caring to in a lot of ways. She just expects Maria to not be a bother. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were laughed at by everyone, but even so I wanted to show them just to Mama, and once again she won't be back able to look at them for me. And I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me. I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. Or the time I went shopping and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free canned coffee.
Well, he didn't give you coffee, he gave you soda.
It could have been a different time, I suppose.
It could have been, but also, you don't give a 9-year-old coffee.
Yeah, also that, but also this is the fucking 80s in Japan. I don't know if they realized that.
It's true. True.
You know, this is an age where children could potentially still be smoking cigarettes. Not in Japan, admittedly, because Japan's always kind of had a thing about that being delinquent behavior, but in the US it certainly fucking happened. Then there was the time I wanted to encourage Mama because she worked so hard on her job, and hid a card for her under her pillow. And there's a lot of other things I wanted to talk about.
You're okay, buddy. I just knocked over the whole bottle. You're okay.
Mama's working really hard at her job. She's working with all of her strength so that we can eat every day. I hate her job. If only she'd just quit.
Thanks, stuffed animal. A job is an important thing for adults to do. Lets Maria eat, buy clothes, pays for school lunches, and pays the deposit for summer camp. All that happens because Mama works and earns money. Don't need food, don't need clothes, don't need school lunches, and don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any of the groups will let me join in. I am very sorry, Maria. I know that fucking feeling.
Yeah. But also, this is an interesting process of her, you know, processing that by talking to the stuffed animal.
Yeah. Although in my case, it didn't even really want the groups in the first place, but it did sort of, like, what do you say fuck me for? You know?
Exactly. Like, why you say fuck me?
So I'm sure the feeling is different for her.
Yeah, because she's actually a sociable person who wants to do well with others.
Especially at her age, I was just like in a corner book.
That's also fair, yeah. I was definitely that ADHD autism feel of wanting to chat, but also being, like, overstimulated at times. But yeah, this
now
is...
I'm thinking of, like, when did my fucking migraine start? Because that's when, like, I started getting overstimulated. It's like, I had migraines all the time, and I don't remember when they started now.
Fair enough. And it's also the thing of... There was a very awful study, but the results were fascinating, as they often are. I think it was a chimpanzee or something, some sort of primate. They took a baby primate and had two quote-unquote mothers. One made of wire but had food, and one that was soft and comforting. And the baby monkey would always go to the soft and comforting one. And only...
Even though it didn't have food, yeah.
Yeah, and only barely went over to the food to, you know, get the milk.
How we do? Social animals are gonna social.
Just now on the phone, Mama promised that she'd buy a present when she comes back from work, right?
ママはマリアのことが大事で寂しくさせてることを申し訳ないと思ってるから。
I think she made that promise because you're important to her, Maria.
そういう約束をしてくれたんだと思うよ。
And she'd feel bad if she made you lonely.
そうかな。
Okay.
You think so?
無理よ。めんどくさかったり嫌だったりしたらそんなことはしないもん。
Definitely
Well, now you're
isn't.
just lying to the kid.
Yeah. It definitely isn't a pain for her or annoying or
マ
anything.
マだってマリアのそばにいつだっていたいんだよ。
I don't think it was actually like wire, because I remember it being said that it was like cold and hard rather than like
Yeah. Like it wasn't. It wasn't pointy. It was just a wire mesh. I should have said. Yeah, like it could be overstated to some degree, but it does at least suggest. Yeah, still, I do get where you're coming from. It's probably overstated, and there's a reason you shouldn't do shit like this. There's a reason we have ethical standards now. It's just that there is probably something to be said for, and it was disputing the idea, the animal will just respond to food and go for the food reward rather than the warmth and comfort. But yeah, there's a reason we have ethical standards, and it's definitely not the best. So, definitely a bit overstated, but I think it was still kind of relevant to what's being said here, Like, I don't want food, I just want my mom. And I can definitely sympathize with that.
If even I know that feeling, that's a pretty universal thing.
It definitely isn't a pain for her or annoying or anything, but Mama also wants to be by your side all the time, Maria.
それができなくてママも辛くて悲しい。
It's also painful and sad for her since she can't do that.
ママが泣きながらずっとマリアの隣にいて夜を過ごしてくれた日を僕は覚えてるよ。
Remember when she spent the whole night by your side crying. Oh, sorry, I still need to allow for links. 1 second. I think I know how to change that. I think that is just in Nightbot settings? Or is it auto mod settings?
Probably Nightbot.
Let's see here.
But yeah, not just ethical standards, but methodology. Standards of methodology. Let's say it that way, because I can't see the version or something. I don't think that study was very well done, and it's not statistically significant anyway, because there was only like one chimpanzee or what have you.
Yeah, so it definitely wasn't.
Like, you'd need like hundreds, if not thousands, of them to.
Yeah, and that would be fucked up.
Yeah. Super fucked up.
Alright. Alright, for now, I will be allowing links. I've turned it off in Nightbot, so hopefully it'll go through now.
I'm to, spam YouTube links.
Yeah. Oh, nope, it is also. Yeah, it's also.
Okay, is it an Automod too?
Yeah, it must be an Automod too. Give me a moment. I apologize. Is it under channel settings? let's check under moderation. Auto mod rule set. That should be under that, right? No, aggression, bullying, disability, misogyny. No, that's all normal stuff. Yeah, that's the thing for that, but I am gonna see if I can... Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's under chat options under moderation. There we go. So, hopefully that will be fixed now.
How many monkeys did this dude fucking use?
Yeah, it's definitely a tangent to it anyways, but at least I got that going, because I don't have enough people coming in for me to worry about links.
Tangents are like our bread and butter.
True.
So it's fine.
Yeah,
it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad. And I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side.
Oh, fuck. I think I left my pee steeping way too long, because I got distracted by the fucking study.
Whoopsie.
Still smells mostly alright, so should be fine.
But
you were saying?
Yeah, this is definitely something I know of where parents expect their children to be like their adult friends. Like,
yeah, which is ridiculous.
I have, neither of us have actually played through this before. Quinn in the chat is the one who suggested I check this out, and I read up to episode 3 by myself, and then I got Kat in on this and we restarted it. So neither of us knows what happens in episode 4.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some spoilers in my brain from like looking up character ages and just like misreading stuff, or reading stuff that I shouldn't have read anyway. That we're probably not going to get to for a very long time. But aside from that, like, no, I have no idea what's going on here.
Yep, absolutely. So, yeah, we'll be exploring this together, and even with any spoilers we may have seen by accident. Yeah, definitely can be a slog at times.
Yeah, like this is the slog one. This episode is just...
Yeah, this one, they're definitely loading us with a lot of information to give us some of those answers and seeing some of those relationships as they are outside of the context of the mansion.
Yeah, I even named my fucking stream something like, no more flashbacks, please God, why? And then we just immediately like get thrown into another fucking flashback as our second scene.
Yeah.
It's like, help!
Yeah.
Also, Catcher died again. Yay!
Whoopsie.
You're okay, Cat. You're fine. You are fine, Ember. My handsome son. You are okay. Very talkative.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm sure on a reread, this is fine because people know when to expect the flashbacks. So they're not as overwhelmed with it. And also, reading it at your own pace, you can kind of flip through it very quickly. Like, for us, it's partially reading out the characters for accessibility reasons.
And also because it's funny. There's also, like, if I was reading this on my own, even if I only read for 4 to 6 hours or however long that we stream each time we stream this, twice a week, which is how often we stream it, I would have been done already.
Yeah, for
I would
sure.
have been done within the first month because I read so fucking fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Though honestly, I appreciate slowing down on some of this now because I was reading Twins' Let's Play of it, and I still got a lot of the good punchy moments out of that, but this forcing me to slow down definitely lets me see more of the characterization. And also, like, hearing all of the voice acting. Didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad and I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side.
あの時、最後にママが言ったの、僕マリアにありがとうって言った。
Alright, yeah, you have a good day too, Miranda.
See ya.
And we will have this up on YouTube later if you do want to see our reactions.
Stop it, kid.
Remember the last thing Mama said then. She said, "Thank you, Maria."
ただそばにいてくれるだけで、マリアだけが世界でただ一人の味方なんだよってママは言ってくれた。
She said that just by being by her side, you were her only ally in the world.
ウリュ、覚えてる？
Do you remember?
That sounds like she's like having some emotional parenting thing. I don't remember the term for it, but like making Maria to be like a emotional support pillar when she shouldn't be as a 9-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. She's expecting the kid to be like a friend that isn't an adult. Rather than treating her like, a fucking 9-year-old.
Parentification or something like that.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of experiences with that. Especially, I would imagine...
Yes, it's parentification.
Yeah, parentification. Okay. Yeah, so, just... I have to imagine it can happen a lot with neurodivergent kids, because in some ways, neurodivergent kids can come across as more mature and more able to take things in. But a lot of that is just we don't know how to articulate, and we just do what we think are expected. Which any kid will do to some degree, but some kids won't understand it and will get bored and leave.
マリアが世界でただ一人の味方なんだよってママ言った。
Yeah, I'm her only ally in the world, she said. Sakutaro set the remote control on the table, crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap, and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes.
きっとマリアと同じなんだよ。
I'm sure Mama feels the same way you do, Maria.
ママの描いたデザインだけがクライアントに笑われて。
The designs Mama draws are the only ones laughed at by her clients.
ママの会社だけが他の会社から面倒な仕事を押し付けられて。
Only Mama's company has troublesome jobs pushed onto it by other
ママの
companies.
社長だから自分一人で片付けなくちゃならなくて。
Mama is the president, so she has to take care of everything by herself.
ママの会社だけがいつも他の会社の仕事に混ぜてもらえない。
Only Mama's company never gets included in the business of other
マ
companies.
マの味方はマリアだけなんだよ。
Mama's only ally is Maria.
そのマリアがママにお仕事なんかやめちゃえなんて言ったら、
If you tell her to stop doing her job,
世界中のどこにいるの？
where in the world could she find an ally?
サク太郎。僕には世界中でただ一人、マリア、ママには世界中でただ一人、マリアがいる。
The only person I have in the world is Maria. The only person Maria has... Or the only person Mama has in the world is Maria.
マリアには
What about you, Maria?
ママもいるし、サク太郎もいる。
I've got Mama, and I've got you too, Sakutaro.
だからマリアは寂しくなんかない。うりゅう。
This is coping.
Yeah, I figured like, on the last stream when she said, "I'm not lonely anymore because I'm now Sakutaro." It's like, yeah, that's cope.
Yeah, that's definitely...
That's a lot of cope.
Yeah, that's definitely a coping procedure, and this absolutely is. Because whether we say Sakutaro is being powered by magic or not at this given moment, Sakutaro is built out of Maria's sensibilities.
Yep.
So Maria, you aren't lonely at all.
ママはお仕事が忙しいから、なかなかマリアと一緒にいられないけど、マリアはどうかそれを責めないで。
Since Mama's busy with her work, she can't be together with you very often, but please don't blame her for that, Maria.
その代わり、僕はいつも一緒に、そしていつまでも一緒にマリアのそばにいるから。
In exchange, I'll always be here. We'll be by your side forever. That is what we call foreshadowing.
Yeah. A little bit, yeah.
Especially because we have not seen Sakutaro outside of this. Like, we have not seen Sakutaro at the mansion. Which, makes me think Sakutaro isn't going to be long for this world.
Yeah, of course, like in a more mundane circumstance, you'd be like, oh, fucking Rosa just told her to look Sakutaro up, so she didn't fucking file by Kratos and all that. But, like, that's not the kind of story this is.
Yeah, this isn't that kind of story, and Angie is clearly thinking, oh, Rosa is an awful fucking parent, which she is, but it's being centered around Sakutaro.
Yeah.
So don't cry, okay? Can't your sadness be stopped if I'm with you?
Maria mentioned Sakutaro very early on.
No, I don't think so. The only time I remember... Maybe I'm wrong? It could be that Sakutaro is present, and I forgot?
Not present, but mentioned.
Yeah, mentioned, obviously, not seen. And
not as like a I have Sakutaro with me, but like a used to have a Sakutaro or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But there's something very vague in my brain in like episode 1 somewhere.
Maybe. If anyone happens to remember, feel free to tell us. Can't your sadness be stopped if I'm with you?
You're okay, Phoenix. You don't need to be yelling at me too.
From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally drip down. Even though weekends when Mama didn't come home weren't that rare a thing, it wasn't as though that night was particularly painful or sad compared to other nights. Yeah, the shit builds up. Yeah,
almost like it doesn't just go away the next day.
And yet Maria's tears poured down. Maria, don't cry. I'll always be with you. Even if you cry, Maria, I won't. I'm a lion cub, so I won't cry even if I'm lonely. Even though I want to cry too, I won't. Why won't you cry, Sakutaro? Even though you're so sad that you can't hold back the tears, you won't cry? But if I cry, who will make you feel better, so I won't. After all, I want to get your spirits up. If I get my spirits up, will Mama come back? When Mama comes back, if she's welcomed by a happy Maria, I'm sure she'll be happy. Mama will be happy? If you do that, then I'm sure her fatigue from work will also be healed. And I'm sure she'll start feeling better sooner, and will play with you a lot.
ママの待ってるお家へ帰ってきた時、ママが上機嫌で台所にいたら、すごく幸せな気持ちになるでしょ？
When you come home and Mama's waiting for you there and she's in the kitchen in high spirits, don't you feel really happy?
ママもきっと同じだよ。
I'm sure Mama feels the same
マ
way.
リアがご機嫌でお留守番してたら、ママも幸せになるかな。
So if I watch over the house in high spirits, Mama will be happy too?
うりゃ。
Takataro nodded deeply with his big head. The tears couldn't keep falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with her tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too.
マリアは知ってるよ。笑顔を呼ぶ魔法は自分も笑わなきゃできないってこと。
You know about it, Maria. You can't use the magic to create smiles if you aren't smiling too.
マリアは知ってるよ。だからもう泣かない。
Yeah, I know, so I won't cry anymore.
ねえマリア、僕から楽しく過ごす提案があるよ。ウリュウ、聞いてくれる？
Hey Maria, I have an idea for how to have a fun time. Wanna hear it?
何？
What?
ママが日曜日の深夜まで帰ってこないから、だからママに内緒のパジャマパーティーをして遊ぼうよ。
Mama won't come back until late night Sunday, so let's have a pajama party and keep it secret from Mama.
パジャマパーティー？
A pajama party?
今夜は眠くなるまでベッドの中でお菓子を食べたりジュースを飲んだりしながら僕と遊ぶの。
Till you get tired late tonight. Eat candy and drink soda in bed and play with
パジ
me.
ャマパーティー？うん、楽しそう。9時に寝なくていいの？
A pajama party? Yeah, sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9,
寝
right?
ないとママに怒られない？
Mama won't
Won't
get
forget
mad if I
fucking
don't
God.
sleep.
ママがいない時だけの僕とマリアの秘密。
This is a secret between me and you, only for when Mama isn't
だ
around.
から今夜はマリアが眠くなるまでずっと僕たちで楽しく過ごそう。
So tonight, until you get sleepy, let's have fun the whole
ジ
time.
ェリービーンズを食べながら次は何の色を引くか当てっこして遊ぼう。
Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what color we'll get
ピ
next.
ーナッツを割ってどっちがおじいさんか当てて遊ぼう。
Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which half is the grandpa? That must be a Japanese thing.
クローゼットの中を宝探ししよう。
Let's
Yeah,
search.
I have no idea what they could possibly mean.
Yeah, that has to be like an idiom or something that is just fucking rare as hell. Let's
I have never, I've never heard of that before.
let's search for treasure in the closet.
他にも他にも。
And more and
オ
more.
レンジジュースとメロンジュースを合わせたらどんな味になるかな？
I wonder what it'll taste like if we mix cola and melon soda. Probably awful.
Fucking awful.
Yeah.
おー
But also, it
Probably
is.
tastes like fucking sweet bog water.
Yeah. Though, it is also
You
up
don't
to.
need to fucking capitalize the phrase bog water captioner. It's not a real thing. Fuck, dude. This fucking cow, I swear. Now he's just stretched out all across my lap, like splayed out.
Actually, there is apparently a bottled water called bog water that is making fun
What
of
the
bottled
fuck?
water.
I gotta see this. On water.
Give me just a moment.
Bottled right near the source. Bog water. That's amazing. I love that.
Ember, my son. Denver. Ember. There you go. Close enough. Wait. What are you doing? Why are you like this? What's going on, huh? He is now cleaning. All right, buddy. Decided to get down, or are you just shifting position? He's just shifting position. He's now got his fucking tail wrapped around my face. What are you doing, dude? Pick a spot, you fucker. Get your fucking whiskers out of my nose. This is just like what happens off screen with me and my cats. This is just how I speak to them all the time and what they do to me all the time. Two cats and a large cat is what's going on. Lay down, buddy. That's sitting, not laying down. Come on, all the way. Good boy. Handsome young man.
I return.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Yeah, just an
Been
important
bitching at my
phone
cat
call.
the entire time.
Fair enough. But like I was gonna say, it's up to kids to make horrible soda concoctions.
That's true. Kids and drunk people.
Kids and drunk people, yes.
いっぺんやってみたかったけど、ママにやっていいって聞いたらダメって怒られた。
I wanted to try it once, but asked Mama if it was okay, and she got mad. I wouldn't get mad at the kid. Just literally do half of a soda, or hell, just mix up a small, shot of it for her.
It's like, here you go. You can tell me if you like it.
Yeah. And then you just drink it separately when you're done. You know, you don't have to do the whole can or anything. Again, it is up to kids to make dumbass decisions like this.
ブリュー、ママに内緒で実験してみよ
Let's keep it a secret from Mama and try it
う。
out.
今夜はいっぱい遊んで、いっぱい笑って、涙を元気で吹き飛ばしちゃおう。
Tonight, let's play a lot, laugh a lot, and blow away our tears with
大
happiness.
丈夫。僕と一緒だから絶対に楽しいよ。
Don't worry, it'll definitely be fun if I'm here.
僕が絶対にマリアを幸せに
I'll definitely make you happy, Maria.
サクタロと一緒なら絶対に楽しいよ。絶対に幸せになれるよ。ありがとう、サクタロ。もう泣かないね。
Yeah, it'll definitely be fun if Sakutaro's there. I'll definitely be happy. Thank you, Sakutaro. I won't cry
とび
anymore.
きり楽しく二人で過ごして、思いっきり元気になって、ママをおかえりなさいって迎えちゃおう。
Let's play all we can, get happy all we can, and say welcome back when Mama gets home.
うりゅー、今夜はいっぱい遊んで、いっぱいご機嫌になっちゃおう。
Tonight, let's play a lot and feel a lot
マ
better.
マがいない夜にしか遊べない秘密のパーティーでいっぱい遊ぼう。
Let's have the kind of secret party we can only have when Mama isn't
僕た
there.
ちが賑やかにしてたら、きっと鏡の国や不思議の国からたくさんの友達が遊びに来るよ。
If we're noisy enough, I'm sure plenty of friends will come to play from the land of the Looking Glass in Wonderland. Somebody will show up. That's for certain. Mostly to tell you to shush. You still with us, Cat?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just taking a picture of my son.
Okay, fair enough.
そしたらもう僕たちはお友達でいっぱいで退屈なんか
I
できな
yet
くなっ
live.
ちゃう
Don't worry.
Yep, just being
I've
sure.
not fallen and cracked my skull. I'm good.
Yeah, just being sure Discord didn't cut out or anything. And
No,
we'll,
it's good.
and we'll have so many friends that we won't be able to get bored.
Oh fuck! I forgot to turn off flux for the stream. Give me a second.
Whoopsie.
Because I don't want flux to like paint the entire stream orange in like an hour or two because it'll start.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're good. It's off now.
By the way, a useful, since we're talking about extensions for Windows, WinCompose is very nice. It is the reason I can have with the conlang, why I can have very quickly just a macron above like an A like that.
Did you put it in chat or something?
Yeah, I put it in my chat.
Oh yeah. Because I'm trying to download the picture of my cat from Discord and then flip it to the side because I didn't do that on my phone before I uploaded it. So
Whoopsie.
whoops. A second. It's fine. Don't worry. We're just doing a thing. Open a new window. Let's go counterclockwise.
She played by sticking her hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking, trying to guess which color she'd pull out next. Sakataro had good intuition and got it right a lot. Maria also had a brilliant streak where she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts open and tried to guess which was the grandpa was easier than guessing the color of the jelly bean, so she got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite, but that was the yummiest part. She liked both cola and melon soda on their own. She hoped that by mixing her 2 favorite drinks, there might be a flash of light like alchemy, and a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got excited about how it turned out really delicious. She'd call it Sakataro soda and sell it. But unexpectedly, it had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for, and the color was somehow dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this.
Yeah, probably not, kid.
Too bad. I imagined that it'd become a sparkling pineapple color.
Here you go, everyone. Pictures of my cat. Or a picture of my cat, anyway. One of my cats.
He's a good kitty.
He's a very handsome boy. He's got a small bald spot on his shoulder right now from getting into a fight with his brother, which you can't actually see it in the image, which is good, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a small bald spot, so it's not really. Anyway, he got into a fight with his brother and like it scabbed over, and he lost a little bit of hair there, but it's starting to grow back.
But it was an awesome, incredible, fun night. If it's this fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check. There was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt just a little disappointing that Mama couldn't join in on this fun late-night party. Sometime soon, I'll do this when Mama is around and let her join in. Mama likes some things I don't think are yummy, so maybe she'll really like Sakataro soda. Maybe don't, considering she got mad.
Don't.
When Mama comes home,
I'll serve her some.
that tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I want to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, so that these feelings of happiness will reach Mama too. Her work is always so tough and she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. Mama will almost certainly come home tired late Sunday night. I hope I can brighten her day even just a little by sharing this happiness. I gently place that letter on Mama's desk.
Maybe don't do that.
To Mama, good job with your work again today. Let me share my happiness with you. From Maria. Then I decided to give a present to Sakataro for proposing this wonderful party. It was a small red muffler I found when searching for treasure in the closet. When I was still very young, Mama knitted this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on it with knitting wool. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakataro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well. Does it look good on me? Sakataro?
Is that a fucking Union Jack medal?
Looks like it. Yeah, no, that's a Union Jack. Sakataro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. Yeah, it really looks good on him. Sakataro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight. I can't even remember why I was crying. Let's be together from now on. And let's always play and laugh together. Love you, Maria. Me too. Love you too, Sakataro. After playing so wildly, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for days, so let's sleep together. Tomorrow we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Alright, Sakataro? Or you?
I know exactly where this is going. It'd be difficult to fucking not see where it's going, but also, come on.
Yeah.
No,
See.
not see, not...
Yeah. Problems with captioners. See? No, we are happy, right?
これがマリアお姉ちゃんの幸せなの?
Is this your happiness, Maria?
Yeah, I'm happy.
ローザおばさんはあんなにも楽しみにして絶対だよと約束した映画の約束を完全に忘れてた。
Even though you were looking forward to that movie so much and Aunt Rosa promised that she'd definitely take you, she completely forgot.
She just happened to forget because she was so busy with work. Even if she remembered with her work, there'd be nothing she could do. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would have spent the night at work. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she remembered or not is a minor issue.
That's cope again. That's more cope.
There's no way that's
like...
Yeah, that's
it is important when people like whether or not like people remember their promises, right? What's less important is the circumstances surrounding why they can't, right? Like if they can, they can't. It's fine. But what's more important is that they care enough to actually fucking remember or try to remember.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, let me tell you, like as someone, this is just like general you, not you specifically now. But like for all chat and anyone that may be listening in the future, whether or not someone remembers something does not indicate whether or not they cared. It's whether they tried to remember, right? Because like some people just have shit memories and there's nothing you can do. Excuse me, there's nothing you can do about it.
Hello, it's me.
For a lot of different reasons. Yeah, like I don't think anyone like if someone had a fucking TBI and they forgot a promise they made with you, would you really get that mad at them, sort of thing, right? Like it's the same shit. Not literally the same thing, but it's the same reason. Like sometimes shit just doesn't stick.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes things don't stick, even if you're not neurodivergent. Like people just forget shit. It's just whether they cared to try and remember or not. You know?
Yeah, and like the way that we can tell that Rosa didn't even try there is because she didn't even apologize.
Yeah. It's just that, yeah, just Maria apologized for ever bringing it up, which she shouldn't have to do.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Especially as a 9-year-old, but also, like, even if she's, got memory issues or is neurodivergent, put it in your fucking planner or something. Put it on a calendar.
You make a promise with your fucking kid. You put it on a calendar or something.
Like put a calendar on the fridge and put stuff on it with Maria. Just, say, hey, you can't put stuff on it without us both agreeing that it goes on the calendar. And Maria would listen to that. Especially if you gave her...
most of the time, even like with other kids, if they didn't listen to that, you'd be able to tell that they're the ones that put it there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, like, get a whiteboard calendar or something. Or just any calendar that you can put on the fridge. When Aunt Rosa answered Movie on the phone, it was obvious that she'd completely forgotten her promise. When she heard that, Maria's mood definitely darkened.
確かに、マリアお姉ちゃんのローザおばさんが約束を覚えていたとしても、結局映画には行けなかった。でも、それでも。
Well, I mean, the problem with that, Angie, is that like Rosa works at her own company. She literally makes her own hours. She can just choose not to. She can just like choose not to go overtime that specific day and like do overtime on another day instead, if that was really the case, if that's really necessary. So like, I don't know. Whatever. Well, like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, you wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, sorry, a little cigarette. To think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of her few days off with you, it's sad. And like, before people start coming at me with like, you just don't know what it's like to have to do this kind of thing. Like, no, I don't. But that doesn't matter. Because family matters, like you're the people that you care about matters.
Yeah,
not money. Stop it.
Like, beyond that, it's also mentioned that this is not an uncommon issue.
Yeah, this is not a one-time deal. Like, this is constant.
Like if it was a one-time deal and Rosa was otherwise a stellar mother, absolutely I'd give her a pass. I'd be like...
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just like it's a one-time thing.
But you can only have one time. You can't continue to have these one-time circumstances. And this is repeat behavior.
If it was just like once a year, it'd be fine, right? Like once a year, you have to reschedule. Ooh.
Yeah, like absolutely. But, that sort of thing.
When you're leaving your kid alone for multiple days at a time.
Yeah.
Because you're doing work? No, you stop working, you go home.
Yeah, and like... ACAB, but telling her not to tell the police or anybody her circumstances, fucking sketchy as shit. You know you're doing sketchy shit. Why are you doing it?
Well, I can see why she might say not to tell like other adults, not police specifically, because like presumably you'd trust the police in this setting, right?
Yeah, like. In this setting, and especially your local policeman, like, part of the thing is your local policeman is actually local in Japan.
Yeah, like, we're just assuming that, like, the cops are just normal, everyday people in this setting because we haven't gotten any indication that they are just like in real life. So, we're just... It's one of those things where you just gotta like let it slide for the sake of the setting, right?
And also,
like, in real life, cops not great. In setting and like in fiction, whatever.
Yeah, and also, just like there are definitely issues with the cops in Japan, but also, a cop would be the person who would indicate to child services, "Hey, this kid's been alone for multiple days on end."
Yeah. Like I can see like not telling other adults, right? Because you don't want like anyone to follow your kid home or anything like that.
Yeah, especially when you are from a rich family and people know who the Ushiromiyas are. Honestly, it's a wonder Maria hasn't been kidnapped and ransomed off.
Absolutely. Like, there's not the only reason it hasn't happened is because it's not that kind of story, right?
Yeah, it's not that kind of story, and Maria isn't like Kinzo's golden child.
Yeah, like a fucking the Yakuza and under like organized crime families in this so far have just not been interested in that.
Yeah, but by and large, it seemed like they only kind of kicked up into gear after everybody else died, and that money's really up for grabs.
Yeah, like there's opportunity. It's like it's really not. How much money are you really going to get out of the Ushiromiyas for ransoming like one person, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's like actually for like a small crew, it's a lot of money, but for an actual organized crime family, it's just sort of like, eh.
Yeah, they're
like
not.
If you can get them to give up all their assets, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely,
but they're not going to do that.
Yeah, they're not going to do that, and there would be a lot of difficulty in moving those assets without the authorities, or more likely a PMC hired by the Ushiromiyas following your ass.
Yeah, I was gonna say like fucking. It's like most likely what's gonna happen if you try to piss off someone like the Ushiromiyas, like a family like them, is like someone's gonna like melt out of your shadow someday and just stick a knife in your neck.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of why they're not doing it as well. But it's also a fucking wonder that some bozo hasn't at least tried.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like a small time group, like that's why you don't tell people that there's no one.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. You don't tell other adults for sure, but it is kind of fucked up that she's not supposed to tell her teachers or anybody that presumably they're meant to be a safe place, especially your teachers.
Yeah, well, I mean,
obviously,
you and I probably both know that that's not actually how that works.
Yeah, it's not 100%.
It should be.
But it should be, and a teacher, again, is one of the people who could go to the authorities. Contact the school, or talk to the principal or whatever, and see what the school's stance is on these kinds of reportings. And depending on the laws in Japan, it might be a legal obligation for a teacher to report if they hear something like that.
Could be, yeah. I don't know, like, Japanese law well enough.
Yeah, but it's definitely, I know it can be, there is a duty to report in other places, so it's possible.
Yeah, I know like 5 legal things about Japan, if that. And I could not say them on the spot if you asked, so... Definitely not, qualified to speak on, like, 1986 Japan, legally speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like, I can't say for certain that it's perhaps, absolutely a legal obligation at that period in that situation, but it's possible. And at the very least, a teacher or a policeman would be the kind of person to do a report rather than follow the kid home. So her specifically marking out teachers and police shows she knows she's doing the wrong thing, but she's doing it anyway and has been doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she kind of paused when Maria repeated those rules back to her, because she knew those were fucked up. Yeah, it was sad, because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't have been able to go to the movies. But after that, I had a very, very fun night with Sakutaro. Must have thought that pajama party looked really fun too, Angie.
楽しいわけなんかない。だってこの夜のマリアお姉ちゃんのはしゃぎぶりは、お母さんが帰ってこなくて寂しくて、それを忘れるためにわざと空騒ぎをしただけじゃない。
There's no way that would be fun. I mean, after all that messing around you did that night was just intentionally making a big fuss about nothing, so you could forget that you were lonely and your mother wasn't coming home. That's not a big fuss about nothing, though. Like that's a big fuss about a thing.
That's not true. I really did have a fun party with Sakataro.
いいえ、違う。お姉ちゃんは悲しくて悲しくて、約束を忘れてたお母さんが憎くて憎くて、部屋で暴れただけじゃない。
I don't think you should be trying to intentionally push, like, a motive onto this. I know you think of her as a big sister, but she's also a little girl.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, I get that's what you think happened, but also you weren't actually there inside Maria's head. No, that's wrong. You were just so sad and you hated your mother for so much for forgetting her promise that you made a mess of your room.
そんなこと、マリアの日記のどこに書いてあったの？
There was something like that ever written in my diary.
書いてはいない。でも、この一行飛ばしで書いてある行間から、お姉ちゃんの気持ちがわかるの。お姉ちゃんは、この夜を楽しくなんか過ごさなかった。
The phrase is between the lines. In English, that's fine. Who cares? It isn't written anywhere, but by reading in the gaps between every line, I can understand your feelings. You didn't have a good time at all that evening.
それで、言いつけを破って夜更かしをし、おやつの時間以外には食べてはいけないと厳しく言われていたルールを破ってお菓子を食べ、それでも悲しみが埋められなくて、部屋の中で暴れて、散らかしただけじゃない。
Angie, stop! You stayed up late when you were told not to, broke the strict rule about eating sweets outside of snack time, and even that didn't bury your sadness, you went wild in your room and made a mess of it, right?
そして部屋中を散らかして疲れ切って、そのままベッドのシーツをかきむしりながら泣き疲れて眠っただけ。
And after you made a mess of your room and you were all tired out, all you did was claw at the bed sheets and cry yourself to sleep, right?
日記には確かにママが映画の約束を忘れてたらしいこと、そして私が夜更かしをしてサクタロとパジャマパーティーをして宝探しで部屋を散らかしてしまったと書かれてるね。
Heartwarming. This orphan bullies someone even more helpless than them.
Yeah. Also, welcome in, Bedwards.
Yes,
I don't know
hello.
how long you've been here, but welcome in.
Welcome.
And I am glad that multi-captioner seems to be, or multi-chat seems to be working.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? There we go. Excellent. For fucking once.
Yeah, for fucking once. It just decides when it wants to work. The diary does say that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakataro and made a mess in my room searching for treasure.
それはつまり、そういうことじゃない。マリアお姉ちゃんはローザおばさんの愛に飢えていた。そしてローザおばさんは自分の仕事や世間体ばかりを優先していつもお姉ちゃんを後回しにしていた。
That is actually true.
Yeah, like it is absolutely true. That's what's happening. It's just you're prescribing emotions onto Maria and intention, or at least intention. Because you can say, "Oh yeah, you were fucking lonely. That's why you had the party in the first place." But it's not about hating her mother.
Yes, and this is what it means. You were starving for Aunt Rosa's love, Maria, and Aunt Rosa always put her work and public image first, always keeping you on the back burner.
だから虫唾が走るのよ。ローザおばさんのお姉ちゃんのことを愛しているという言葉がどれほど上辺だけのものか知っているから。
That's what disgusts me, because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you were.
お姉ちゃんだって知ってるはず。
You should realize this yourself.
なのに、なんで自分は幸せだなんて言えるの？マリアお姉ちゃんのそのあたりが私にはわからない。
So how can you say you're happy despite that? I don't understand that part of you, the Maria.
この年になってもさっぱり理解できない。
Even at my age, I can't understand it at all.
どうして
You're not that old, girl.
どうして不幸な現実を知りながら自分は幸せだなんて言えるの？
Why aren't you sad? Why is it you can experience a reality filled with misfortune and call yourself happy?
私にはできない。わからない。
I can't do it. I can't understand it.
エンジは悲しい子だね。
You're a sad kid, Angie.
No
わ
shit.
かんない。どうして私が哀れまれなければならないの？
I don't get it. Why are you pitying me?
私の日記にはこんなにも楽しくパジャマパーティーの事実が記されているのに、同じ事実も異なる人間が観測すると異なる姿になってしまうんだね。
Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written about in my diary, if the same fact is observed by different people, it has a different form. Remember talking about something like this with Berncastel. Truth is unfixed and changes its form every time it's witnessed. By the way it's perceived, in other words, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth becomes different truths. And truths of the past are painted over by truths of the future.
マリアはこの日記でこの夜の出来事をとても楽しかったと記した。
In this diary, I wrote that what happened that night was very, very fun.
マリアお姉ちゃんはこの夜の出来事をとても幸せだったと記述した。
You described the events of that night as something very happy.
なのに日記を読んだエンジェはこの夜の出来事をとても悲しかったと読んだ。
And yet, when you read the diary, the events of that night sound very, very sad.
マリアお姉ちゃんは幸せだと記述したのに、私はそうではないと読み解いた。
Even though you describe it as a happy scene, I read between the lines and realize that, or I read between the lines and realized that wasn't true.
やめて。
Stop it.
これは幸せな夜を記したものなの。これがこの夜の真実。お願いだからその幸せな真実を新しい。
That shit's cope. You are coping right now, Maria.
This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. Please don't take this happy truth and paint over it with a new, different truth.
Literally in denial. That's what this is.
幸せなの？
Are you happy with this, Maria?
うん、幸せ。だから同じ境遇の時、幸せに感じられないエンジェがかわいそう。
Yes, I'm happy. That's why I feel sad for you, since you wouldn't be able to feel happiness in a similar situation. Right now, I'm like she was then, just as isolated with no friends. Angie had accepted her isolated reality for what it was, but Maria painted over her isolated reality with a reality of happiness. Ushiromiya Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only, and yet very large, difference between me and Maria. And even though I'm unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power.
そうなの。それは力なの。その力があるマリアは幸せになれて、その力がないエンジェは幸せになれない。
Yes, that's right. This is power. I was able to find happiness with that power. If you don't have that power, you can't find happiness, Angie. No, just sometimes situations be fucked up, girl.
Yeah, there's that. But also, Maria, you are literally in denial right now about this.
Yeah, also that. Like, you are not accepting the reality of the situation. Like, she's obviously pushing more onto you than what's the reality. Like, I don't think Maria ever acted in a way because she hated her mother beyond tantrums.
Yeah, of course. And even then, it was just because she was upset in the moment, right?
Yeah, so I think it's pushing a bit on Maria to say that much, but yeah, she had that party because she was lonely, because she was upset. And she wanted to make herself feel better, and so she broke some rules.
Which is, like, you know, pretty fucking normal.
Yeah, I mean...
There's not anything special here.
Yeah, like, it's normal. It's also fucked up that, you know, Rosa does this on a regular basis. So I understand Angie being like, fuck this shit, fuck her.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What I was saying was normal. It was just like Maria breaking some.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it is absolutely normal. And that part...
Like, what do people fucking do, like, when we're on diets, but we have a really bad day? We go eat some fucking ice cream. Doesn't matter. Fuck it. Fuck the rule that we set for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel bad today.
Yeah.
Eat shit.
Yeah, absolutely. People will do things that way. But, yeah, it's just...
She gotta say some fucking shit about magic.
Probably love.
What is that power?
マリアもその力を何と呼ぶかわからんこの時点ではね。
I didn't know what to call that power either. Not at this point in time, at
や
least.
がてその正体を教えてもらう。
Eventually, I was taught its true form.
後に話すよ。
I'll talk about it later.
後のページで。
On the next
そ
page.
して日曜日の深夜。
So then, late Sunday night,
ママは約束通りお土産を持って。
Mama came back with a present just like she'd promised.
Tadaima.
Alright. I'm having some worries about what will occur. Let's see. I'm back. Mama, welcome home. Mama came back. Mama came back. Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home all tired out, with Maria in an unbelievably good mood holding Sakutaro. Most likely, Rosa's worn-out expression was partly because she really was tired, but partly because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria, found that her fears were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise.
どうしたのマリア、とてもご機嫌ね。誰か来ているの？
What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood? Is someone here? It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over, and that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. There were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she had been home alone. First, Rosa was suspicious that the cause of this unexpectedly good mood could be nothing good. That really was a needless fear. And in any event, Maria really had been in a good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been as cold and hard as a rock, her being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the weariness of someone who'd been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she'd had playing with her stuffed animal Sakutaro. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated. She couldn't hide her pleased surprise.
そう、サク太郎と一緒に仲良くお留守番していたのね。偉いわマリア。そんな偉いマリアとサク太郎にお土産があるわよ。
I see, so you spent the time together with Sakutaro. Well done, Maria. Here's a present for Maria and Sakutaro for being so good. A present!
Dude, I'm still not completely used to the chair leaning back, so sometimes they'll just like start to lean back when I just shift a little bit.
And you're like,
and
oh,
I
fuck.
feel like I'm falling. Like a lot of the time I'm leaning back on purpose, like reclining all the way and everything. And it's pretty comfortable, but just every now and then.
Yeah, still getting used to it.
Ah! I was about to fucking die just now.
What is it? What is it? Both Maria and Sakutaro started jumping around. There were two presents. One contained an assortment of Western sweets. Inside was a Scotch cake. Looked to be of very high quality. Maria was more interested in the other one. The other one was an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy.
開けてごらん。マリアとサク太郎の新しいお友達になれるかもね。
Go ahead and open it. They might become new friends for you and Sakataro, okay? Ah, what's this?
Better
What's
not have
this?
gotten fucking puppies or something.
Inside, laid there like cheese pieces, were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals.
Cheese pieces? It's chess.
Chess pieces. Blah, blah. Excuse me.
I read that and then you said cheese pieces and I was like, hold on, what?
Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats. And they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. A forest scene was drawn on it. Small forest animals were gathered in a plaza and looked like they were having a good time.
This is some shit from... The present that she got. It's just like some shit from...
Yeah. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she then lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, it became a band of forest animals.
素敵でしょ。お店のショーウィンドウで見て一目惚れしちゃったの。これをいい子でお留守番してたマリアにプレゼントするわ。
Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in a store window, and I was taken with it at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria. Thank you, Mama. Awesome, Sakataro. Look how much our friends have grown. It's just like you said, Sakataro. It was true that if we had a fun, noisy time, we'd get more friends. Right, didn't I tell you? Look, we have more friends. Look, we have more friends. Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa remembered that she'd been filled with several days of weariness. Mama,
that is not how that works, so not for me at least. Like, if I'm tired and I take a hot shower, I'm even more tired.
Fair, yeah. Mama, you really worked hard.
Put me to fucking sleep.
Go take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your weariness will go away. Want to take a bath? I'll choose what to put in the bath today.
ありがとう。でも、もう遅いから、マリアは寝る支度をなさい。
To be fair, you don't have magic onsen water.
True, I don't.
ママも疲れたから、シャワーだけ浴びてすぐ寝るわ。
Thank you, but it's already late, so get ready to go to bed. Mama's tired, so I'll take a shower and go to
明
sleep.
日も早いし。
I have to get up early tomorrow. Yeah, got it. Here, Mama, I'll take your coat off.
Aren't you a little short for that, Maria?
大丈夫だってば。ありがとう。
And do it myself. Oh, thank you.
ママのコート、お外の匂いがいっぱいする。あ、ごめん。何か落とした。
Mama, your coat is full of smells from outside. Huh? Oh, sorry, something fell out. I'll pick it up, okay? When she took Rosa's coat, a receipt or ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for the green car or the Shinkansen or something. Atami? Wasn't that place famous for its hot springs? At that moment,
yep.
With a razor-sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shattered. Instead of the Rosa who had been there just a second ago enjoying the gift with her daughter and recovering from her weariness with the long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same, but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant. Just a few seconds too late, by the pain of her hand that had been hit. In her mother's expression, Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. She didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It's probably because of that ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately.
Like, magic onsen water is something that I would like to experience. I know it's not real, but I want it.
Yeah.
Give me the magic hot springs.
Sorry. Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rosa's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she had been hoping for. Maria didn't know what to do and stared at her mother's reaction. Then, even though it shouldn't have been such an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong. I must have done something I shouldn't have. That paper must have been something important for Mama's work. And I touched it without asking. You didn't do anything wrong, Maria. That's why tonight was so very happy. Yeah, happy. And when Mama takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it. Right, Mama's tired too. Mustn't worry about it. After all, we were so happy tonight.
Just stop it. Watch this.
Ange,
I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way. Let's see what this twisted logic is, because this is actually twisted logic.
Yeah. You're the one who's wrong, Maria. How can you call this happiness? It's so pitiful. I can't watch it anymore.
What is, that Mama suddenly got mad?
But...
That happens sometimes when humans get tired. Yeah, but we know why she got mad. Because she went to a fucking hot springs, not work. Or at least she worked and then went to the hot springs. And extended her stay. Condemning a...
People get fucking irritable and all that stuff when they're tired. Yes, sure. But that doesn't mean it's excusable for them to take it out on other people like that.
Yeah. Condemning a person because of a momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you, Angie.
Can't believe I'm hearing this one night. That's not the problem. That ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange.
What was? There was nothing strange about it and has nothing to do with happiness of that night. With the happiness of that night, right?
Aunt Rosa called because she'd be staying over at her company because of work, right? Why Atami? Isn't that what you call a vacation? Yeah, vacation. Not vacation. It means she left you and went on a vacation, right? Yeah, a totally normal way for a 9-year-old to talk. And you normally don't go on a vacation by yourself. You can totally go on vacation by yourself, Angie.
Yeah, but
that's something people do all the time.
Absolutely.
Like, I know what you're trying to get at here, but like, also...
yeah, that is a stretch.
That's pretty normal.
Yeah, even that, if that was a ticket for Atami, that alone doesn't make it proof that Mama lied and went on vacation, right?
She lied on the phone and then she changed her expression so drastically and grabbed it from you. Yeah, if you don't want like your kid to think it's a big deal, don't treat it as a big deal like that.
Yeah, like you could have taken it out of her hand. Just very, very, like, thank you for picking that up.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, thank you. I'll take that. Dumb. Yeah, and then just like throw it away or whatever the fuck you. Actually, back to this time period, you probably need it for your to balance your checkbook, right?
Yeah, but still, something.
What more proof could you want? Like her reaction to it is far more important than the actual contents of it, because like you could even say that like maybe she had a meeting in Atami with someone, right?
Yeah, which I imagine that's what Maria's about to get into.
Yeah, but like then her reaction to it though just says, no, that's not what happened.
Yeah,
that's not what happened at all.
Yeah, no, you're coping hard now, lady.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. Like, this is just straight up denial.
Yeah, no, you... Oh, I get it. Maria believes happiness is denial.
Yep.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It might have been from a business trip long ago, right? Or maybe she had just happened to pick up some trash and put it in her pocket. I don't think so, girly.
Not with that reaction.
Excuse
me. The magical view of the world versus the trick view of life.
Yeah.
I don't think that's applicable here.
It might have been a receipt from someone who worked for her, who went on a business trip. In that case, it would be important for her work. Wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away. I don't, because you weren't playing with that piece of paper.
Yeah.
This evidence you're talking about is only circumstantial. Yeah, we've already talked about circumstantial.
Evidence is evidence. God damn it.
Imagination and delusions. Oh, that's rich coming from you, Maria, right now. Like,
yeah.
I don't want to be mean to you because you're 9, but you're also fictional, so I can say you're fucking coping.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to be mean to you because you're not like you're a 9-year-old little bean. You're a little cinnamon roll that needs to be protected. However, this is, you are deluding yourself pretty fucking hard right now.
I don't know why you're interpreting it in a way that makes our relationship worse. Because deluding yourself doesn't really work.
It does not help you. Not even a little. Like, it's a short-term survival, like, fucking...
Yeah, interesting parallel, a slip of paper causing someone to be deemed guilty, like the receipt in Kenzo's room in episode 1.
True, yeah.
Granted, we get her reaction to that receipt a lot better in this.
どうしてお姉ちゃんがそこまでローザおばさんの都合がいいように解釈できるかの方がわからない。
I'm the one who doesn't understand why you're interpreting it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa.
やっぱりエンジェはかわいそうな子。君を幸せにしてくれるかけらは。
As I thought, you're a pitiable child, Angie. Even though there are so many fragments lying about you that could make you happy, you can't find them.
それをなのに不幸せなかけらばかり見つけてしまって傷つき続けている。
Instead, you.
Alright, now that's just victim blaming.
Yeah, no, this is victim blaming hardcore. But also, Maria's 9 and impressionable and thinks illusion is happiness.
Yep.
Instead, you only look at unhappy fragments and continue to get hurt. That's why you're scared of being hurt. And only start looking for happiness after you check to make sure there's nothing around you that could hurt you.
お姉ちゃんと話をしてるとおかしいのがどっちかわからなくなってくるわ。
When I talk with you, Maria, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense.
あのね、
Deluding herself so
幸せ
hard
の
she
か
deludes
けらも
everyone else too.
不幸せのかけらもどちらも
No,
いっぱ
not
いあって
delete,
世界を満たし
delude.
てるの。
Oh my god, that makes me look so fucking bad, Captain. For
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
You know what? There are lots of happy and unhappy fragments, and they fill the world
だ
up.
から身近の幸せが見つけられない人はどこまで探しに行っても見つけられない。
So people who can't find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it no matter how hard they look.
チルチルとミチルが青い鳥を探したみたいに。
Who?
Like Tiltil and Mitil looking for the blue bird. Hey, animated series.
Okay, it's a like a 44-year-old series. No wonder I hadn't heard of it.
Yeah. Something actually relevant to the time period.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
What kind of name is Tiltil though? Shit.
I mean, it's a very storybook name.
Yeah, that's fair.
そうね。そういう教訓の話だった。
Oh yeah, that story with a moral. Most
エン
fucking
ジェはその
morals,
正反対
stories.
不幸せなかけらが全くない世
Or
界を
more,
探
most
してる。
stories have morals. Sorry.
でもそれ
Other
だ
way
っ
around.
て青い鳥と同じなんだよ。
You're the complete opposite, Angie. You're searching for a world without a fragment of unhappiness. But that's the same as the blue
だ
bird.
から永遠にエンジェは自分の幸せを見つけられない。
So you'll be unable to find your happiness for all eternity.
バトラはヘンゼルなの？
Is Battler Hansel?
青い鳥なんじゃないの？
Or is he the blue bird?
もういい加減にして。いずれにせよ、幸せな夜がコートから落ちた一枚の紙切れで台無しになったことはよくわかったわ。
Like they're not blue because of pigment. They're blue because of like the structural shape of their feathers. But they're still fucking blue. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue as a pigment doesn't. It exists, but it's very rare in nature. Most of the time,
Gotcha.
when you see something blue, it's because like the shape of the structure of the thing causes light to reflect it just that right way.
Ah,
Like,
gotcha.
Basically, like the feathers are like prisms rather than actually being dyed blue. So, this is also why indigo is not actually like blue.
Hmm.
It's like almost like purple, I would say, personally. Anyway, give it a rest already. In any event, I understand that a night of happiness was wasted because of a single scrap of paper.
怖いね。一枚の紙切れで。なら、幸せを取り戻す力も一枚の紙切れに宿れるかもしれないよね。
Ah, yeah. As most ancient languages develop, the order that colors were introduced to the language usually line up neatly with how difficult the colors are to make dyes of.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
This is also why instead of calling like the sea blue or the ocean blue, like Herodotus always says like wine dark and shit like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that are used.
Wine is not blue. I don't know if you guys know that, but wine is not blue.
Yeah, no. Japan for a while used, and I think they mentioned this in Loop too, but they used green to mean blue for the longest time.
Yeah. Which is actually, I can personally attest to this idea that, like, the more words you have to describe a color, or the colors in general, the more easily you can differentiate between those colors.
Mm-hmm.
Because as an artist, I have personally experienced this over the last 10 years of my life.
Yeah, like you've developed
Like,
a
as I
sense
learn
for
more-
better color.
Yeah. As I learned more about colors and the theory of colors and all that stuff, I started being able to differentiate them more easily. And at this point, like, it's...
Yeah. Okay, yeah, they still do it to some extent. Yeah. It sure is scary that a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get your happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, right?
I think I've noticed that, Quinn, when listening to or when watching stuff that is in Japanese, like and in JRPGs and everything, when they say green, sometimes it is just green.
It's when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long. Rose's face
I figured
twisted.
it was just like a weird bone word situation where like they just thought it was kind of cool, which like we do that in English sometimes too, so like I can't judge.
Yeah, but makes sense that they
it's
would.
It's interesting to hear that like it's for an actual reason and not just because someone thought it sounded cool.
Yeah. Rose's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sorry had sliced into her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. It was probably something that had come with a girl's magazine. "To Mama, let me share my happiness with you," it said. She took it and after hesitating opened it and read what was inside. Then after letting 2 large tears drip down the paper, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back, and cried. Then realizing that she was the one who should be apologizing.
Smash my fucking shit on my desk.
She apologized. Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer to that question.
ほら、もう仲直り。あんなの、ママとマリアの仲良しの前には全然気にすることないんだよ。
Yeah, momentarily, but that doesn't mean anything. In the grand
it's just gonna happen again. Like, it's gonna happen again in like next week. It's not even like next year, but next week.
Yeah, she already said, I have to get up early. So she's not even getting any... Like, you're not getting any personal time with her out of this. She's just gonna come home, sleep, and then leave early in the morning.
And she's just gonna get unreasonably upset at something that you do in a week again, and boom, there you go. It's a repeat constantly.
Yeah, you're going to get... Oh, just fucking stay there as you sit in the rain. And she's only gonna realize it well after something horrible could have happened.
Like hours later.
But anyway, reading the actual line. Look, we already made up. Something like that was absolutely nothing to worry about because of the friendship Mama and I share.
私にはマリアお姉ちゃんの幸せは辛すぎる。
To me, your happiness is too painful, Maria.
エンジェの気持ちも一応は理解するよ。マリアだってこの力に気づくまでは。
Before you realized you could lie to yourself.
Yeah, self-delusion. Fuck. That makes a lot of sense, though.
Ooh, baby. Yeah, it does.
Like, to an extent, magic in this setting has to be self-delusion. To at least get started. Because to break the bounds of that reality, you have to be alone and really convince yourself you're about to do something.
Maybe in a chicken or the egg situation, like what came first.
I mean, also fair, but I also don't know when the boundary between these two worlds ever began.
Yeah, I just mean that, like, so far, all of the witches that we've seen have had a teacher that as far as we know.
That is
like,
also
Virgilia,
true.
we don't know, but like...
Yeah, but we can presume that... we can presume Virgilia had a teacher, or is at least implied to have a teacher.
Yeah, like, as far as we know, Bern Castell also encountered magic because of Lambda Delta during her story.
Yeah,
There was always something to show them. And it becomes a lot easier once you see it. You don't have to delude yourself. You're just like, oh, that's possible, fucking apparently.
Yeah, like, there's a certain measure of that, but I imagine to get it completely done, you kind of have to fucking delude yourself. Or you have to even delude yourself to see a witch to some extent. Granted, these delusions are a lot easier in a time before cameras. Though, I guess, whether you call it a delusion or you call it the world of magic kind of depends on perspective. But yeah, Bert Castell had her experience with Lambda Delta and also having a family that is a like a Shinto priest. Or whatever it was. I can't remember off the top of my head what the actual word was, but
she shrine caretakers.
Yeah, but either way, they had some magic going on, and she became a caretaker really young because her dad died, and nobody else was there to take the role. I understand how you feel more or less before I realized I had that power. Even I was a pitiful child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune, just like you are now. What is that power? This power that I don't have that you do. Are you saying that I'm unfortunate and you're blessed because I don't have that? Just what is this thing you can't describe except with an abstract word like power?
I just realized I should have been reading that.
Yeah, whoopsie.
We both fucked up on that one.
Yeah, you do want to know that, Angie. That's why you've been reading my story so far. Of course I'll teach you. I'll show you the secret to that power. And it's something I taught you about long ago when you were little, right? Did you forget? It's okay, I remember now. She will teach you.
She? Who's that? Maybe the... I shall teach you in Maria's place. And Maria is capitalized here.
Like a witch. Like every witch except Beatrice.
Well, all the witches that have been called Beatrice. Right?
Yeah, all the witches who have been called Beatrice other than the Beato we know.
Interesting.
Beatrice.
Yeah, you don't need to read that one.
The power Maria has, but you do not.
I'm sure you've also experienced self-delusions, Beatrice.
I think she's currently deluding herself.
That's also true, because she says that this is not her true form, and she's all but suggested she's deluding herself, which...
I was thinking about, like, stuff much earlier than that, like in Luke 2, about love and all that shit.
Oh, yeah,
Not
also...
love being the true element, but, like, how love goes between two people.
Yeah, also that.
She's deluded herself into thinking that there is just, like, that one method that she experienced.
Yeah, the power I have, but Angie doesn't. Oh, it's magic. Maria and Beto said it together, and then they started giggling because they said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beto at all. Oh, we're here. Interesting. Black tea was arranged on a table in a peaceful garden, and Beto, Maria, and Sakutaro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, were having fun chatting.
I see. So he is called Sakataro. So this is your best friend.
ウリュウ、はじめまして。サクタロウと申します。
Nice to meet you. I'm Sakataro.
おう、サクタロウは人見知りするから緊張してるの。
Sakataro's shy, so he's
大
nervous.
丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェもマリアの素敵なお友達なんだよ。
It's okay. Beatrice is also a great friend of mine.
ウリュウ、マリアの友達は僕も友達？
Are Maria's friends my friends? Yeah.
ウリュウ、じゃあ僕もベアトリーチェの友達？
And am I Beatrice's friend too? Yeah.
マリアにとってはこのようなことは日常においてよくあることなのか。
Maria, does something like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life?
お、何が？
What?
このように無機物に魔法の魂を込め、
I knew it!
日常においては
Yeah, that like definitely there is some magic going on there. Absolutely.
Is breathing a spirit of magic into inorganic matter and giving it life like this commonplace in your everyday life?
おお、サクタロウは無機物じゃないよ。ライオンの子だよ。
Sakataro isn't inorganic matter. He's a lion cub.
ウリュウ。
ぬいぐるみはよりしろとして優秀だ。
Stuffed animal makes for an excellent vessel.
ゆえに毒を持たぬ無垢な子供が話しかけることによってそれに応えようとする精霊が宿ることは少なくない。
It is not uncommon for spirits to be made to reside in them when they are spoken to by innocent children with their toxin.
According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls, the dolls actually gain a will and converse with them, sometimes even moving by their own will.
I don't know that that's what she said, because she said it was uncommon, not that it was, she said that it was not uncommon, but
Yeah.
not that it was, constant.
However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is very weak. If they get struck with even a tiny bit of the toxin from a human's common sense, which says there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls.
しかしそなたのそのサクタロウというぬいぐるみは違う。
However, the Sakataro stuffed animal of yours is different.
サクタロウはぬいぐるみだけど、ぬいぐるみじゃない。
Sakataro is a stuffed animal, but he isn't one.
ウリュウ、ライオンの子が、ウリュウ。
I'm a lion cub.
サクタロウはライオンの子だけど、まだ子供だから時々ガオって言えないの。
Sakataro is a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can't roar sometimes.
ウリウリウリウリウリウリウリ。
Gazing at Maria, who was playing around with Sakataro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration.
なんということか。サクタロウとやらはその布地と綿のよりしろを核に完全に人間界に権限している。
Are you jealous? You sound jealous.
A little bit.
How incredible. This Sakataro with a cloth and cotton vessel as a shell has completely materialized into the human world.
自らの人格を持ち、召喚者と自在に対話をし、
He has his own personality, talks with a summoner freely,
しかも自らの意志で動いている。
and even moves by his own will.
しかもさらに驚くべきは、それが異界の人物を名指しして呼び寄せたものではなく、
Even more surprising is that Maria did not summon him using the name of a person from another world.
Yeah, no isekai shit.
RPG.
マリアは
Sorry, had to get that
ゼ
in
ロ
there.
の海から生み出したものという点だ。
But created him out of the sea of zero.
After that, Maria boasted to Beto that Sakataro wasn't her only friend and that she had many more of them back at home.
So I guess this little
Kinda.
Is Battler not an isekai boy in the metal world? Yeah, I mean, you could consider it like that, I guess.
Yeah, like, it's not wrong, it's just that Beto's the only fucking resident. But yes, you could say that Umineko is an isekai. Even if it's...
Is someone dying and going to the afterlife considered isekai, though? Because that's basically what happened to him, right? Like, he's in a purgatory sort of situation, not a literal new world.
Well, it depends. Is the afterlife part of the physical world that they were part of? See, Quinn, my argument is no. Because you go through a physical place in Dante's Inferno. At least I'm pretty sure they went, like, they didn't teleport there. They went into a physical mountain and shit.
I mean, yeah, that's how people used to conceive of it, is that there was a literal, like, a hole in the ground somewhere that you could go to go into
Yeah.
the underworld.
Yeah, my argument is that kind of underworld is not isekai. Because you're just visiting another location that, if you knew where to go, you would be able to walk right to it. So it's not...
Which actually happens in a lot of mythology.
Yeah,
because in the Odyssey it happens, actually.
Yeah. Like, Greeks do it, plenty of other places do it. But, you know, Mount Olympus literally having the gods on top of it kind of deal.
Yeah. Like, Odysseus goes to the gates to the underworld. Like, he doesn't go inside because he's not an idiot. But, like, he goes there and he's just like, all right, let me do some necromancy real quick and, like, call up a shades and ask him some questions.
Yeah, let me just talk from the other side of the gate, sure. But yeah,
I think it was a black goat that he sacrificed or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but either way, point being, I would say any afterlife that is the conception of there is another world that is separate from this reality would be isekai. You know, so
Christians are trying to isekai themselves.
Yeah, so Christians are trying to be good, so they get picked for isekai.
Christians are trying to use a condom. Thank you. Thank you, Captioner.
We're trying to be picked for the grand isekai.
The mountain Dante climbed was a metaphor for trucking.
Okay, I like that, Glenn. You've convinced me. She had many more of them back home. It seemed there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move on their own will like Sakataro. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own will. When she saw that Maria accepted this as something natural, as a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on awe.
So it sounds like Maria's like a witch that specializes in puppets and shit like that. Summoning.
Yeah, like, it does seem like she's very heavy on the summoning.
Maria, without a doubt, that power of yours is magic.
It's magic. I'm still a witch apprentice, so I can't use magic yet, right?
No, it is magic. Because you can't use it consciously, you're still an apprentice. But even so, what magical power it is. Materialization of your friend Sakataro is excellent proof of that.
Materialization?
Indeed. In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. Piece of inorganic matter that would have no soul at all in another's hands can have a soul sent into it through your magic. Furthermore, that strong magical power lies in the human world.
これほどまでに魔法を否定する毒気に満たされた現代において、一個の生命体足り得るほどに権限できる魔力は、わらわとて容易なことではないわ。
Furthermore, that strong magical power. In this era so filled with the toxin that denies magic, summoning a magical power that commits to utilize a simple life form was not easy even for me.
It isn't hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult. This is what Beato asserted.
ベアトが言うのがよくわかんない。サクタロがすごいってこと？
I don't really understand
Yeah, sure,
what you're
yeah.
saying, Beato. You're saying Sakutaro is amazing.
サク太郎とそなたが誇ってよい。
Both you and Sakutaro are incredible. You should be proud.
なるほど。金蔵の最も欲したものは、そなたに一番濃く宿っているらしい。
I see. That which Kinzo desired above all else seems to dwell most strongly within you.
なんでベアトにそんなに褒められるのかさっぱり。ねえ、サクタロ。
I don't have a clue why Beato is praising Maria so much, right, Sakutaro?
真に驚嘆すべきは、ぬいぐるみに魂を宿したことだけではないのだ。
What should be truly admired is not only that a soul has been made to reside in a stuffed
それ
animal.
により、自己の世界観まで変化させた。
Even more significant is the fact that you have changed your own worldview.
そなたは、無より有を生じる力が群を抜いている。
When it comes to giving birth to something from nothing, you stand out from the crowd.
Please don't use birth analogy for this when it's Maria.
Yes, it's just creation.
Yeah, creation. But still, I get what she's actually trying to say is she can spawn something that, you know.
I mean, like, the way that you phrase that is create something from nothing.
Yeah.
1を100にすることはたやすい。しかし、0から1を生じることはたやすくはない。
It is easy to make a 100 from 1. However, giving birth to 1 from 0 is not.
そなたが一人前の魔女になったなら、わらわと双璧どころか、わらわとて一目置かざるを得ない大魔女に成長するであろう。
When you do become a full witch, beyond just becoming a match for me, you might grow into a great witch that even I must acknowledge as superior.
原初の魔女。
Oh, Witch of Origins.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good, yes. I wasn't stealing your line, I was just enjoying that title for Maria.
Yeah, that's a good epithet. I'm really looking forward to your future.
So am I.
ベアトに魔女の才能あるって褒められた。
Beato said I have talent as a witch.
よかったね、マリア。ウリアン、ベアト、マリアを褒めてくれてありがとう。
Isn't that great, Maria? Beato, thank you for praising Maria.
礼には及ばぬぞ、サク太郎。その赤いマフラーは実に似合っているぞ。
No need to thank me, Sakutaro. That red muffler truly suits you.
そなたのような友人を生み出せる、そなたの主人の才能に嫉妬する。
And I am envious of the talent of your master, who was able to give birth to a friend like you.
マフラー褒めてくれてありがとう。これ、マリアにプレゼントしてもらったの。
Thanks for complimenting my muffler. This is a present I got from Maria.
僕のお気に入り。
It's my favorite.
まさにそなた専用のマフラーになるために生まれてきたようなサイズであるな。これは、わらわも新しき友人に何かプレゼントを贈らねばなるまい。
Is fucking Angie just over to the side, just like staring on?
I think this might be like the year prior kind of deal. Like this is a yet another flashback to the year prior.
And its size is truly like a muffler that was created just for you. And I see, I must also give my new friend some kind of present.
ベアトがサクタロにプレゼント
Beato's giving Sakataro a present.
魔女の贈り物は魔力あるものと決まっならば、そなたの友人がいつまでもそなたの友人でいられるよう、そしてそなたともっと楽しく遊
Of
べるよう
course, a gift from a witch must be something with magical power. In that case, so that he can be your friend for all time, and so that you can have more fun playing with him.
サクタロウにわらわの魔力を贈ろう。
I shall give Sakutaro my
そ
magical
れによ
power.
り
Or my
さら
magic
に
power.
強く権限することができるだろう。
With that, he should be able to materialize even more strongly.
サクタロともっともっと楽しく遊べるようになるの
Watch
Yeah.
her fucking, like, use him as a goddamn phylactery.
Yeah, some shit. I'll be able to have much more fun playing with Sakataro?
どうやって
How's that?
ありゃなんだろうマリア
What could it be, Maria?
それって
Is it something scary? You know, in this case, it might actually be something scary.
大丈夫だよベアトは怖いことなんて何もしないよ
Don't worry, Beato won't do anything scary. Well, she doesn't do anything scary to you.
ねベアトリーチェ
Right, Beatrice?
うん必ず気に入ってもらえるはずだ。さて、より強く権限するにはより強いイメージが必要であるな。
Indeed, I believe you will like it. So, to make it materialize even more strong, a stronger image will be necessary.
さてさて、どうしたものか。
Well, what to do?
Beato crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them even more. Then, right there was the form of yet another witch. Hey, Virgilia, it's been a hot minute. It was Beato's teacher, Virgilia. Virgilia truly was a great witch. Since Maria already thought of Beato as a great witch, this person Beato called a great witch must have been a great witch. According to Beato, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power.
おやおや、賑やかな声が聞こえてくると思ったら、楽しそうなお茶会ですこと。
My, I thought I heard some cheery voices. What a fun tea party this seems to be.
おお、お師匠様、ちょうどいいところへ。このライオンの子を見てほしい。
Oh, teacher, perfect timing. I want you to look at this lion
マ
cub.
リアの新しい友人だそうだ。
I hear he's Maria's new friend.
可愛らしいライオンさんですね。ご挨拶はできるのかしら。はじめまして。こんにちは。
What a lovely lion. Wonder if he can greet. Hello. Nice to meet you.
ウリュウサクタロウと申します
I'm Sakataro. Sakataro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virgilia with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. It seemed he was very nervous since this was a witch that even Beato called teacher.
可愛らしい名前だこ。上手な挨拶ができたご褒美にお菓子をあげましょうね。
What an adorable name. As a reward for giving such a good greeting, here's a sweet for you.
After waving her hands about, Virgilia held out the palm of her hand upwards as though she was lightly grabbing at the empty air. Then she held her fist out in front of Sakataro. When she opened her fist, there was one of those individually wrapped cough drops.
A cough drop as a sweet? What the fuck, Virgilia?
マリアすごいすごい
Maria, it's candy! Awesome, awesome!
よかったねサクタロウちゃんとお礼を言ってね
Isn't that great, Sakataro? Make sure to thank her.
ウリュウ飴をどうもありがとうござペコリ
Thank you very much for the candy. Even though Virgilia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakataro to an elegant greeting.
しかしお師匠様、のど飴とまたババク
さい。
That's what I'm fucking saying. Shit. Still a teacher. Cough drops? Are you someone's granny or something?
せめていちごミルクのキャンディーとか出ないのかよ。
Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy?
これはひどい。もうあなたには飴をあげませんよ。
How rude. In that case, I won't be giving you any.
悪い悪い。さて、マリ
Sorry. Well then, Maria.
ア、そなたの魔導書を出すがよい。
You mean her diary?
Yes.
Take out your grimoire.
もちろん筆記用具もな。
And of course, your writing tools. You mean her pen.
出すよ。何か書くの？
Yeah, I'll take it out. What should I write?
おや、何を始めるのですか？
Now, what are you starting?
お師匠様に習った魔法を使うのだ。よりしろに異界の住人を権限させる魔法。
I will use a magic I learned from you, teacher. Magic to make a resident of another world materialize into a
彼
vessel.
の応用でこのマリアの友人を権限させる力をより強めることができるのではないかと思ってな。
I think that by applying that, we may be able to further strengthen the power that makes this friend of Maria's materialize.
それをマリアとマリアの友人への贈り物としたい。
I wanted to give that as a gift to Maria and her friend.
なる
Are we sure this isn't just going to overwrite his personality or explode him?
そう難しいことではないでしょう。それは素敵な贈り物になりそうですね。
Virgilia's giving it a pass.
Yeah, but we also know that Virgilia is not as nice as she seems. So.
True.
For a being that has already materialized, it shouldn't be that difficult. That could be become a wonderful gift. God damn it, cat.
私もささやかですが協力しましょう。
Well then, I shall help too, if only a little.
お師匠様が立ち会い人にサインしてくれる魔法なら心強い。
It would be very reassuring if you would sign for this magic as a witness, teacher.
喜べ、マリア。
Hold on.
素晴らしい贈り物になるぞ。
If this isn't happening right now,
Mm-hmm.
and this is in the past, then what the fuck is going on in the other loop with Virgilia being sealed?
Well, that probably was just a bald-faced lie.
I mean, potentially, but then why would they have actually fought genuine?
Good point. It could also be that Virgilia is sealed in the physical world, but at this point, this is like magic bullshit.
I don't know, dude.
It also could be that she's unsealed now for every subsequent loop.
Could be, yeah. Fucking who knows, dude. Maybe you do only need to unseal one fragment of the person for them to be totally unsealed. I don't know.
Yeah.
It would be very reassuring if you would sign for this magic as a witness, teacher. Be glad, Maria. This will be a wonderful gift.
What's happening?
Start the kettle real quick.
It isn't scary, is it? Is it?
わかんない。でも怖くないと思う。
Don't know, but I don't think it's scary.
なんだろうね。楽しみだね。
What could it be? I can't wait. Beato borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. Then she found an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them and flattened it out. For gazing at Sakataro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high-order world. It was magic whose effect could be controlled if Beatrice wrote and Virgilia signed. Maria didn't understand what Beato was writing at first, but partway through she figured out that the wonderful magic power of this document, and her eyes began to sparkle. What is it, Maria? What's she drawing? Sakataro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. But even if he had been seen, Sakataro probably wouldn't have understood.
Shit.
Awesome, Sakataro. Wait a bit. Almost done, almost done.
Kettle. I'm just gonna like eat myself for a couple minutes.
Ah, okay. It's amazing, Beato. Amazing.
力ある書面の筆記においてこの子の才能は素晴らしい。あなたになら魔界の書記官すら務まりそうですよ。
All right, we're good now. It stopped hissing, or at least the hiss like lowered enough. When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent magnificent. Might even serve well as a secretary in the spirit world.
これでどうか。まずまずであろう。
How's this? Not so bad, right?
After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beato looked over the document again from a distance. Seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work. Maria, who was also peeking in at it, let out a cry of wonder. Awesome, Beato. Cute.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの名においてマリアの子サク太郎をここに認める。
By the name of
お
the
師匠様、立ち会い人にサインを頼むぜ。
by the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice, I now acknowledge Sakataro, Maria's child. Teacher, if you would sign as witness.
はいはい、我が名においてこの先生に立ち会い認めるものなり。
Yes, yes. By my name, I witness and acknowledge this oath.
できましたよ。
Whatever. It is done.
Virgilia signed, completing the written declaration. It was a document with the power to proclaim to the being of a higher world that Sakataro had most certainly materialized in the human world. Sakataro, who had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches, Beatrice and Virgilia, and just now, his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. According to Beato, it's apparently quite fortunate that Virgilia was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamations to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virgilia in particular had many friends in that higher plane. Her signature gave the proclamation a power with which Beato's couldn't even compare.
この宣言書により、汝作太郎を自がある一個人と認める。
By this proclamation, I accept you, Sakataro, as an individual with his own ego.
そしてその存在をマリアージュ・ソルシエールの条約に従い友人として迎える。
And I welcome you as a friend in accordance with the contract of marriage association? I don't know. I don't know this one. Haven't heard those words.
It is exclusive. It is exclusive to Umineko, so nothing to find.
No, this is no. I mean the actual words themselves. These are real words.
Oh, I mean, yeah, they're real words, but I'm just saying the two words together.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know how to fucking pronounce them. Is what I was saying.
Oh. Yeah, no.
Sorcier. Okay.
Yeah, sorcier.
No, I wasn't saying that like I don't know them as in like a folklore sense. I mean, like, I don't know them as actual words, like the words themselves. Never seen them before. But yes, we got it.
今より作太郎は我ら
Oh, I know
共通
that
の
one.
友人だ。
Yeah, I meant the sorcier one, because it's not very common for foreign language classes in 10th grade to bring up like witch shit. So from now on, Sakutaro is our common friend.
それにふ
Kitaro,
さ
no,
わしき姿を
Sakutaro.
贈り物と
Oh,
してそ
whatever.
なたに
Guitar, no, sure. We'll go with that.
受け取るがよい。
And for that, I shall bestow upon you a fitting form as a gift. Accept it.
Rimar still open to the page with the proclamation. She turned it around and handed it to Maria. Maria showed it to Sakutaro on her lap. Sakutaro beheld that
means,
proclamation.
Like in French, like the witch's contract or something.
Yeah, probably. Or possibly, given the title of this episode, The Alliance of the Witch.
It could be.
He felt something hot and bright begin to dwell. His body made of cloth and cotton. Even as he looked around, nervous at the sensation he'd never felt before, that power strengthened, and eventually a bright light completely swallowed him up.
He just fucking explodes.
Just fucking flip it.
Oh god. What the fuck is this?
Small
What is
anime
this?
boy.
Why did you turn the plushie into a Shota? What the fuck?
It's the boy, apparently. Then, when that light disappeared, there Maria's friend Sakutaro held a new form and existed. You're cute, Sakutaro. Really cute. Does it really look good on me? It isn't embarrassing?
とても可愛らしい姿ですよ、サク太郎ちゃん。
It's a very lovely form, Sakutaro. His ears look like a headband.
They do.
チャームポイントだと思ってな。あとは耳だ。
I figured the muffler was his charm, and the ears.
獣耳はいいぞ。実に可愛い。
Animal ears sure are nice, truly cute. Oh, I know what kind of girl you are.
Yeah, first off, know what you are, but also, am I assuming things, or does he look a little bit like Satoshi from Higurashi?
Yeah, maybe.
Like, Satoshi has a bit more of like a heart towards the upper right. But it's the right eye
Yeah,
color.
like the Satoshi from Higurashi just looks like an older version of him.
Yeah, interesting.
With a different hairstyle, that's it. Like, all the colors are the same. Red eyes, blonde hair, pale skin.
Yeah.
後でわらわにもかじらせよ。
No veto.
Let me nibble on it later. No! That is a child!
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you very much for the wonderful present.
礼には及ばぬ。そなたの素晴らしき魔法と友人に敬意を表したまでよ。
There's no need for thanks. This is out of respect for your wonderful magic and your friend.
そしてこの域にまで達したそなたはもはや見習いをいつ卒業してもおかしくない。
And now that you have reached this level, it would not be odd for you to graduate from being an apprentice witch at any time.
今日よりさらに新しく楽しい魔法を伝授してやろう。
From now on, I shall instruct you on even
原
more
初の
new
魔女
and
見
fun
習い
magic.
のマリアと名乗るがよい。
From this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, an apprentice witch of origins.
Ah, yeah, so that explains why she's using the capitals there.
原初の魔女って
A witch of origins?
うん。造物種の道を求める魔女の称号よ。
Was there no voice lines for that whole thing?
Yeah, nothing on my end, so it either will come in the next one, or it is just that small of a sentence in Japanese.
I do not think it is. There's no way that is that small of a sentence in Japanese.
Fair.
Indeed, it's the title of of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now, you are just an enchanter. I think this is like a fourth wall break almost, explaining what the term means, because like Ryukishi couldn't find a way to do it diegetically, which is fair, I understand, but also you can just do it by context. You don't have to actually play. Right now, you are just an enchanter, magician specializing in very small magical enhancement, who only has enough strength to breathe magical power into the small objects around him. Yeah, I just skipped it completely. But after 1,000 years of training, you can conceivably use the magical companion that resides inside your heart to create a galaxy. Fuck, dude.
Goddamn.
And like we're saying that, like I said, they might as well be gods.
I mean, yeah, we've discussed that before. They might as well be gods.
And there's actually like a little parallel here, now that I'm thinking about it, with Kitsune as yokai.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they're very young to when they're very old, until they reach 1,000 years, they're considered very malicious and devious and mischievous and shit like that, and like they grow in power the entire time. But like once they cross 1,000 years, they basically become minor deities and stop being so fucking mean all the time.
Yeah, they get the evil out of their system.
Yeah, more or less, supposedly. But that's like what that's saying to me is like after 1,000 years of training, you become a god, sort of deal. The talent of a witch of origins is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they are young, no one can continue to hold on to it. This title is also proof that you have not lost your untainted heart.
Witch of Origins, awesome. Yeah, like, nice epithet, kid. I'll become one. I'm Maria, an apprentice witch of origins. Now, technically, I probably should have you read for Sakataro, but I will continue to.
Okay, fair enough.
Maria, that's...
Like, at this point, like, we might as well, like, if we're gonna have me read for Sakataro, I should be reading for Maria all the time, too, at this point. Like,
yeah, so, but we tend to do the switch over because it's pretty nice to go, because she has a very distinct idea of...
Code switch, yeah.
Yeah. Maria, that's so incredible. A Witch of Origins. Incredible. Amazing.
Eventually, you will be able to call yourself a full witch, Lady Maria, Witch of Origins. Maybe a good time now to give not only Sakataro, but you as well an appearance fitting for your rank. Here, I shall give her a proper outfit for one who, while still an apprentice, is worthy of using the title of a witch.
And Beto waved the pipe that was her cane. Many gold butterflies that had appeared out of nowhere grouped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. Oh, yeah, that's fitting.
Just gave her the fucking the stick. So that's the same one Ava Beatrix had.
Yeah, it really is just the same staff. It certainly was fitting for the girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity. Yeah, you could...
the sash is weird to me.
Yeah, the sash is weird.
I don't like it on Virgilia either, but like it's even weirder her because it has embroidered lace around the edges.
Mm-hmm. Let me see, actually. Do we... Yep, we've got her outfit now.
The Witch of Origins, who will live for 1,000 years in the future. She holds the motherly magical power to give birth to a one from the Sea of Zero. Stop phrasing it like that! At a glance, this magical power is frail, but no matter how many times you multiply 0, you never end up with anything more than 1. However, the one she gave birth to will one day surpass even the heavens. She is loyally protected by Beatrice, who understands her true worth. The two of them are members of the same alliance. Yeah, that's what I said last time when, like, Ava Beatrice, like, showed up with that fucking thing. I was like, that's not a staff, that's a goddamn war pick.
Yeah, it really is.
That is a two-handed war pick. You're gonna open a man like a can of fucking tuna with that thing.
Yeah. Amazing. Awesome, 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 awesome. Cute, cute. Want to show these clothes to Mama, too. Can I?
魔女の清掃はみだりに見せてはならぬぞ。もったいぶった方
Full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Its value increases if you're stingy. Then why the fuck are you always in your dress, girl? Why don't you have the one that you fucking wore in the second loop more often? Because I like that a lot. Bring that back.
Then the
that was a great design.
Then the Great Witch, the Witch's Apprentice, and their new friend Sakutaro enjoyed a lively tea party.
ね、私はこんなにも幸せだよ。そしてこんなにも楽しい。
See? Look how happy I am, and look how fun this is.
Oh, that part's fun. Absolutely. Yeah, it's the bits with your mother. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's the bits with your mother. But also, pressing X to doubt this shit. This feels like more of the setup that she gave Battler in the last loop. And also, it is also just feeding more and more into her delusion.
幸せになるというのは今の不幸を受け入れるという意味じゃないの。
Please don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune.
Yeah, but Maria, that's what you're doing right now.
It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. Maria, that's literally the same goddamn thing. I'm sorry. Like, you can look on the bright side of things sometimes, but there's a limit to that.
Looking on the bright side does not fill your belly, girl.
That is the magic of origins.
Like, metaphorically or literally. It doesn't just, like, magically make your world better. I mean, maybe it literally does magically make your world better for you, but it's not the fucking point.
だから、マリアお姉ちゃんの世界に惹かれながらも
I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't bear to accept such an isolated and painful world. That's why, even though I was entranced by your world, Maria,
最後の一戦で受け入れられなかった。
I couldn't cross the final line.
教えてあげる。マリアの原初の魔法を。いいえ、教えたことがあったはず。
I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right?
そしてあなたにも使えたはずなんだよ。
And you used it before.
忘れちゃった？
Did you forget?
エンジェだってマリアージュ・ソルシエールに名を連ねる魔女の見習いだったでしょ？
You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into a mariage sorcière, weren't you?
ええ、そうだったわね。マリアージュ・ソルシエール。懐かしいわね。
Yeah, that was true. Mariage sorcière. That takes me back.
私もそこに名を連ねていることがあったっけ？
I also had my name entered in there at one point, didn't I? Holy shit. Please. Not another flashback.
Well, it's a flash forward.
It's a flashback for Angie, alright? It counts as a flashback.
Well, this might be after she had that conversation.
忘れもしない。1987年4月のことで
What do you
す。
mean after she had that conversation? She's having that conversation right now in the current chronology.
Well, yes, but I'm saying she had that conversation and she went back to her world like she did last time.
I don't know.
Because this is part of... Because I'm guessing this is part of her research into Rokenjima. Yes, I will never forget that. It happened in April of 1987.
私は友人からある
Hit
奇妙な
me
依頼を受けま
with
した
the apprentice staff. It was like just the point and just like aim for the temple and just batter up, swing as hard as you can. Swing like 105-mile-an-hour fastballs coming at you. Just fucking take my skull, clean the fuck off.
Unfortunately, I cannot give in to that request, both because I would lack a co-host and because my arms are noodles.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. We'll have to fucking figure.
I received a certain strange request from a friend.
とある大富豪の遺品である蔵書が大量に競売にかけられていて
There was a large collection of books, the former possession of a very rich man, that were being sold at
そ
auction.
の一部に民族学的にも考古学的にもあるいはオカルト的な意味でも極めて価値の高いものが含まれていると思われる
And it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable to the study of archaeology and folklore as well as in an occult sense.
その価値を内密に見てほしいというのです
So this friend wanted
This shit
to...
is why like all my flashbacks when I'm writing are like 3 lines long. It's just like a quick aside to
Yeah.
show some weird characterization or something, and that's it.
Yeah,
'Cause,
like...
if you really want to know about someone's past, you can just like ask them, right?
Yeah, like...
and then they will just
it's-
tell you. Or
yeah.
they won't.
Like, it's the issue of introducing Angie at this point, which I don't think there's a way to get around.
You would have to spread all of this stuff out a little bit more in the fourth arc or the fourth loop or whatever.
Yeah, which would be very... I mean, they
So
did
we
it.
genuinely, like even today, like we've had about 30 minutes of time with like the actual mystery.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, some of that is our pauses, but a lot of that is just... We've just had... Like, what did we have? We had a lunch, we've had them going to Kinzo, and now we're back here.
Yeah, that's it. We've had like it wasn't even actually like really lunch. It was just like a like half a conversation.
But
And
yes.
then they went to Kinzo for like 4 lines where he showed off how fucking supernatural he is. And then we're back to this shit again. We had like 2 lines with like Battler as well before like everything fucking went back to this. It's like
Yeah.
spread it out a little bit more.
Yeah, which the manga definitely apparently does, so...
Yeah, guys. I think it was Quinn that told us that last week, right?
Yeah, I think it was Quinn that said that. And yeah,
I think
that...
it was either Quinn or Bedwards. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Quinn. That would be better than this, I think, Quinn.
Yeah, that honestly...
Assuming that like the Maria and Angie timelines are like paced well themselves, like the conversations themselves are paced well, I think that would be better than this.
Yeah.
Because this is the conversations themselves aren't paced very well, and we're bouncing around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That was 87, half a year after the crime on Rokenjima.
さようです。それらの蔵書は六軒島での難を逃れたものと説明されていました。
Correct. It was explained that those books had escaped a disaster at
それ
Rokenjima.
を島の所有者である後宮エヴァ氏が競売に出したというのです。
The owner of the island, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction.
That should, if you're going to translate it with the English honorific, that should be Mrs. because she's married. Even if her husband is dead, she's still married.
This was
like, you don't get the miss back until like ever really, unless you like. I think you get it back if you get a divorce, but
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, you get it back with a divorce. Granted, it's not a title with the legal necessity to use it. So it
Yeah,
you
of
do
course,
it.
it's just like that's just how it works in English. That's how the honorific works in English.
Yeah, but do as you do.
Yeah, like if you want to use miss instead, sure, fucking go for it.
Middle-aged man was sitting across from Angie in a secluded and quiet seat.
Given how much she loved Hideyoshi and George, I do not think she would have.
Yeah, no. Amakusa could be seen by the entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumadera family. Scholarly man across from Angie spoke politely but with enthusiasm. You're coming back. You have a portrait.
And also, you've been given the weird gelled hair that, like...
Yeah, like...
I don't know how to describe it. Like, this is just like the weird gelled hair shape that he's got right here is a trope. And I don't know how to describe what that trope fucking means. I haven't looked into it enough, I guess, but, like, I know it.
Oh, a fun fact about this scene, the Steam sprite for this game were the pachinko, but the pachinko never had this minor character in it. So if you play the original Steam release, this scene is just Steam Angie and old Ryukishi Lumpy Man.
His hair is pretty long, so...
Totally different art styles between them in the conversation. Okay. He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently, or it's drugged.
Yeah, or it's drugged. Or he's on. There's a low one there. Or maybe he just doesn't.
He was a professor at a certain college and particularly well known as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was...
We'll see you next time. Have a good evening.
Yep, have a good evening. His true life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything else to do with the occult.
Right, scroll back up. One more. An authority on Western folklore. Scroll down. That was only a convenient exterior. All of this stuff that it just listed is Western folklore.
Yeah, but I think it's that he's not viewing it as folklore, he's viewing it as real. Is what I think they're implying by this.
Maybe, I don't know. But, like, either way, like, all of this stuff is just part of Western folklore.
True. But
this is what we mean when we say Western folklore, is this!
Yeah, I mean, it is this, but I think there's a connotation that the translators were probably taking from folklore to mean that it's not real, that it is literally just tales we tell each other. Whereas this seems to suggest...
Back of the Golden Witch gun. It just hit me like what Quinn did there.
Flashback of the Golden Witch, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. Shit.
Shrew's life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything else to do with the occult, as well as demonology. In short, he was the person...
All of that also falls under the occult.
He was the best person in the best position to understand the details of Kinzo's work.
The fuck out of
ま
here,
ず
Phoenix.
蔵書を鑑定して分かったことは、後宮江橋には民族学的な教養が全くなく、
First, what I learned by appraising those books was that Miss Ushiromiya Eba had absolutely no education in the study of folklore.
そしてその蔵書の本来
I
の持
managed
ち
to
主
fuck
で
up
ある
the focus on
後
my
宮金蔵氏は
eyes.
日本で
By
五
turning
種が
around
入
and
る
putting my
悪魔
head
学の
in
権
my
威であっ
hands,
たことは間違い
pressing
な
my
いという
eyes into my palms. Now everything is fucking blurry. Yay.
Oof.
mean, I did it to myself, so I can't bitch too much, but also, fuck.
And that the original owner of the books, Ushiromiya Kinzo, was certainly one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan. Yeah, I can believe that.
Get the fuck out of here, Phoenix.
April 1987. A major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of ancient documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushiromiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushiromiya family and have all the wealth to herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even half a year had passed since the accident, and the others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Yeah. Fair, which also means there wasn't any bodies to recover, which is interesting.
Yeah. Did she just, like, dump him in the ocean or something? I don't know.
Because of that, Ava had supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect on her family's life insurance.
That would be super fucked, though, like, assuming that there was no foul play here, and then she just fucking had all of her family die, and then she wasn't able to collect on the life insurance or take over any companies or anything like that.
Yeah,
because they're not considered actually dead. So you're just sitting there with, like, no money coming in, you're just like, fuck, man!
Yeah, I think, like, the only thing is she might have been able to control Hideyoshi's company.
Maybe.
And
but also 1986 in Japan.
Also true.
And she's a woman.
It seems she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in the place where she'd escaped harm in, Kuwadorian, were used for this purpose. These old books, which would eventually be called the Ushiromiya Library, were later gathered from antique shops by authorities in the field so that they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded.
少なくとも神秘学の見地から言えば、その発見が世界に与えた衝撃は、司会文書発見にも匹敵するものでした。
Fucking hell. At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the impact of that discovery on the world was comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Like within the Western, or at least the European anthropology scene, like finding something like what I assume Kinzo had in his fucking library would definitely be like this, because that's like a lot of fucking primary sources.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them.
And especially
that can be dated to the right time and that are well taken care of and can be read.
Yeah, especially like for Beatrice's use, because that was her little gilded prison.
Mm-hmm.
後宮蔵書にはなんと1000年以上にもわたる間、その存在だけが知られているにもかかわらず、
This is because, contained within the Ushiromiya Library, were many extremely vital documents that had never been found.
発見されていなかった数々の極めて重要な文献さえ含まれていたから
Though their existence had been known
okay, so
for
I'm
more
assuming
than a
like
millennium.
scrolls and books and texts that were like referenced in other stuff, but no one could ever find.
Yeah, exactly, because, like, we've got, you know, stories that are referenced by other stories, but we never find the other stories.
Yeah. Be like fucking digging up a runestone with like a whole ass epic on it.
Yeah.
In Norway or something.
The many dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination in
dilettantes.
Thank you.
We had this trouble last time too.
Yep, I did. It is whispered that many magic books of great historical value currently unknown to the public might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult.
I don't know that Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks would be considered part of the occult, right? Like, it's just like him fucking around most of the time. I mean, maybe, depending on what's in like a specific notebook, but it's more like for actual historical value rather than occult folklore historical value, you know? You good?
Yeah, I was just reading something. Okay, so
Okay.
he didn't really consider himself an alchemist, but he did take things he learned from alchemists and use it in his paintings.
Yeah, fair enough. I would have figured it'd be more like a fucking Newton's notebooks. That would be like considered like occult stuff, right? Because like he actually did do shit with fucking the occult.
Oh, I did not know that about him.
Yeah, Isaac Newton called himself a sorcerer.
Oh,
Like he
interesting.
actively like looked into that sort of thing.
But items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes, are said to be prime examples of this. It is said that approximately 5,000 pages of these notebooks currently exist, and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the extremely rich. It is said that because of this, even now,
He was an alchemist specifically.
dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away in unannounced notebooks. There's probably no doubting that Ushiromiya Kinzo was himself one of these dilettantes. Pick a new word, please. No one knows what Kinzo went through to obtain those, but there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. Those books, which were so valuable that enthusiasts could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers at the end of the 20th century. Fair.
It's just one of those where there's only just that word. Like the closest you could get is like hobbyist.
Yeah. Hell, even just put in occultist for this case.
Yeah, I mean that would work.
And their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock.
この一件により、ロッキン島の名は全世界に知れ渡ることになります。
Because of this case, the name Rokenjima became known across the
そ
world.
して同時に、ロッキン島の事故によって未発見のさらに価値ある蔵書が大量に失われた可能性が高いことも全世界
Fucking
に
like
衝
the
撃を
burning
与
of
えまし
the Library of Alexandria all over again. It's just like, no! As soon as you hear about it, it's like, fuck, man.
The world was also shocked to learn that, in all likelihood, a large number of even more valuable undiscovered books were lost during the accident on Rokenjima.
た。
Yeah, because like Kinzo would have had
ロッ
like
キ
a
ン
lot
島
of
と
books
後
in
宮
his
蔵書の
study.
名は
And
Yeah.
like the whole
我々
fucking
に
thing
とっ
burned
て生
down.
涯忘れないものとなったのです。
Yeah, his study was filled to the brim, and then there was another small library in the mansion. Because of this, the names of Rokenjima and Ushiromiya Library will remain in our memories for all time. Our memories. That R probably meant the occultist neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name Rokenjima had taken on a vital meaning in the world of the occult. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rokenjima itself, but not on an international level. However, this one part had spread across the world, taking the image of Rokenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago, and painting it over as a demonic island where riddles, suspicion, mystery, and the occult met.
I mean, that's also literally true.
Yeah.
But like,
In other words, until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Ava, Rokenjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember. And certainly not the island of a witch. However, when knowledge of the Ushiromiya library spread all over the planet, Rokenjima's image immediately took on an occultist twist. Or an occult twist.
そしてそこへ起こるのが例のメッセージボトル事件です。
What happened next was the discovery of that message bottle.
これがあの島を魔女の島に変えた。
That's what turned that island into a witch's
伊
island.
豆諸島の無名の小島がオカルトの島へ、そして謎の魔女ベアトリーチェの島へと変遷していったのです。
The nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an island of the occult, the island of the mysterious witch Beatrice.
後宮蔵書とメッセージボトル、このどちらが欠けてもロッキン島魔女伝説は成り立たなかったと言えます。
You might say that, lacking either the Ushiromiya library or the message bottle, the Rokenjima witch legend would never have been established.
メッセージボトル
The message
はい
bottle.
空の瓶に手紙を封印し海に投じるという不特定対象への通信方法です。
Yes, a form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside it into the sea.
無人島から SOS を発信するというのが有名ですが、海外の有名推理小説の影響で
It was once famous as a way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of a certain prominent foreign detective novel,
自らの死後に真実を告白するという時間差的な遺書としても知られるようになりました。
it has also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's death, like a time-delayed will.
六軒島メッセージボトル事件はまさにこの後者だったのです。
The case of the Rokenjima message bottle was certainly one of the latter.
近くの島の漁師が拾っていたというやつですね
This is the thing everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up.
さようです。式根島の若い漁師が手紙入りのワインボトルを拾っていたことが分かったのです。
Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shikanejima picked up
yeah.
picked up a wine bottle with a letter
こ
in
の
it.
若い漁師は興味本位からそれをたまたま保管していました。
This young fisherman kept it just out of
それ
curiosity.
が後宮蔵書で六軒島が世界的注目を浴びたため公表したというのです。
Then, because Rokujima had fallen under the world's attention due to the Ushiromiya library, he announced his
そ
discovery.
の漁師による捏造の可能性は
Just a quick pause, but like 38 degrees Celsius here today.
Oof.
I just want everyone to know that, like the kind of life that I live, the kind of weather that I stream in. This is the shit that I'm willing to do for you guys. I am streaming in 38-degree weather. Fuck, man. It's mostly fine. I have an air conditioner. So I'm just like a little hot around. So, you know, most of the time it's fine.
Okay.
At
But
least that's how it'll be until it gets to be like fucking 42 degrees
Yeah.
Celsius, which will be happening in like 2 weeks.
Oh
I'm
dear.
not happy. Is there any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman? Yeah, like it.
もちろんその可能性も否定で
It
きませ
very
んで
quickly
した。
goes from about like 25 degrees Celsius to like 38 here, and then from there it takes like a month to get into the mid to high 30s. And then it stays like that for like 4 months.
ノート編には後宮家のとある人物の署名がされていました。
Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The scraps of paper in the wine bottle were signed by a certain member of the Ushiromiya family.
後宮マリアという少女
A girl named Ushiromiya Maria.
Okay, it is the one.
彼女の遺品の肉質から別人の筆跡であることが確認されました。
However, after looking at the writing left on her former belongings, it was confirmed that this message was written in a different person's handwriting.
Interesting.
別人の筆跡
The way that like the message in the epilogue of Luke 2 was written didn't sound like how Maria would write either, so
Yeah, 100%. This sounded like an adult, but not in the way that Maria can sometimes sound like an adult.
yeah, and it didn't sound like any of the other adults either, so I don't know. A different person's handwriting.
さようです。少なくとも少女より達筆で年齢のある人物によって書かれたことは疑いようがないでしょう。
Correct. At the very least, I believe there can be no doubt that it was written by a person more skilled at writing and of a greater age than her.
彼女の名を語った何者かが執筆した可能性が極めて高かったのです。
There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it.
よってこの時点ではノート編の内容の信憑性は薄いと考えられました。
Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those scraps of paper were thought to have very low credibility. However, later on, it was confirmed that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the accident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation.
警察は現場の状況とボトルの封印状況から捏造の可能性は低く、事故直前の数日以内に投棄したものと判断したようです。
It seems that due to evidence from surrounding area and the fact that the bottle had been sealed, the police had decided that its likelihood of being a fabrication was low, and that it had been abandoned no earlier than a few days before the accident.
また双方の筆跡は一致しました。
And the handwriting for both matched.
これにより、漁師の発見したノート兵の信憑性が増すこととなりました。
This caused the credibility of the scraps of paper discovered by the fishermen to rise.
メッセージボトルの内容については、週刊誌などが繰り返し報道しているようですが、説明がいりますかな？
Seems magazines and...
Yes, please. Let me read it.
Yes, please. Just, like, if you can show us photos, even. It seems magazines and the like have reported on the contents of that message bottle repeatedly, but would you like an explanation?
Are there copies of this thing?
Angie!
Please! Come on! Fuck! No, I know about it, more or less. Fuck!
Many scraps of paper and stuffed into both of the wine bottles. It was extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Ushiromiya Maria, but who wasn't Maria, and which told of the event starting the day before the accident and up until the day of the accident in a diary-like way. And its contents had been the beginning of the Witch's Legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice's puzzle.
この奇妙な日記風式には、台風で島に釘付けにされた後宮家の親族たちが、
This bizarre diary-style notebook, you could just call it a diary, described how the...
a diary-style notebook, just like a diary. That's all it is a diary.
Described how the Ushiromiya family members nailed down on the island by the typhoon.
It's a fucking journal. Like, what more do you want? That's just a journal.
Were caught up in a ceremony for the resurrection of a witch and killed one by one in inexplicable ways.
そして最後に黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが蘇り、すべてを黄金鏡に飲み込む。
And in the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revived and everything was flung into the Golden Land.
まるでそれこそが当日の全容であるかのように記されていました。
It was written almost as though it was a complete account of the events on those days.
また、当時の島の状況についても非常に詳しく描写され、後宮家に勤務したことがある元の使用人たちは、間違いなく内部に詳しい人間が書いたに違いないと証言しました。
Also, it depicted the current situation on the island at the time in great detail. And the former servants who used to work for the Ushiromiya family gave the testimony that it had definitely been written by a human who knew the inside details of the island.
Why wouldn't you just translate that as person? As, like, written by someone who knew? Like, understand some of these fucking, like, translation choices. They hurt me. So, because of a combination of the occult boom from that strange fantasy novel and Ushiromiya Library,
結局は真相は闇の中という3つが合わさり、六軒島の魔女伝説を生み出したと。
as well as the fact that the truth remained shrouded in darkness, the legend of the Urokunjima witch was born.
さようです。すでに10年以上が経過した事件ですが、未だに世界のオカルトマニアの関心を集めています。
Correct. More than 10 years have already passed since that case, and it is the focus of interest for occult enthusiasts across the world.
いや、むしろ時間を得て、ますますに深刻化されたと言っていい。
No, to the contrary, you could say that it has become increasingly deified as time passes.
上陸禁止になっている六軒島に密かに上陸しようというマニアも未だに多いとか。
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but it'll be fine. Just keep narrating.
Yeah.
I've got my headphones on. I'm good. Yeah.
Yep. There are still many enthusiasts who try to secretly land on Rokkenjima even though it's prohibited. Could there be another message bottle that has still not been discovered? And on that day, what really happened on that island? There's still much to be discussed. So he had finally remembered that he'd been going on and on for some time. The man took a gulp of water. His pottage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away.
確か漁師のノート編と警察のノート編で内容が全く違うと聞きましたが。
I'm pretty sure I heard that the fisherman's scraps of paper and the police's scraps of paper had completely different contents.
さようです。このせいでロッケン島ミステリーはさらに面白みが増したのです。
Correct. Due to that, interest in the Rokkenjima mystery increased even
2つ
further.
のボトルの中身はどちらも事故前日から当日までを記した日記風の式です。
Inside both bottles were diary-like style notebooks on which was written an account from the day before the accident until the day of the
しか
accident.
しその内容は共に前日から当日を記した内容であり、にもかかわらず内容は全く異なったのです。
However, while both of their contents described the same 2-day period, they were completely different. Yeah, so just like we were talking about before, this could easily be where the loops are coming from with these multiple accounts.
Stop.
まるでどちらかが真実で、
Especially since one of
ど
those
ちら
was
かが
discussed
虚
was
偽のように。
written before the accident.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember which one it
ある
was,
いは
but one of them
両
was.
方とも虚偽なのかもしれない。
Maybe I think it was the one that the police found. I want to say.
More than 2 days before the incident, so I guess whatever damaged the island, or whatever, because something happened to the fucking island, it sounds like.
Well, as far as we don't know anything about the island aside from like somehow the main manor and the guest house were destroyed, and that the Kuadorian was not destroyed during that.
Yeah.
And
somehow contents of their belongings were found in the ocean.
We know it's like off limits, and that's about it.
That's
all we
about it,
got.
yeah. It was as though one was the truth and one was a lie, or perhaps both were
しか
lies.
し始まりと終わりだけは一致するのです。
In any event, the beginnings and endings alone matched each other.
始まりは親族たち18人は台風で島に閉じ込められた。
In the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are
Thank
sealed.
fuck they changed the phrase from "shut up" to "sealed up."
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not perfect, but it's better.
It's better. Are sealed up on the island by the typhoon.
そして終わりは全員が死に黄金の魔女が蘇り、
And in the
全
end,
ては黄金鏡に飲み込まれる。
and in the ending, everyone dies, the Golden Witch is revived, and everything is flung into the... everything is flung into the Golden Land. Contents of both message bottles wrote about the events of the day before the accident and the day of the accident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the ways they died, and even the tale of the 2 days were different. However, in both, everyone died in the end, and the witch revived, making for the same general plot.
あの島で何があったのか。唯一の生存者である後宮エヴァ氏が沈黙していた以上。
Because the only survivor, Miss Ushiromiya Eba, has remained silent about what actually happened on that
あの
island.
2日間の出来事は全てが闇の中です。
The events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness.
この2つの日記はその闇を埋める仮説をこともあろうか2つも提示してみせたのです。
These 2 diaries presented a full 2 theories to wipe away that
ど
darkness.
ちらの日記でも
I just had a
2
funny
日間を
thought.
説明できる。
Uh-huh.
I can't wait until you also hit affiliate, so then I can remind people to use their fucking Prime subs, their Twitch Prime subs, without sounding like I'm telling them to give me money specifically. So I know it's just like a normal thing to be like, hey, use your Prime subs, even if it's not on me. But also that still feels like I'm telling them to pay me money.
Yeah.
Which I am, but you know, I'm trying to not to make it sound like that, damn it.
Those 2 days could be explained with either of those 2 diaries.
しかし、どちらが正しいのか、あるいは正しいことが含まれているのかさえわからないのです。
However, we don't.
It's a free sub, man. You already pay for it. Just like give the sub to someone, whoever it is. It doesn't matter. Just
Yeah,
give the sub to someone.
Absolutely. But yeah, like just with the island and stuff, it is. I'll be interested to see what the fuck has happened to Rokenjima. Just in general, like, what the hell even happened that they're dubious about what caused the murder? Like, did she just dump everybody into the ocean and burn the place down, or what?
Oh no. Someone did just sub. What the fuck? I just got a 10 out of 10. We just got... Oh, you did. Alright. Thank you. But I 10 out of 10 sub points apparently now.
There we go.
Or something. There's got a fucking thing that said 10 out of 10 something, but like...
Yeah,
I don't actually remember being close to 10 for something. I don't know.
10 out of 10 new subs, it looks like. For this month, I guess?
Oh no, like since I hit affiliate. Because I have
Since.
not had 10 subs this month, believe me.
Alright. And 71 out of 70 new followers.
Yep. Slowly getting there. It's a fucking... It's what that is for anyone who doesn't stream themselves and doesn't have the stuff on the back that they can look at. These are the fucking like channel goals or whatever that Twitch gives you, and you get like little announcements and fucking bonuses and shit of various kinds whenever you reach them.
Yep. However, we...
Like you might get like more emote slots or something.
Yeah, stuff like that, because occasionally you will get more emote slots, which I am looking forward to getting emotes.
Yeah, right now. What I think that I've got is like path to partner up here at the top, right? Like stream for 25 hours a month, stream on 12 different days, and have an average of 75 viewers. That's all I need. I don't need even like subscriptions or anything. That I just need like people in chat. That's it. But to get affiliate in the first place, you need, if I remember correctly, an average of 3 viewers across the month, 8 hours of stream, and 4 different days. I want to say. I remember.
Yeah.
Click on this thing. I'll read it out. 7 different days and 8 hours, and then 50 followers. Okay, there we go. Close, but not quite. A little bit of inside baseball for people to, you know, listen to if they want to hear that.
Yeah, 7 days per month.
Yep.
So I just need the average of 3 viewers, which I have 2.5, and 12 more followers.
Right on. I was hanging on the average viewers for like 2 years. It's very frustrating, like watching it go up and down and knowing that I can't like get any subs until then.
Mm-hmm.
But now that I've got it, they can't take it away from me unless I like, you know, fucking break 2 ways or something. So.
Yep.
I don't so much worry about it anymore.
But yeah, I imagine like our Final Fantasy XIV streams will bring in a lot more interested viewers.
Maybe. I remember the last time we streamed Final Fantasy XIV, we did not get that much, but then again, we were not streaming at the beginning of Endwalker either.
Yeah.
So
and
this time we'll be streaming at the beginning of fucking Dawn Trails, so.
Yeah, beginning of Dawn Trail. We might have more eyeballs on us because you were an affiliate.
Yeah, there's that too. I get that fucking algorithm power now. Hold on a second. On Trail release. July 2nd. Okay. Shadow of the Third Tree release.
It's about like a week before.
No, not. It's showing me the initial release date of the fucking trailer, not the actual DLC.
There is a easy way to find that. Pull up the fucking
Friday, June 21st, 2024. So like 2 weeks beforehand. That sounds nice. I gotta get my ass, like, all my characters ready for that shit.
Yeah.
I just, like, keep not doing that.
Schrodinger's cat box again.
Ah! No! Shit! I don't know how, like, fucking visual novel people, like, the visual novel fans, like, put up with this shit, because, like, I am halfway, not even halfway through my first one, and I'm already sick of the fucking quantum physics things. Oh my god.
If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, these scraps of paper had, of course, been shown to Ava as well.
How fucking ridiculous that idea is when he was doing that. Stop it.
In the end, she never broke her silence.
誰が何のためにメッセージボトルを
Who sent the message bombs and why?
事件10周年特集を組んだ雑誌が以前大々的に取り上げたでしょう。
Earlier in their special issue for the crime's 10th anniversary, a certain magazine took that topic up for discussion in a grand manner, didn't they?
あの仮説が今日では最も支持を集めているようです。
That theory seems to be the one garnering the most support lately.
しかし面白みには欠ける。
But it is rather dull.
あの島であの日何が起こったのか。
What happened on that island on that day?
それを考えるのがウィッチハントの醍醐味なのですね。
Considering this question is the true charm of the witch hunt.
ウィッチハント
ああ、
Witch hunt?
ロッキン島ウィッチハントとは、この事件の真相をオカルトの側面から説明しようと試みるマニアの集いの
That
こ
would
と
actually
で
be
す。
fascinating to fucking look into.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, if this actually existed for a real mystery in real life, I would be so fucking deep into that.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, obviously, I wouldn't be taking any of it fucking seriously, but I'd just be sitting there like, this is so interesting.
Yeah. Yes, the Rokenjima Witch Hunt is the name of a group of enthusiasts who try to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective.
後宮蔵書から謎の2日間。そして黄金の魔女の伝説など、ロッケン島に関わる謎は今でもマニアの間で盛んに議論されているのです。
Discussion of the mysteries that surround Rokenjima, from the Ushiromiya library to the mysterious 2-day period to the legend of the Golden Witch, is flourishing even a day among enthusiasts.
10周年の時にはニューヨークで国際コンベンションも開かれました。
For the 10-year anniversary, an international convention was held in New York.
私も日本の代表として参加してきましてね。
I also participated as a representative of
海
Japan.
外の熱心なウィッチハンターと様々な交流をしてきましたよ。
I was able to intermingle with zealous overseas witch hunters in many ways.
海外では魔女は
You guys probably shouldn't actually call themselves that. Just saying.
Yeah, like, people are gonna get the wrong idea of what you're capable of.
That means a very specific thing in English.
Yes. Witches are a very popular category
参
overseas.
加者の年齢幅も下は小学生から上は著名な文化人まで実に幅広い。
The age span of the participants stretched from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top.
日本でも近年ようやく
Even in Japan, in recent years, there was finally... You probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rokenjima witch hunters in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept continuing on excitedly all by himself. So I swirled the thin film on my pottage with my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. No. There's one thing I found. It's that the notebook supposedly written by Maria was actually written by a different person faking her name. And that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it into the bottle as though it was the truth, and threw it into the sea. I have a question. Why would they go to all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that?
In real life, outside of a story, I would say we do a little trolling. Because people are known to have, like, genuinely do that, like, to fuck with investigations like this, just because they think it's funny.
Oh yeah, like
but there's probably something fucking weird going on.
Yeah, it's probably something to do with that perception, and perception becoming magical reality. And by having two different sources, you create questions without answers, and in that space of questioning is where magic can exist. Would be my guess, anyway.
Very potentially, yes.
With a message bottle, there'd be no guarantee that it ever passed into anyone's hands. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk in the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, it might have not cared about it and thrown it away. Why would they...
I wonder if we're past where Starlight Katie was now. Because, like, last time everyone was in here, they were all saying that we were catching up on them.
Yeah, so we might have caught up on them, though we did take a day off here and there.
That's true. But, like, that's the reason why I haven't, like, been checking out Katie's stream, is because, like, you know, I didn't want to get any spoilers. So maybe everyone's doing the same thing now.
Yeah, probably. Because we are deep into it now.
Yeah. Who fucking knows, dude? Maybe.
Why would they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method?
It's also kind of weird. I've been getting, like, a lot more, like, people that I follow personally, like, artists that I follow have been getting more and more, like, Umineko commissions and shit. So it's just, like, this weird fucking convergence going on my timelines.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Normally I would say, oh yeah, it's because, like, I'm tweeting about doing Umineko twice a week. So yeah, the algorithm's like, oh, show this fucking nerd more Umineko shit. Obviously they like it. But no, in this case, I mean, like, people that I followed beforehand, I've been following for years.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Other artists that I know personally have been getting more Umineko commissions and shit. It's like, huh? What's going on?
Unlike, sure, you could chalk it up to the observer effect, but it is also kind of an old thing, you know?
Yeah.
Why would they write up multiple differing tales? There'd been one message bottle claiming that its story was the truth, might be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out these 2 days to be the work of a witch, when they really did go one step too far. And because there were two, it suggests that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, the two differing contents make both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the contents of both matched in that they told of a witch in a tale. So is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? It seems to me that the possible explanation is that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of a witch carried out this crime for their own enjoyment. However, the 17 people, other than Aunt Ava, lost their lives, and a vast wealth, or maybe even 10 tons of gold, had moved around secretly in the darkness. It doesn't feel right for a confession occurring after all that to bring up this illusion of the witch. Even if we ignore the magazine's theories, it's very doubtful that the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would be able to calmly write it down. In that case, it'd probably be more realistic that this diary was written slowly over a long period of time, until the day prior to the accident. In that case, would it mean that everyone on Rokujima was a planned crime? Or everything on Rokujima was a planned crime with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is infuriating. She definitely said it on her deathbed, She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. Yeah, by now it's painfully obvious. If all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of it this way, it's pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, that's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. Because in both tales that were discovered, Aunt Ava was included among the victims. The writer of that diary was the culprit. Maybe Aunt Ava was also one of the targets to be killed. Maybe Aunt Ava survived because something went wrong. Because I hated Aunt Ava, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. But
well, this loop she is, so, yeah.
Yeah. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is a far more profound and unknown person than her. So, that's the thing though, is I think the third loop is just the Ava possibility.
Yeah, but
by the public.
In the timeline that she is currently in, fragment that she is from, that one is true, or at the very least, it is true that she survived.
Yeah, it's true that she survived, absolutely.
Specifically because she was there.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what kind of, like, weird perception bullshit you want to talk about, like, she was there. Very, like, obviously.
Yeah, like, obviously, she survived. She would
considering all the other context clues that we got, that like George is dead, Hideyoshi is dead, that she is the new head, that she hates Ange, all this stuff that has also piled up, it points to the idea that of this specific fragment that Ava did, or at least in the mundane version of things, Ava did kill everyone, or was involved in some murders.
It's possible, but not exactly ironclad tight. Because it could be that someone intended on whatever happened at the mansion to take Ava out. But Ava was over in Kuadorian.
You know, like picking up all the gold.
Yeah, picking up all the gold. And the thing at the mansion happened, and she was the sole survivor because of that.
Yeah. I mean, that is possible, but also... Don't look at me like that, cat. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. Go away.
I looked at the clock. I've heard more than enough. It's time. As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this.
今日は本当にありがとうございました。貴重なお話が聞けたと思います。
Thank you very much for today. I believe I've heard something truly valuable.
いえいえ、ウィッチハントの新しい仲間に若いお嬢さんを迎えできて本当に楽しかったです。
No, it was truly fun to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt.
Her name?
I guess not. Though you would think, well, I don't know, maybe this day and age, people actually do have merch of the Ushiromiya crest.
Maybe.
As a new friend of the witch hunt.
今日は歌詞を変えてしまったのでお見せできなかった貴重な資料がいくつもあります。
I have many precious materials that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue from the usual.
次の機会の時にはぜひそれをお見せしましょう。
I would be glad to show you them at the next chance we get.
ありがとう先生。最後に聞いてもいいですか？
Thank you, Professor. Could I ask one more thing?
はい、何でしょうか？
Yes, what is it?
先生はどうして魔女に、いえ、神秘学や悪魔学に興味を？
Professor, oh, that's you. No.
Yeah, it's good. I took a breath in to start speaking, and then you cut me off. Professor, why are you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology. Because it's fun.
それを言われると恥ずかしい。不思議な力が使えたなら、意地悪なガキ大将にも負けないのに。
Well, that is somewhat embarrassing. A daydream I had in my childhood that if I could use a mysterious power, I could take on even the biggest of
とい
bullies.
う子供の頃の妄想が、そのままライフワークになってしまっただけ。
Went on to become my life's work.
未知なる力への憧れというプリミティブな願望は、
After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown power is as universal today as it ever was in the past.
先生はなれるものなら魔女になりたいですか？
From how he's speaking, like if I were writing him, I would have said basic desire, not primitive.
Yeah.
Because primitive implies that you'll outgrow it. But he's saying the opposite there, where it isn't being outgrown.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, I would have put it like in quotes, right? Like he would have been, like done an air quotes sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like the so-called, like phrasing it as like the so-called primitive desire or the primitive desire sort of deal. You know, like in that sort of tone. That's what I would have done there. But I don't know if that's like a translator thing or Ryukishi did use the word for primitive, or if Japanese even has that connotation to their word for primitive, or if they're both the same word in Japanese. I don't know. I won't speak Japanese.
Yeah. Maybe primal or primordial.
Yeah, something like that. Primal, primordial, the basic, something like that. Professor, if you could do it, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will?
もちろんですとも、この年になり、そういうものが実在しないと理屈では分かっていても。
Oh, okay, no, you actually view occultism as fake, so there really shouldn't have been a distinction between occultism and folklore.
Yeah, absolutely not.
But of course, even though at this age I understand logically that such a thing couldn't exist.
For as well researched as the circles are and tentacles, I don't think Ryukishi did much research beyond that.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I cannot forget my childlike dreams such as flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold.
So it wasn't like scrap iron, it was lead, of course. Like it's lead to gold is the classic, right?
Yeah.
So it seems like Ryukishi did just enough research to make those very specific things work, and then just went on to make his own system folklore, which is fine. You don't have to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make it accurate to everything. It's just that like when you make a character like this that's supposed to be researching that sort of thing, you kind of like gotta put in a little bit more work, right?
Yeah. At least enough to bullshit your way through it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to become like an anthropologist yourself. No, absolutely not. Like a 3 nights of research will probably do you fine on most subjects for like this purpose.
Hell, a fucking deep dive into Wikipedia might help you in just a small conversation.
Yeah, like a fucking Wikipedia reading of like a field will give you enough information for a character like this for one scene that pops up in 1 or 2 scenes to just not sound like a total jackass.
Yeah. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students.
私が実は魔女だと言ったらお信じになります？
If I told you that I was a real witch, would you believe it? No, probably not.
女は魔女であるというのが私のささやかな女性
That's so fucking sexist. Oh my god.
That is absolutely sexist. No.
That sounds like it's some incel shit right there.
Yeah, that's no, bad. Bad Otsuki. Bad Otsuki. My pet theory from my few experiences with women is that they are all witches. Ange snorted at the old professor who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience with women.
そうそう。最後にもう一つだけ先生はメッセージボトルの実物をご覧になったことは？
Yeah. And one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself?
ありますとも。
I have indeed.
では、その筆跡についてもお詳しいですか？
In that case, do you know that handwriting well?
もちろん、その道の専門家ではありませんが、メッセージボトルの筆跡に関してだけは、日本で最も詳しいと自負しています。
She's gonna pull out the grimoire, so let's see. Of
Yeah,
course.
she's gonna pull out fucking Maria's book.
Of course, I am not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting in the message bottle, I am proud to be most knowledgeable in Japan. At that point, Angie set a book on the desk with a thud.
これは初めて見るものです。
And this is, I have never seen it before. prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rokujima, and he looked bewildered at this binding that he hadn't seen before. Ignoring him, Angie silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them, and showed him. On that page was a handwritten paragraph written to my beloved witch apprentice.
Okay. She's showing him Beato's handwriting. Excellent. Okay.
And at the end, there was a signature in katakana that said Beatrice. So she's trying to figure out if the Beatrice that wrote stuff to Maria is the same person.
Mm-hmm.
This is... The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She knew the answer before asking, but Angie asked it aloud anyway.
このページに記されている文章の筆跡はメッセージボトルの筆跡と一致しますか?
The phrasing here is also weird for the message bottle thing, because it's bottled message, not message bottle.
Oh no, I've heard message bottle plenty.
Or message in a bottle, or something like that. Hold on. Actually, I want to look at the messages bottle real quick. Wow. Are they real? Like, is this, like, yeah, okay, they are real. Cool.
Yeah, they've definitely occurred.
Yeah, I knew that they were done to help track ocean currents by the scientific community, because, like, what better way to track ocean currents than to put something with a tracker in it in the ocean current?
Yeah. Yeah, but there have definitely been real, actual messages meant for somebody to read in a bottle.
It's interesting. I do like the idea of messages in a bottle.
Yeah. It's just, don't litter in the ocean unless it's extremely important.
I gotta do something with that, because I love the idea, but I've just never done any writing or concept work around it to, Does the handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottle? Nope, you cannot take it with you.
Well, I must take this home and investigate more. Pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you get it? The man stretched out his hand, but Angie pulled it back, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands.
Thank you. Just that reaction is all I need. Thank you very much for today. Here's the reward I promised.
As she stood up, clutching Maria's diary, Angie carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes, wrapped with a strip of paper onto the table. 10,000 yen, so that'd be $1,000.
It's just like several $1,000s just tossed onto the table there.
Yeah. I thought it was you divide by 10.
No, 400. Again, it's closer to a penny than it is to a dime.
Ah, gotcha.
I don't know if that's like strictly true for 1986. We'd have to look that up specifically again, but I don't want to do all that math that I did the fucking second stream.
We are in the 90s now, aren't we?
Yeah, this is 1998. You're right. 1 second. Let's see. Might as well convert it now to just because it's fun. It's a new time period. Let's see. Begin today versus...
As Angie turned her back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her. But Angie didn't stop walking. I beg you, what in the world is that book? I don't need a reward. Show me that book.
Yen-dollar exchange rate in 1998. No, that's a research paper. Fuck. Inflation calculator. There we go. Yeah.
Both you and I are in the witch hunt.
It's only 10%.
Oh.
It's only 10% from 1998 to 2024.
Okay.
9.45%.
Both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we weren't pursuing it at the same
あ
level.
なたが楽しんでるのは猫箱の外側。
You're entertaining yourself with the outside. Oh, that's you. Anyway, fuck. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on a second. 5. That is $70 per wad, or per bill. That's what it is in today's money.
Goddamn.
So even I overestimated it. It's not actually a cent anymore. It's more than, or less than a cent. Anyway, both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the
そして
catwalks.
私が知りたいのは猫箱の内側。
And what I want to know about is the inside of the catwalks.
そしてこの一冊はその猫箱を開く鍵ね。
And this book is the key to
あ
opening
な
it.
たには過ぎてるわ。
It's too good for you.
じゃあね。
You don't have to insult him. You can just like walk off.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
Why? Why?
She's
You
copying.
don't need to speak English.
She's copying something that Battler did because she's got nothing else to cling on to, I guess.
Yeah. Well then, goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day. She doesn't even know.
Fuck. Please wait, Sumadera-san. His voice didn't reach her. Oh, she introduced herself as Sumadera.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she didn't tell him that she was Ushiromiya.
I guess that makes sense because she didn't want reporters and shit. Or hell, just somebody.
Although, like, if he knows like a lot about the Rotenjima incident, she would have known that, or he would have known that there was a woman from the Sumadera family on the island at the time.
Maybe. Though it depends, like, how much Kiryu wiped out her maiden name and really, like, was such a minor player they never looked into it.
You'd think, like, in a situation like this, you would look into literally everyone, right?
That's
all
true.
Of the victims, all of the people that survived, everyone, to see if there was any sort of, like, motive or history of anything or any potential reason for someone to kill 18 people on the island, or 17 people in this case. 17 people on the island.
Did you find anything?
最後の最後にね。やっぱりそうだった。メッセージボトル
She's so small next to the window.
ベアトリーチェ本人だった。
Only at the very end. I was right. The one who wrote the message bottles page for you herself.
そいつはクールだ。魔女は実在するで決着で。
Cool, so you've concluded that the witch actually exists?
さあね。寝ていい？あのおしゃべり教授。きっと講義では自分の世界に入っちゃって、寝ちゃう子続出だと思うわ。
Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that talkative professor gets lost in his own little world and lectures and makes a lot of kids fall asleep. This is rude. He was actually pretty, like, energetic. He did not have, like, the drone that makes you fall asleep.
Yeah, no, droning is what makes you fall asleep. Like, I get it if you're not interested in a subject, but somebody energetic kind of keeps my attention. Please go ahead. Take a rest.
しかし、うまくいくもんね。あいつ、私のこと、スマデラだと最後まで信じてたわ。
Still, that went really well. That guy believed I was a Sumadera until the very end.
The Sumadera family had set up a web beforehand around any people Angie might try to contact. They had offered a reward to anyone who could take Ushiromiya Angie into custody if she appeared. Angie had foreseen that and had snatched it away. She had called herself Sumadera, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush so he didn't need to worry about it, she had taken him outside. So when the Sumadera family pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, a young man and woman calling themselves Sumadera visited this morning. Took the professor out with them and still have not returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered.
Wasn't a chance, buddy.
エンジェちゃんはそういう悪知恵姉さんの血なのかしらね。
What a bad child, Angie. I wonder if that craftiness is from my sister's blood.
あんなに名乗るのは嫌だと言ってたスマデラの名を気安く名乗ってくれちゃうなんて。
To think she'd casually take on the name Sumadera after saying she'd hate to go by it so often.
There's a difference between using it to trick someone and actually having to, like, call yourself that.
そのうち教授もお戻りになるだろうさ。そしたらソチャでも振る舞わないとね。
Oh boy. The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea.
It's kind of fucked up, ladies.
Yeah, like...
Why?
Well, probably to torture out of him any information of what Angie did, where she went, anything. Of course, torture doesn't actually work, but she's also in a fictional setting.
Yeah. That's just a fun fact for everyone listening right now. Torture doesn't actually work.
Yep, they will literally say whatever they think you want to hear. They think you want answers. They think you want answers, they will invent an answer for you.
Yeah, and like you could say, it's like, okay, so verify it first. Yeah, but like they're just gonna keep doing it.
Yeah. Literally, the person will continue.
And if you had any other method to verify it, you wouldn't need to torture them in the first place.
Yeah. Like, the whole point is, torture does not work as an information extraction method. What actually works is actually dangling things in front of them. So, hey, you and your family, you know, you're in a bad situation, you're part of X group or doing Y. What if you're, you know, you're gonna have to go to jail, but your family doesn't have to do that. We can provide for your kids, get them into a nice school, and keep doing that, and you will get out any pieces of information that they can possibly bestow upon you. Way better than if you were torturing them.
The best message is to actually just, like, talk to them normally. Yeah. Genuinely, like, you just talk to them and establish a rapport.
Yeah, basically, you establish a rapport.
There were studies done about this and, like, experiments done, like, during World War II even.
Yeah, like, you
POWs. Yeah. Like, you don't torture them or waterboard or anything, you just, like, you literally just talk to them.
Yeah, you literally talk to them, you give them the best possible outcome they could ever hope for being imprisoned by the enemy, in the case of, you know, interrogating somebody in a opposition group.
Yeah. Which, I don't know why I know this stuff. I just do. This one isn't one that I can blame on my stepfather being like a ranger and teaching me this stuff. Like this one I just know for some reason. I don't know why.
I remember
like where I learned this shit.
I remember watching a video from a FBI interrogator who talked about this.
That might be it, like that, and like some documentaries and other fucking research papers and shit like that. Maybe. I don't.
Yeah.
I just know that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And like the place that I got it from was trustworthy. That's it. That's all I got.
Yeah. FBI interrogators and any interrogator will tell you torture doesn't work. Guantanamo is a waste of goddamn time. And, you know, human life as well, but, you know, getting people to care about the lives of the kinds of people who get locked up in Guantanamo, getting the general public, rather, I should say, to care, is really hard. So saying it's a waste of time and money is more expedient. But anyway, yes, understood.
私を手玉に取ったつもりかしら。やんちゃな子なんだ。
I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. What a naughty child.
Why is her hairstyle like that? I'm trying to figure out what's going on with her hairstyle.
It's almost halfway Kiri, halfway something else?
No, I mean like the actual like physics of how she's wearing her hair. Because like that is very obviously brushed behind her ear and pulled tight by something, but we don't see anything back there, and like the other half is just laid like free.
Yeah, it's like right there is the edge of something on the right.
It's the edge of the house.
Oh, that is
the edge of the house's roof.
Fuck. Then there's nothing. Forget me. With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel.
Making this person look like fucking like Because, I mean, you're making yourself look like a toddler throwing a tantrum. You weird little fucking freak.
I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Ange, with your name entered into Mariage Sorcière, weren't you?
私も魔女に加えてもらったんだっけ
New set piece. Yay. I was also included among witches, wasn't I?
I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. I'd slept deeply for a long time in the car, so it took longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, and I read the diary as I waited. This was a super expensive hotel in the city. Since it was often used by the rich and famous, they were very big on confidentiality. That made it very convenient for Ange to escape her pursuers. The idea that renegades should spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. Yeah, but they also don't keep records.
Yeah, like the cheap hotels don't keep records for the most part. The people who run them don't really give a shit about anything.
Yeah.
And also, it takes money to get into the expensive ones that, like, the whole confidentiality is a high priority. You have the, like, having power to back that up. Like, it takes money to do that. And sometimes, when you're when you're on the run, you can't use your fucking credit card, and you can't go to an ATM to get the money out either, assuming you even have it in the first place, because, like, then that's a fucking electronic trail for them to track you by. Like,
yeah.
Please.
Yeah, she must have took out a lot of her money in bulk, considering she's throwing around wads of cash.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I just heard the sound of magic. I don't know if it was part of the ambient music or what, but I just heard it.
Probably just the ambient music. To Ange, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though he was a guard, Amakusa was a man and therefore in a separate room. No, you put that guard in your motherfucking room.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, like, what the genders of the people involved are. You keep the guards in the room or just outside the. You don't.
Yeah, no, you have them, like, you at worst, you get a connected suite.
Yeah. This fucking weird puritanical idea of, like,
men and women
always sleeping in a different room than women, because otherwise the men will just not be able to help themselves or whatever. It's just so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I consider
it's not scandalous. He's her goddamn guard.
Yeah, it's goddamn bullshit, is what it is. Because the thing that bothers me in this is Persona 5 Strikers. Part of the plot is they are going across Japan in a camper. And the girls sleep inside the camper where it is temperature controlled. The
boys don't.
Yeah,
they gotta sleep outside. That's so fucked up.
Yeah, there is actually a tent built into the top of the camper, which is interesting. That such a thing.
Cool, yeah. But...
Yeah, like that would be cool, but they are fucking cooking in there. Like, allegedly, they were cooking so much that they stripped down. Obviously.
That's fucking ridiculous. What you do is you just, like, kick back the fucking chair at the, like, your fucking driver's seat, passenger seat at the front, and just lean back and sleep there.
Yeah, or hell, just sleep on the goddamn floor if you've got to. Or somebody might
curl up on a fucking, like, blanket or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like...
Fuck, man.
Yeah, literally there's 4 extra people and a cat.
Some of those motherfuckers are sleeping, like, on the, like, the driving seat and in the passenger seat, and then, like, another one's probably, like, fucking got the fucking bed pulled out from the goddamn, like, section, like, where I should say eat breakfast or whatever.
I should say
fucking passed out there.
I should say 4 extra people, rather, because all the actual bed slots are taken.
It's just like, you would absolutely just, like, scatter all over the place. Believe me, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it is absolute bullshit, puritanical shit just coming out of Atlas, being a big, unfortunately somewhat conservative company.
It seems weird that, like, this is happening, like, maybe this is just like the culture of Japan or something, and I'm too foreign to Japan to understand what's going on here, but it seems like every fucking property that comes out of Japan has this shit happen. It's just like, what are you talking about? This is just not practical, and it's not healthy or safe.
Yeah, no.
What do you mean the men and women are sleeping in entirely different sections of the camp? What the fuck are you talking about? What happens if you guys get attacked in the middle or not? Like, assuming like this is a fucking fantasy action thing, right? Like they're adventurers or mercenaries or whatever. What the fuck do you mean, like, that you're sleeping in different sections? You all bunch up together around the fucking fire just in case.
Yeah, you bunch up
So,
around
like,
the
if
fucking
someone sneaks
fire.
into one thing and, like, stabs someone, the commotion arises, you can actually get up and you'll hear it, you know?
Yeah, like, one of the things that doesn't do this, I think, would be, Delicious in Dungeon.
Yeah, like, Delicious and Dungeon, like, Dungeon Meshi, like, they definitely just, like, sleep in the same place.
Yeah.
Like, a couple feet away from each other all the time.
Granted,
That's good.
Yeah, they are, granted, pretty good about this shit in general. Like, there is no fucks given about the potential of homosexuality.
Yeah.
It's just treated like a normal ass thing, really.
Yeah,
And
if I remember correctly, like, they don't even really, like, bother with, like, bathing in different areas either. If anyone ever gets, like, blindfolded or told not to bathe with anyone else, it's fucking Laios. Because he's a weirdo.
yeah, he's a fucking weirdo about monster people.
Ugh. That is really good, though. It's one of the reasons why I liked it originally. Some of the plot at some point just, like, went off the rail. It's like, I'll eventually get back to reading it again and see if, like, I can make just the plot again. But
yeah,
for now, I'm just like, no, thank you.
Yeah, though the anime is finally, you know, making progress, so there is that. Good. Ange used the bedroom of the suite, and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. Okay. This is a lot different.
Okay, they're in the same suite.
They are.
Yeah, that's not separate rooms. That's.
I mean, it literally is, but that is not separate
in the context
hotel
of
rooms.
A hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the context of a hotel room, that's not a separate hotel.
Yeah. Okay, I can accept that.
That's much better. Okay.
Yeah, I can accept that as. It might be a dumbass idea, but it is also the main entrance into, presuming it's like any other suite I've been into, you enter through the living room.
Yeah. I've only been in like one or two places expensive enough to have a whole ass suite instead of just like a cramped ass fucking room with a mini fridge and a coffee maker. Like the most expensive one that I've ever slept in just had like a mini fridge, a coffee maker, and a stove. That was the extent of the shit you got, right?
Yeah, there was an indoor water park I went to, and we got a suite together with my cousins. Because they wanted to come too, and, just pulled that money together.
Fucking might as well, yeah.
Yeah, especially if we're having food together and all that, of course.
So yeah, just the whole rant that we just did is perfectly still like applicable to other stuff, but apparently not to this.
Yeah, like I could understand. Hey, I kind of want to sleep in my own bed and have my own space for a hot minute, considering I've been in a car with you and had you guarding me. And if I lay down in bed, don't get an eye line of a fucking goddamn open window. You can just perch up on the living room.
Yeah, like this is way better than the English translation implied of it being a separate hotel room.
Yeah.
So the way you get around that is by describing it as a suite in the first place, not like a hotel room at all. Like you have a line at the very beginning saying like we got a suite here, where this is a suite. So
yeah,
indicate that there's more than one room within the hotel room.
Yeah, according to Amakusa, the sofas here were more pleasant than his own beds had been recently. Which, yeah, makes sense. He was probably in fucking barracks for a while.
Barracks?
Barracks. I've heard it both ways.
I think you might be thinking of Barack Obama on that one.
No, it literally translated what I said as barracks. Well, now it's translating.
Says that? Who says it that way? I want to know. Like, what accent is that? Please. Because I have never heard that before. And I have been to military barracks before.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure that that was me flubbing it, but it also understood what I said.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I would usually say barracks, but I believe somebody somewhere has to have said it that way for me to think that was correct for half a second.
You probably, but, like, that's probably a board speaker accent.
But yes, barracks. He's been in barracks for a while. Poor guy.
Bunk rooms and barracks and shit like that. Yeah.
When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night.
Huh?
Yeah, I would say 2 in the morning, but...
Yeah, 2 in the morning. Like, I understood what it meant. It's like an awkward phrasing, you know?
Yeah. I'm still not getting sleepy. Then again, I guess it's one of those, it's not morning until the sun comes up kind of deal.
Yeah, I guess.
Which might be true in Japanese, I don't know. If the Japanese language kind of considers it to be 2 at night.
You could very easily say that for various dialects or cultures of English.
Oh, absolutely. You could, for sure.
It just feels a little awkward because of where I came from.
Yeah, like, I still would call it 2 in the morning myself as well, so... But yeah, like, there are places in English-speaking countries that would absolutely do that too. I'm just wondering if it's specifically that way in, you know, popular dialects of Japanese.
Yeah, like the 2 or 3 main dialects.
Yeah, but yeah. I'm still not getting sleepy.
There's a difference between, like, there's something to do with, like, in my brain, there's a weird thing that I've got, like, poking in the back of my brain of when I was learning Japanese. There's something to do with, like, ridges and coffee between 2 different dialects of Japanese. Don't know if that's exactly right. I know definitely bridges, but I don't know about the coffee part. I don't know. But there's something weird going on there.
At that time, even though
swapped or
there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria's diary fluttered. Then, Maria appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one I'd known. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch. If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, right?
Here, let me help. Whack! If I were a witch too, I'd be able to use magic, wouldn't I?
You're already a witch, dearie.
Angie, you are already a witch. You just don't know how to consciously use the magic yet.
Yeah, you can use it. I taught you, didn't I? Taught you how to use it. And you were able to use it in the past, weren't you?
I remember. Started wanting to use it.
Are you starting to feel lonely?
You
sound like you're in denial now. Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough. Are you sure about that? I wouldn't mind, but I'm also not normal.
The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom. Even small reasons like that.
Even if it's just trying to kill time until you can fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm glad you remembered about magic one more time. It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point, with Maria's introduction, I touched the corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit, so I should still remember that sensation. Right now, your magical powers declined significantly, Angie. If you don't devote yourself to the basics, it'll be hard, okay?
四方を確認。静かな空間を確保。
Sure, checking all directions, securing this quiet space.
天草さんは
What about Amakusa?
寝てるわ。
He's sleeping.
After
Are you
opening
sure
the door
about
to
that?
living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep.
今のエンジェの弱い魔力では半魔法力の影響を受けすぎる。人の姿だけじゃない。声も音も気配さえもエンジェの魔法の邪魔をする。
With your magical strength as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, and even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic.
それらを完璧に立って
Sever those completely.
古代魔術師たちがアトリエを閉ざして孤独を守ったように。
Like how ancient magicians shut themselves in ateliers to preserve their isolation.
覚えてるわ。
Hey.
人間の存在自体が魔法を妨げる。
Now remember, the very existence of humans blocks magic.
故に人に魔法を見せるということそのものがとても高位な魔女の証だったわね。
Therefore, the very act of showing magic to people is a sign, or is the sign of a high-level witch.
Obtain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic.
次によりしろ。今のエンジェには自転車の補助輪、いえチェーンくらい大事。
Next is the vessel. Right now, it's important for your bike to at least have training wheels. No, a chain.
これは当然無理よね。
This is, of course, impossible.
Angie rubbed her own head. She wore hair accessories there with pink gems attached. They felt a little childish for Angie, but she never took them off, not even for a single day.
うん。今のエンジェにはとても無理。あの日から一日も休むことなく修行していたなら。
Yeah, it really will be impossible for you now, Angie. If you'd practiced every single day since
ある
then,
いは今頃は呼び出すことができたかもしれないね。
you might have gained the ability to summon with that by now.
今から修行したらどのくらいかかるの？
If I were to start training now, how long would it take?
魔女の修行は幼き日の1年が老いの10年と同じ価値があると言われて
I don't think being 18 means you're old.
It said that a year of magical training for a child is worth 10 years for an old
相
person.
当の覚悟がいるよ。
You need a lot of determination.
それこそ後宮金蔵ピアノもバイオリンも魔法も幼い頃からの英才教育が大事なのね。
It's not actually true with the piano and the violin. It's just that, like, being a child, it means you have more free time. And, like, your parents can give you more free time to do that.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually matter whether you're a child or an adult when you start practicing. It's all about the time you spend practicing. And the quality of that practice. Obviously, practicing with a competent teacher is way better than practicing on your own in your bedroom at, like, 3 in the morning.
That said, teaching kids to be bilingual is very helpful. Because that's when they're developing their speech skills.
Actually, studies for the last, 10 years have been saying otherwise. It's still about time spent, not
Oh, really?
anything to do with, neuroplasticity or anything like that.
Oh, never mind then.
Neuroplasticity mostly matters for, recovering from, brain damage and shit like that. And a lot of studies have been indicating that it's also there for adults still as well. So it's just that the complexity of the stuff that gets damaged as you're an adult is way higher. Because you got more memories and shit, right?
Mm.
More memories, more habits, literally more brain mass. So just like the piano and the violin, getting a special education from young is huge when it comes to
今のエンジェは初めて魔法を使えた時よりもその力が落ちている。
As you are now, your power is weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Angie.
無理をしないで基本に忠実に。
Don't overdo it and devote yourself to the basics.
Think about an 8-year-old that's violent. How did they learn the 2 languages, right?
Mm-hmm.
genuinely, generally it's gonna be that like one language is spoken at home and the other one is spoken at school, right?
Yeah.
So for like 8 hours of their day, no matter what day it is, they're gonna be like hearing one or the other.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That is time spent, you're right. And that could easily just be time spent.
Yep. So if you as an adult live in a place that is not speaking your native language all the time, you're gonna learn a lot very quickly. Assuming you actually like fucking pay attention to what people are saying anyway.
Yeah, after
If you
stubbornly
just let
rubbing
your eyes glaze over.
Yeah. After stubbornly rubbing those things on my head one more time, I gave up. And I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel.
これなら、よりしろにはぴったりじゃない?
Shouldn't this be a perfect vessel?
懐かしい。
It's been a long time, yes.
それならば、今のエンジェでも召喚できると思うよ。
With this, I think even you should be able to perform a summons as you are
それ
now.
には今、主がいない。
And they have no master
エン
now.
ジェが新しい主になるのも可能なはず。
It should be possible for you to become their new master, Angie. Among the things that looked like good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power and set it on the side table near the bed with a clatter. It was a shady-looking steak-shaped weapon with an occult design inscribed on it. Fuck.
She's fucking summoning the goddamn Seven Sisters.
Or at least one of them.
Why would you do this?
It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory which the witch used to offer sacrifices. When the police had been searching the family's possessions, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, these had been politely returned to the Ushiromiya family. Finding something that I'd seen in the picture of Maria's diary, I took it home with me. Well, that explains why you took it, it was in Maria's diary.
もともと7本で一揃いだった。
Originally, there were 7 stakes of purgatory.
特にね、
How pitiful.
今はもう彼女いっぱい。
Now she's the only one left.
What do you got? You got Lucifer, you got Pride, the shittiest?
Well, let's see. Her, probably Pride.
I think it depends on like which one she literally grabbed, right?
Yeah, but yeah, Pride, maybe Sloth.
I don't think she's exactly lazy, so probably not.
Maria smiled, looking lonely.
Envy, maybe. Could be Envy. Leviathan.
Yeah. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was also
Bed and
old.
Breakfast Leviathan. Yes, thank you. Fuck.
This was
also. Caption just broke. I was looking at it when it did.
Alrighty, one moment.
Usually, if you gave me a B&B Leviathan, it was like, oh yeah, Bed and Breakfast Leviathan. Hell yeah.
This was also old-fashioned, and you could tell that it was an occult book just by looking, but its contents were plain. It was one of Maria's elaborate notebooks. This wasn't a diary. This was a Okay, so she's actually got 2 separate books. One's actually a grimoire. Okay. This was a grimoire which she had written as a witch. 7 Stakes of Purgatory are Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake. Ooh. Though this does beg the question, is she going to be able to turn the stake on her auntie?
Be kind of funny.
Like, oh, you want to talk about torture? Here. the last remaining sister of Purgatory. Which actually makes me wonder, did the others, like, burn up or something? Because it did say that that was the only one left. But since Beatrice is also a witch of Mariage Sorcière, they could be employed by Maria, a witch of the same alliance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 Stakes of Purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria's grimoire. And there's another person with their name registered in that alliance. That was, okay, yeah, so that is the Alliance of the Golden Witch, the 2 words together anyway. I was also permitted to employ them.
この杭は7姉妹の誰?
Which of the 7 sisters is this stake?
Yes, please do tell.
マリアの魔導書に彼女らの特徴がよく記されてるよ。
Fucking read about it, bitch.
Their characteristics are written about well in my grimoire. The Sisters of the Seven Stakes really hate it when you get their names
召
wrong.
喚する前によく彼女らの名前を思い出して。
Remember their names well before summoning them. The packed page told of the 7 stakes of purgatory. It described the 7 sisters in great detail. Yes, I think I memorized almost this entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. By the pictures and characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mammon. Oh yeah, that makes sense. She is now the... Oh yeah, because that would have been the one meant for Ava, probably?
Mm-hmm.
Assuming it is another perpetrator that was trying to get at Ava. In the past, I hadn't had any stakes, so I'd summon them without any vessel. So this was the first time I'd clearly see any of the 7 stakes, let alone Mammon.
マモン、五女。7つの大罪の強欲を司る。すごい子よね。
The fifth sister controls the deadly sin of greed. Incredible kid.
強欲は向上心、上昇志向、生きる強さなども司る。
No, I think ambition would be under pride.
Greed also controls aspirations, the desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live.
決して悪い意味だけではないんだよ。
It definitely doesn't mean only bad
口
things.
は悪いけど、とても頑張り屋さんな子だし。
She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard.
そうね。欲がないってことは、つまり、生きてる理由がないってことだし。
I see. You could say that without desire, there's no reason to live.
A few of them cover desire, though.
Yeah, like multiple kinds of desire.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Envy, greed, lust.
Yeah, any of them, really. The only one you could... Well, no,
Gluttony.
even wrath covers that, so yeah, I don't think any...
Desire to destroy, yeah.
Yeah. Like, you could say wrath, is a quick burning candle, but it does burn for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fuel. Quick burning or no.
For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical power for a summoning.
魔導書って、ちょっとだけ面白いわね。下手くそな小
Remorse
説を
can be a
読むよ
bit
り、
interesting.
よっぽど面白いかもしれない。
This might be a much better read than some lame novel. I mean, yeah, if you get a fucking, like, poorly written, lame novel, it's gonna be a worse read than a fucking grimoire. Come on.
なんだか懐かしい気持ちになる。
Obviously. Shit. It really takes me back.
魔導書はただ文字を読み取るだけじゃなく、行間から世界を膨らませたり、
Fuck.
挿絵から世界を生み出したりと、様々な想像を要求されるの。
For Grimoire, it is demanded that not only that you understand the letters, but that you fill up the world of the space between the lines, giving birth to a world from the pictures and creating things in various ways.
生み出す力。
Power to give birth to
こ
something.
れを持つエンジェになら、どんな本よりも魔導書は面白いはずだよ。
For someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book.
エンジェになら理解できるってマリアはずっと知ってたもの。
I've always known that you'd be able to understand that.
マモンの知識、これで十分だと思うわ。うん。
That should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yes.
だいたい蘇った。
I've remembered it, more or less.
やってみる。
I'll give it a try.
しっかりね。いざという時に備えて私の護符を。
Take care. In case the worst happens, here's my
今の
talisman.
君は同盟の条約に守られてない。
The Treaty of the Alliance won't protect you right
マ
now.
モンは少し喧嘩っ早いところがある。
That Mammon is a bit of a quick
あ
trigger,
るいはまだ恨んでるかも。
and she may still bear a grudge.
注意して。
Be careful.
身につけることにする。
Yes, I'll wear it. Sorry. Did
Yeah,
that too
fucking
quickly.
nerd.
The 7 stakes of purgatory as furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony were treated as beings inferior, even the weapons. But that was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I'd gotten from Maria long ago and put it on my arm. In the past, I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance.
大丈夫。それにはまだ十分な魔法防御が備わってる。
It's okay, that has already been fitted with the required amount of magical
そ
defense.
れを身につけている限り絶対に大丈夫。
As long as you wear that, you'll definitely be fine. Maria's magic power, which had been specially put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable.
Watch it be like a fucking bracelet of armor +1.
さあさあ、おいでなさい。
Or like a sash of shimmering with like fucking spell resistance 10.
Shit, dude.
煉獄の7
For reference, even a level 1 character in D&D 3.5 that has spell resistance naturally has higher than 10. Just for everyone who isn't a huge nerd like me. Like, I think a level 1 Drow, for example, has fucking 12 spell resistance.
強欲のマモン。
Come, arise, forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Mammon of Greed.
Focused my mind, I made the magic-repelling toxin that filled my body 0. Imagine an untainted, vast space.
In
Doubts
English, that should be vast, untainted space, because of how you order adjectives.
Yep. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance 0, and erase the burden on the magical power, which explains why we get this void.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below, covered the ground. A world of a vast night sky with no obstructions. I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up a cyclone. A long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. It was the unique feeling of exaltation that comes from using magic. Mammoth stake, which I held out in my hand, gradually began to make me feel a pale light. Twisted cyclone with the stake at the center. The hefty stake floated a bit into the air.
見事だよ。ブランクは君から才能を奪わなかったね。
Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent.
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の7杭が1つ。強欲のマモン。その姿を
Arise, forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Mammon of Greed. Show yourself to me.
After I raised my hands bit by bit, lifting them higher than my head, as though it was being attracted upwards, Mammon's stake once again floated up high into the air and gradually began to shake. That shaking began to grow faster, and it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew round violently, rebounding off the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I must not lose my mental concentration. Then the stake, which had been flying around at an incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with an incredible power, but Maria's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily.
No use, I can't break it.
The snake
Why are you
muttered
even
hatefully.
I don't understand, why are you even trying?
It's probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. Without that, my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity. When Mammon's steak realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up and grew docile, changing its form from that of a steak into a human. In that same old outfit that I'd never be able to walk around outside in. Thank you, Angie.
Finally, someone.
Although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way.
エンジ様なの？ずいぶんとみすぼらしい魔力だけど。
That Lady Ange. But that magical power is pretty shabby. So you fucking attacked before you even knew who it was? God damn it, Mammon. Are you really Lady Ange?
お久しぶりね、マモン。元気にしてた？
Been a long time, man. Have you been well?
てっきり、もう約5面の家具は何度で朽ち果てるだけだと思ってました。
And here I was convinced that furniture that's always already fulfilled its function just gets left to rust away in a closet.
それで、これはどういう余興で？
So what kind of sideshow is this?
まさか、私の所有者がエンジ様とでもおっしゃるつもりで？
You weren't gonna say that you're my owner, are you?
Gee, about that, I believe she is.
Yeah, about that!
うん。エンジが君の主人だよ。
Yes, Angie is your master.
マリア教、これはお見苦しいところ。先ほどの結界はマリア教の。
Lady Maria, how unsightly. Was that barrier just now yours?
うん。今のエンジじゃ、ひょっとしたら君にやられてしまうかもしれないって思ったから。
Yes, I thought that as she is now, Angie might have gotten finished off by you.
オフを貸したの。
I lent her a talisman.
マリア教に私の主人がエンジ様だと言われたんじゃ。断りようもエンジ様？何なりとご命令を。私が必要とされるということは、新しい儀式を。
Lady Maria says Lady Angie is my master. I cannot refuse. Lady Angie, please, your orders. If it's me you need, are you going to perform a new ceremony?
No, I need you to kill anybody who goes through that door, please.
Yeah, aside from Amakusta, of course.
Yeah.
新しい生贄を。
With new sacrifices.
もっとも、私を使いこなし、自らの手を汚す程度の覚悟が終わりならの話ですが。
Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty. Nah, you're just here to entertain me. I'm bored.
私はもう求めてないわ。昔同様に、ただ話し相手になってくれるだけで十分よ。
That role isn't something I'm asking for anymore. Fuck. I was right. All you have to do is talk with me like you used to. I'm bored. Speak, bitch.
ええ。それがお望みでしたら、家具は使われてこそ家具。お呼び出しいただいただけで光栄ですとも。
Yes, if that is what you desire, furniture is furniture because it is used. It is an honor to be summoned. Bleh. Lady Angie.
Mammon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria had told her to, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent in working for Angie with her frail magical power. Perhaps she had some other reason for hating Angie, but for now it seemed that she couldn't disobey even if she wasn't happy about it.
それで、私は何をすれば？
So, what should I do?
わからない。適当に賑やかにしてくれればいいわ。昔みたいに。
Oh god. I can't believe I was actually right. God damn it. I don't know. Just do something lively, like old times.
お言葉ですが、多分、エンジ様がおっしゃる賑やかさとは、
私たち姉妹の騒ぎのことだと思います。私一人では難しいかと。
Well, now, this liveliness you're talking about is probably from when we sisters were all together. Maybe difficult by
お
myself.
忘れで
Did you forget?
そうだね。7姉妹はみんなが揃うと本当に賑やかだったもんね。
That's right, the seven sisters were really lively when they got together.
でも今のエンジェの魔力じゃマモンを呼び出すのが精一杯だと思う。
But with Angie's magical power now, I think summoning just Mammon is the best we can hope for.
他の6人の悔いも紛失してる。
The stakes for the other six have been lost.
恐れながらマリア卿、私の杭を経由し、7姉妹に語りかけ、呼び出すことは不可能ではないかと。
My apologies, Lady Maria, but maybe it would be possible to summon the seven sisters via my own stake.
力はエンジェ様にはお持ちいただきたいところですが。
If I'm to be used, I'd hope Lady Angie has at least that much power, right?
That would be interesting. Especially if...
Angie laying on the bed just going, I'm just bored, man. Come on. I can't sleep.
But just fucking Amakusa walking in, and if her magical power holds, him going, what the fuck, was I sleeping on the job this much?
Why is there 7 girls in here? What the fuck?
Mammon grinned. Apparently she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Since she's unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it, greed. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? To furniture, the times during which they are used are bliss. No matter how badly they are exploited, being used is furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Mammon spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted to summon the other sisters somehow and rescue them from the world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she's got to do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean.
It's because they're demons.
無理しないで。マモンを呼び出せただけでリハビリには十分だよ。
Rehabilitation? What'd she do? Like fucking rip her arm out of her socket?
Angie, don't overdo it. You'll need plenty of rehabilitation just from summoning Mammon.
あら、一人だけでリハビリになっちゃうの？どうせ暇つぶしよ。いいわ、マモン。
Oh, I'll need to rehabilitate after just one. Well, I'm just killing time anyway. Okay, Melon.
乗りかかった船だわ。
I've gone this far.
呼べるところまで呼んであげる。
I'll call as many as I can.
本当に？さすがエンジェ様。
As expected. Really, not bad, Lady Ange.
さあさあ、早く早く。
Okay, quickly.
Apparently, even though she'd asked, Mammon hadn't really expected Angie to do this. She hopped around, badgering Angie to summon the other sisters. Summoning Mammon alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It'll probably be really tough to do 6 more. Awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with a snap of their fingers, and who therefore reach the level where they can be called witches.
マモン、エンジェに無理をさせないで。エンジェはまだ本調子じゃないから。
Mammon, don't make Angie overdo it. She still isn't at her best.
エンジェ様はみんなを召喚してくれるって言いました。
She didn't say that.
No,
she said I would summon as many as I could.
Yeah. What? Lady Angie said she'd summon everyone.
Actually, I only said I'd call as many as I could. I guess that's greed for you.
無理しないで、エンジェ。もう今日は休んだ方が君は十分疲れてるよ。
Don't overdo it, Angie. You should rest for the day. You're tired enough. Fucking the angel and the devil on your shoulder here.
Just about literally.
Yep.
But...
いいわよ。どうせ暇つぶし。ばったり寝込めるくらいに疲れさせてもらうわ。
It's okay. I'm just killing time. Let me get tired enough that I can fall over asleep.
This time, there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize them with just that. I held my hands out in the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I'd summoned Mammon. I'm acquainted with all of the Seven Sisters, right? You've got to remember that time long ago, when I talked with them. Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It let off a faint and yet distinct pale light from both of my hands.
Ange-sama, しっかりしっかり頑張って。
Lady Ange, hold on. Good luck. Hey, Lady Maria.
必ずみんなを呼び出してくださいますよね。
Lady Angie's definitely gonna summon everyone, right?
また七姉妹は再会できますよね。
The Seven Sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right?
うん、きっとね。でも、それが今夜という保証はないよ。
Yeah, definitely, but there's no guarantee that it'll happen tonight.
エンジェ様ならできますって。エンジェ様、お願い。
Lady Angie can do it. Please, Lady Angie.
末っ子のアスモから。
Start with the youngest sister, Asmo.
アスモデウス7女。わかった。末っ子から順番に呼ぼう。
Asmodeus, the seventh sister. Got it. I'll call them in order for starting from the youngest. Youngest. And like, but they're fucking like...
Yeah.
Septuplets? I think is the word?
Yeah, septuplets.
Yeah. So they're all born on the same day?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a weird thing that I don't... Like, kids who are twins in America will say that, but I don't usually see it from adult twins in America.
Yeah, of course not, because, like, no one fucking gives a shit. It's a difference of, like, 20 minutes.
Yeah. A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really is gonna be one hell of a burn to carry. The pale light in the space began to slowly form into the outline of a girl.
Arise, one of the seven stakes of purgatory, Asmodeus of lust.
There was no vessel. However, as I held a strong conviction that she definitely did exist there as a core, her form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct, and the form of the youngest of the seven sisters, Asmodeus, was finally created.
She sounds tired. Asmodeus of lust, right here. Where is this? Am I alive?
In a manner of speaking.
Sort of, kind of, a little bit. Asmo, I'm so glad. Why don't you just look in front of you? She's standing... Oh, shit, so... Emma, where in the world is this? Who summoned me? Lady Angie did. Lady Angie said she'd revive all of us.
No, I didn't.
Lady Angie, thank you. Do Bell's neck, please.
ベルゼブブ6条暴食のベルゼブブさあさあおいでなさい
Beelzebub, the sixth sister. Beelzebub of gluttony, come, arise. Speaking of arise, what the fuck is the second course of Zoro? Yeah.
I do not know. At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon.
Fourth quarter of 2024, so a while. Like 6 months. That's gonna suck. I don't want to wait that long.
If I can't focus... This is probably it. Pale light made an outline and formed into Beelzebub.
She also sounds tired. Beelzebub of gluttony, right here. Lady Angie, you're amazing, incredible.
these versions of the sisters really missed each other. Granted, it has been 10 years since all but one has been lost to the sea or something.
Yeah, 12.
12, yes, 12. Yeah, we keep making that mistake, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's been 12 years. 1998.
Yeah. Mammon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub celebrating their reunion. I summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Gotta summon the next one without stopping for a break.
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の7杭の一つ。怠惰のベルフェゴール。
Arise. One of the 7 stakes of one of the 7 stakes. Belphegor Sloth. Just changing the chant every time, which is probably not helping.
怠惰のベルフェゴール。ここに。なんと。私がまだ
Belphegor Sloth right here. To think that I would be needed again.
じゃなくて、また会えて嬉しい。
I'm hungry. I mean, I'm so glad to see you again.
Fucking Beelzebub.
また7姉妹みんなが再会できるなんて、エンジ様、本当にありがとうございます。
To think that the 7 sisters would be able to meet again. Lady Ange, thank you so much.
この調子で次はサタンね。ベビアネ
And she's got fucking 4 so far. Keep it up and do Satan next. Leviah and Lucy too.
ええ、分かってるわ。だからお願い。あまりうるさくしないで。4人同時は結構きつい。
Yeah, I get it. So please try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time is pretty tough.
I can't help it.
Yeah.
エンジェ、もうそれ以上無理をしないで。これだけ久しぶりなのによく4人も召喚できたよ。
Angie, don't overdo it any more than this. You did a good job summoning even 4 of them after such a long time.
よせ、マモン。今のエンジェ様には我らの召喚は負担を強いている。エンジェ様、どうかご無理をなされませんよ。
Of course fucking Sloth says that. Finally. Holy shit. Stop it, Memo. Right now, Lady Angie's being pressured with the burden of summoning us. Lady Angie, I beg that you do not strain yourself too much.
私は嫌。エンジ様は約束したもん。
She did not.
また私たち
No way, Lady Angie
みんなと
promised.
遊んでくれ
She
るんだ。
promised that we'd all... Yeah, she said we'd all play together again.
エンジ様、みんなとまた会えるって。すぐに会えるって約束した。
Oh, no, she definitely didn't say right away.
Yeah.
Maria
Right?
even said...
Lady Angie? Yeah, it says fucking no. No, not right away. Maria even said that it wasn't going to happen right away.
Yeah.
You said everyone would meet again. You promised that we could meet again right away.
そうね。約束したわ。すぐにが
Don't
いつのこ
fucking-
ととは約束しなかったけど。
God.
確かに私は約束したわ。
That's right, I promised. I didn't promise anything about when, but I certainly did promise.
だから守って。じゃないと、私は今日までそれを忘れていたエンジェ様を許さない。
So keep that promise. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until today, Lady Angie.
Okay, so it was a promise she made when she was a kid.
Yeah.
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の7杭の一つ。憤怒のサタン。
Come, arise. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Satan of wrath.
My mind's getting hazy, but I'll call. Even though I'd forgotten about those days, and though I'd never thought of that time as anything but sad and lonely. Because the short time I spent with them was fun without a doubt.
It would be very funny if they were material enough to like actually need to fucking like ride in the damn van in a couple days.
Yeah,
and then they just all pile in and like Amakusis is like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, piling
Who
in.
are these people?
Yeah, piling in like it's a fucking clown car. Well, I can't tell you who they are, but I can say they are very experienced in killing people, so we might meet them.
Yeah. Satan of Wrath, right here.
何やってるのよあんたたち。
What the hell are you people doing?
私たちが井戸端会議をするだけでどれだけエンジェ様に負担をかけてるか分かってんの？
Do you realize how much it's burdening Lady Angie just to let us have an idle chat? I expected her to be like this pissed off as soon as she realized what was going on.
Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling his sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness hazy again.
私たちはベアトリーチェ様より休むことを許された役目を終えた家具なのよ。再びお役に立てる機会を賜るどころか新しい主人の負担になるなんてそんなの家具の直れ。
We are furnished who have been granted rest by Beatrice and whose duty has been finished. Not only are you not honored at being given another chance to be of some use, but you're putting a burden on our new master, you disgrace to all furniture. Erase yourselves right away. Yes, it's like Satan says. I'll erase myself. You all erase yourselves too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to Lady Angie.
私は嫌。みんなを呼び出してもらえるまでは嫌。私も嫌。
No way, not until everyone's summoned. Same here, I'm hungry. Shut up, you fucking idiot.
やっと再会したばかりなのに、もう帰るなんて嫌。
I mean, I'd hate to leave again so soon after being reunited with you all.
わがまま言ってんじゃないわよ。ほら。
Don't be so selfish. Come on, erase yourself quickly.
ほら、アスモ。
Come on, Asmo.
さっさと消えなさい。
Disappear right now.
サタン姉さんがいじめた。いつも末っ子からなんてずるい。
Satan's bullying me. It's not fair if you always bully the youngest one.
実に賑やかね。退屈しない。
Yes, they really are like. It doesn't bore me.
And it is a thing where witches seek a relief from the boredom of thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah. Although in her case it's just isolation.
今のエンジには限界を超えてる。
That's enough. You've surpassed your limits for now, Angie.
You're right. Thunk. Falls over.
With 5 of them summoned and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me with the meager magical power I had at that moment. This is it.
Hey! I'm right.
My consciousness went hazy. I fell over onto the bed. Have beds always been felt this soft? It seemed that the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. For a way to kill time until drowsiness comes to get me. This is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria and Sakataro waiting to receive me.
お疲れ様。そして頑張ったね。
You worked hard, and good job.
ウリュウ、おかえり、エンジェ。
Welcome back, Angie. Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. I'm home.
Witch of Dreams, maybe.
Huh, that could be it, yeah. I do think once we can get to the next scene, we will probably pause it here, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was going to say that if you didn't. All right, let's see if there's different descriptions for everyone.
Oh, you're on the fucking list of people, too.
Yeah, for this setting at least.
Yeah, for this setting.
Or this timeline, whatever. That hasn't changed, I don't think.
I don't think that's
the Seven Sisters are there.
Oh, yeah, nice.
That's their crest right there. I assume it'll just be the 5 that were summoned.
Okay, I think we read that earlier, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't show Lucifer.
Oh, youngest of the sisters when speaking to Lucifer. Alright. Yeah, nothing's changed there. Yeah, he's pretty standard.
Fucking dead.
Okay, that's all normal.
Yep, that's who's on the island. There's the witch shit. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, interesting. He's Lady Maria's white heart itself. You might even say he's a second Lady Maria and irreplaceable to her. He holds a decoration as a diplomat, and none may attack him, not any of the witches, weapons, and furniture in the Alliance, nor any of the demons and divine spirits in contract with the Alliance.
I wonder why they all use the capitalized names, but like Banso, Lambda Delta, and Burn Castell do not.
He thinks of Beatrice's game as a birdcage, enclosing Burn Castell. Her goal was an eternal tie. Voyager witches who cross the Sea of Fragments are beings far superior to the witches who cannot leave their own territories. While they may be on even footing inside this territory, her true magical power far surpasses that of Beatrice. Yeah, she's obsessed with creating certain patterns so that her means end up becoming her goals, which I think I remember.
Yeah. That looks about right.
Goldsmith
is Keen's sorcerer. Interesting.
His skill as a summoner is legendary for the current era. His summoning ability surpasses even Beatrice's at times. Interesting, I didn't know that.
This may be why he's not like a proper witch or anything like that. It's because like he's just completely lacking in areas that don't involve summoning. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, magic.
Excelling in some areas while fatally lacking as a sorcerer in others. That may be why he's not considered like a full
witch or whatever. Magic with enough to reheat a cup of black tea may be beyond him, but he's capable of summoning demons with magic strong enough to boil the sea.
It's very much like a classic summon.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Source of his magic is found in arithmetic, miracles, and his magical compendium is unique. Later on, even Beatrice took note of this and rearranged her own compendium accordingly.
So this is like explicit acknowledgement of the fact that like his way of doing magic is not the only one. It's just how he does it.
Yeah, and Beatrice responded in kind because it actually worked quite well for some of his ends. Interesting. And then Angie herself. To understand witches and yet deny them, only this contradictory power gives her the blade with which to fell witches.
With that description, I'm thinking maybe the Witch of Paradoxes.
I could see that, you know. They're really leaning into the cat box thing with her, so maybe.
Yeah, could be. Witch of Contradictions or Witch of Paradoxes, something like that. Anyhow, thank you all for joining us. I will be back tomorrow with Nate for some Elden Ring.
Yep, and
but I will be back on Thursday with Mal for some more Umineko.
Yep, and I will make sure we are here on this following Thursday, so look forward to it.
Yes. If you scroll down below the Twitch player or into the description of the YouTube video, you'll find links to each other's Twitch stream things. And online, if you go into the About section or into the description, you will find links to my Twitter, my Discord, and my Kara. You just mouse over the header that says art, Twitter, or what have you. It's an embedded link in the image. Just click that, it'll take you to it.
Yep.
If you want to see where it'll lead you, you just look down in the bottom left corner of your browser and mouse over it.
Yep, exactly. So thank you very much for joining us, and have a wonderful rest of your night or day, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I'm gonna go lay down for a couple hours. I'm not gonna sleep. My hips hurt. I need